Okay, good morning, y'all. Let me do is I should go downstairs and turn the heat off because they the family say I freeze them out when I'm saying I'm hot. And so I go through the heat at night, which means I don't get to sleep very well. And um, how's everybody doing? It is Friday, I believe, which is terrible because that means I missed an appointment yesterday. I did. I missed an appointment. Oh my God, I'm going to call them. Um, it's Friday. um December 12th, 2025, baby. It's 8 a.m. Okay, 8:05 to be exact. 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And I decided to go live before, I end up going over that bus round when he go live. He goes live about 9 a.m. And so there's a few things I wanted to talk about before that. And if the my live continues, and if I decide there's some other things I want to talk about, I'll continue. Otherwise, my plan is to possibly go over there with him, depending on what he's talking about. Um, so I want to talk about, of course, the title is Truths, and we're gonna talk about who truths, right? Whose truths, um, disagreements, lies, and deceit. And gaslighting, I had to throw that in there because somebody tried to somebody tried to play a little game yesterday. And listen, I'm only doing this to prove that this isn't a woman's thing or a man's thing. It's a human trait. These traits are human traits, and we all could do them, right? Now, I am going to be reviewing the stream from yesterday over there by Sharon. And I'm want to do this because I was a little shocked at what was going on, and it was crazy. And I'm kind of in a sense, I thought we was having conversations, right? And different conversations. Um, well, how should I say this? Everybody's answers on the panels will be different according to their life, their experience. Now, what I have found on YouTube, um, or the internet as a whole, a lot, a lot, okay? A lot of people are not speaking from experience. And so when those people aren't speaking from experience, whether they themselves experienced it or they was closely related to someone as they experienced it, which means you can see the results. You saw how it worked, felt, how everything went, and you saw how whether they resolved it or didn't resolve the issue. And and you might have something to say about it, you know. Um, reality. You know what I mean? Not no they think, I guess, or anything like that. Now, when it comes to certain things, we could go and look at stats, right? We can go look at stats where, depending on who performed the analytical, um, who 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 ended up getting the information, and then it also depends on how many people was in their grouping of, who they asked the questions and things like that. Even you could find a stat on anything. And if it's just anybody like myself, I decide to go and ask questions of people and put together something that I've determined based on these people. It will be a real stat, but will anybody take it seriously? And possibly not, right? Depending on what the stat is for. What am I trying to achieve? What am I trying to prove? So, an example would be quite a few years ago, um, Obsidian was talking about foodies, right? Foodies. One morning he came on and he started talking about foodies. And I'm gonna see if I can find that article. And he started to talk about women who are dating men just to get food, and the men get nothing in return. And so he started to tell the men not to take women out on dates. And so, because I was a regular over there by Obsidian, of course, I'm giving a pushback. It was a couple of us who would get up there. And by now they know that I want proof. Like, hey, send me the link, send me the link. Because they wasn't doing that before I got there. They would just say anything, and the men would just believe it. Some of the women also would just believe it. And I'm like, well, that don't sound right. But go ahead. Now, I also want to say that Obsidian and I are in the same age group. We are the same generation. And so you got to understand that I'm arguing with older men about the time in which we were younger, right? So if a younger woman and younger man was saying certain things based on their experience or their generational experience, it would be something else. But what I've been telling young people, stop listening to these old ass men. These old men want your women. They tell it to you in your face, but they make it to where you would eat what they're feeding you when it's the most ridiculous thing. These older men would tell younger men, hey, don't worry about these women. Don't worry about them. Because what you need to do is get your money up, and by the time you're my age, which in their 40s to 50s, then you'll be able to get the young woman. And I'm like, I'm looking at these fools agree. And I'm like, you're not listening to what that man telling you? I wish a woman would have come to me and tell me, hey, young lady, what you need to do is stop worrying about these men. Go and get your education up, and go and learn how to cook and clean and things like that. So when you become an older lady, then you'll have your choice of men. Man, I would that sounds ridiculous. Right? That's ridiculous. Um, most of us women, which I don't even know if it's true today, because it seems more like women want to be with women to a degree as well, right? Because I hear more and more women say, I love women more than I love men. And then I don't know if they know what they're saying. But I understand what they mean by that. But well, I I know what they're saying, but it's just as ridiculous as a man saying, I support men before women. Now, you may support a group of women who you are close to, your friends, your family. Nothing wrong with supporting them more. And that will include possibly your brothers and uncles, and because it's gonna be people you know. But to say that you love, you know, if a man say I love men over women, we know damn well that sound gay. Why is it that it don't sound the same when a woman says it? I have no clue. Now I am not always thinking about sex, so I'm not even referencing it sounding gay. When the men say it, I do say it sound gay as hell, right? Because that's what they understand. When you call them gay, they perk up, their ears perk up, and then they start listening to what you're saying, because now you know they're mad, they angry, but they don't like it. But if I tell a woman you sound gay, we women don't give a shit about that shit, man. So that's why I would never use that term with women, right? But I just I'm like, wait a minute, you trust all women out here? Like I know for a fact most of women do not trust other women. I know that to be a fact. Um, what we get with our group of women, who we find something we have in common with them, uh, and we socialize with each other. Um, And even then, there should be a line. Just because she a woman don't mean I'm going, I'm following. Listen, I may hear what she got to say, and then I'm gonna have to, use my own discernment to to see if like should I trust her or should I not trust her. And if I don't have anything to lose, I really, don't be giving a damn. Like people have my phone number. I don't, what am I gonna lose with you having my phone number? You calling, you don't call, whatever. There's nothing for me to lose. There's nothing for you to gain because anything I'll tell you on the phone, I'll say online if I have to. You know what I mean? So, because I'm the same person, you know. It's just that I end up just like most people. You trust people more than others, and even eventually, I found that even that fails and collapses. Right? Especially when you realize that people are only rocking with you because you agree with them. And soon as there's a little disagreement, then it's almost like they expect that you explain yourself to them. I accept people as they are, right? I think when people wonder why I like Jay Prince, I like Jay Prince because of who he is. And when I say like, I mean I accept him the way he is, and I'm not liking him based on what he could be. You know what I mean? So I want people to accept me as I am, my flaws and everything. And you know, you know that at a point, bomb may blow up if people press buttons. You know that. And if you know that and you accept that that may happen and you like me, then that's what you expect. And I hope you don't like me because one day you think I may change and do something different. And so that I accept people the way they are. And that's no joke. Like I'm not looking at y'all and saying I like her, but she need to do this or need to do that. Nah. I I, I like Sugar Bum, right? Sugar Bum being Sugar Bum in how she go after these men and I like it. And I'm not thinking to myself, oh, she need to change and do something different. I'd be like, I'd be like, Sugar Bum is something else, baby. Okay. Um, and I use her name because everybody knows Sugar Bum. Sugar Bum is famous, and without getting on the panel, you know what I mean. And so that's why I use her name, in case y'all wondering. But that's what I mean. There's men who know Sugar Bum. The women, of course, we know Sugar Bum because the men, man, they can't get Sugar Bum name out of they goddamn mouth. It was even when they thought they had her, and it was an expose. Here she go, and I've never actually seen that happen with chat people. See, that has happened with mostly everybody who has a channel, all of content creators. We have been doxxed or attempted to be doxxed and shit like that. But I've never seen like a chat person who never hit the panel, right? Be treated as if they are a content creator. I'm telling you, that shit right there was like Sugar Bum must get under they goddamn skin, baby. Now, look, when I watch her type, I think she's funny. She is hilarious. And baby, them men, she be getting under them men's skin. That shit be crazy. But anyway, so that's why I use her name. So if she listening, I hope you don't think I'm attacking you in any way because I'm not. But what I'm saying is, I don't say, ooh, I like Sugar Bum, but she a little too going too hard on the men or going too soft on the men or whatever. I don't do that. If I like you, I like you for who you are. At least I like you for what you present, right? Because I do think that most of us, we wilding out on the internet, but in real life we may not be as dramatic in real life. Because most people's lives are boring. My ass be sitting over here in real life sewing like a motherfucker, crafting, make a t-shirt, like doing all that thing. And that don't sound exciting. I get online though, I be having the most fun, baby. Cussing motherfuckers out. Ooh, I never cussed anybody out to their face like that. You know what I mean? Like the only time there's a couple of times that I've had to cuss some people out, or some man or some shit like that, or even a woman. I try not to, but there's a daily occurrence on this bit. Okay, and I quite like it on some real shit. And for those who don't like that I cuss, I mean, then you don't like me, and that's okay. Cause baby, I'm cussing. Fuck out of here. Okay. And anyway, let's get to the topic at hand before, because time is running real fast, baby. Good morning to everybody in the chat, baby. We want to talk about what happened over there by Sharon yesterday. Okay. That's what we're about to talk about. Okay. Um, and it was me, Sharon, of course, big dog barking, and Miss and Jay came up, right? Now, I promise y'all, I'm not against men nor women. Okay. I do not distribute my smoke equally. I will admit that. I'm a little softer and calmer with the women. Okay. Now the women have said no bomb, you calmer with the men. And no, and that's far from true. That's far from true. Y'all not gonna be able to find a woman, right? A woman where I dug in their ass the way I do with some of these goddamn men. I'm not calling the women retarded. I'm not saying stupid, calling them just stupid. I'm not bringing up shit that I know about them, in a flash and calling them liars. Like there's a lot of fucking things that I just don't do with women. And I do that with the men, all of them. A lot of my shit, if you ask me a question, I give you the answer. And I find that sometimes people don't like to answer, right? Yesterday, I was asked a question and they asked me a question. I gave the answer. And there was people who disagreed and people who agreed. And I understand if you agree that you don't like something, but what about other people? Do they accept it? And when I gave examples of women, right? Because that was the question, women. But I am saying that is a human trait, both men and women like to be lied to. That I made that statement and then I continued to talk as the questions was. Okay. Now I do not, most of the women feel very disrespected by me when I say things like, oh, you're young. That is not me disrespecting them, but that's what it's crazy because they will throw it in older women and older people's face that they're young. And as soon as we acknowledge that they're young, they make it seem like we're insulting them. But what I am saying to you, and I've always said this, I give nothing but grace to everybody in their fucking 20s. If we having a conversation and I'm disagreeing with you, it's okay for me to disagree with you. Once you push back on me disagreeing with you, though, right? Because I don't have no problem with disagreement. When somebody says something that's opposite of me, I say, well, I could see that, right? Which is me saying, yes, there are people like that. But now we have these conversations where is it 50% and the majority? Do y'all know that 50% or higher is not always the fucking majority? Sometimes I feel like I'm sitting amongst idiots. 50% or higher would be the majority if it's just two motherfucking millions, right? if you born with black or white, then the majority will be 50 won't be the majority, but 51 and higher will be the majority. That's if it's two motherfucking options. Did you know if we got three, four, five options? Did you know that 30% could be the fucking majority? Did you know that? It depends on how many options there are. So I sit amongst motherfucking idiots all the motherfucking time. And I don't know. Maybe it's because, like I said, they're idiots, or maybe I like maybe because I don't find myself to be very intelligent. I don't find myself to be highly esteemed intelligent. I really find myself to be average, right? Um, when it comes to knowledge of certain things, except my life experiences, right? Other than that, though, I find myself to be the average on when it comes to education. And I sit amongst that means if I realize that there could be instances where 40% is the majority or even 30% is the majority, right? And but everybody's acting like is it 50% or more? And I'm thinking, well, damn. Like what the hell are we talking about right now? And then when I said, well, I don't know. And then they act like, yeah, but it's obvious. And I'm thinking, what the hell you mean it's obvious? It's only obvious in your mind, or it's your education that you want to push, but it isn't truthful. And I don't want to say you're lying. I don't know if you just gaslighting or you like you just being deceitful, which is kind of like lying, but a nicer way to say it, I guess. Or what's going on. But let's review. Let's do a review so some of y'all can know what I'm talking about. Because man, I'm telling you, I promise I just was asked, I was asked a question, I was answering. I was given, I do not know how many people are doing things but I know a lot of people are doing a lot of things. Now, just because you're not in the world of where people do those things, that means you don't see it, right? You don't see it. And therefore, you will think there aren't many people doing it. And lo and behold, those of us who may be in that lifestyle, right? I'm gonna give the word lifestyle, I'm gonna use that word. We in a lifestyle, and it's lo and behold, everywhere I go, I'm meeting and seeing people in the lifestyle. You know, most people didn't know what vanilla means. There's a lot of words y'all don't even know what it means, or little symbols. Little symbols. If you're not in the lifestyle or those lifestyles, you don't know what those symbols mean on your neighbors' collars and or on their house and on that, you know what I mean? On what they're wearing, what they're advertising to those who will only know what they're doing, right? So you can identify who they are. The only ones who are going to be able to identify them is the ones who also know what it means because they too are in that lifestyle. Everybody else is oblivious to it. You're oblivious to why you see in your neighborhood there's this one house where a lot of neighbors go to. You ain't never been invited, but you see it. Some of y'all think everybody getting together playing cards. The men getting together playing poker every weekend. Ain't that some shit? You mean they ain't spending no weekends with their girlfriends or wives? They're spending it with their boys. Mm. And it's something. It takes for somebody big like Diddy to come out many years after to say some shit that I've been telling people fucking for years. People, oh no, there's not a lot of people doing that. And there's not a lot of people doing that. No, that they're not. And I'm like, what are you talking about? The fuck is you talking about? It's all in our face today. At one time it was hidden. Now it's all in our face. And all you got to do is go to OnlyFans. Before OnlyFans, that was Pornhub. Like, that was Chatterbait. Like, we could go on and on and on and on. Like, even on Facebook, here on YouTube, that was people putting up the freakiest shit fucking ever. That you had to go and steal your parents' porn stats to see. And then it started popping up everywhere. But motherfuckers act like, oh no, no, nobody's doing that, just the freaks. And I'm like, well, shit, there's more freaks than not. If you, now I'm not calling them freaks, they call them freaks. It's more freaks than not. Oh, lots of women not doing that. Oh, they're not? Like, what will make a woman so different in her sexual desires than a man? Besides what society claims it should be. And we know what they say it should be. We know that it's most likely not that, though. You just get judged, and because you get judged, you gonna do it on the low, in secret. Man, the fucking stories I got, baby. You know, I've always said my parties had more women than men. I don't know if people just don't believe me, but there was more women, and I never had a problem getting women to come. I'm talking about to the parties, okay? To participate. That's the word I should use instead of the come word, okay? Participate. And man, you know how many women jump at the chance when they can absolutely get something that they want without the public knowing about it because it's in secret. Shh, it's in secret. They can do something, have a good time, and not worry about people in their neighborhood talking about it, people in their family finding out about it, right? People at their job, they don't have to worry about none of that. No judgment, just fun. But there's always somebody to come and ruin some shit, which is the reason why I stopped doing my events. Other people that decided, oh, that's a business opportunity. Look what she's doing. Look how she got it. Oh, look what I want to be like her. But they don't want to be like me, right? They want to think they're better than me. And then it was mostly men. Because see, where almost any woman of age can come to my event. Men, I selected them. I selected them. Every man didn't have the opportunity to come to an event like mine, or every man don't have an opportunity to attend an event like that, period. Everybody, except some of them, if you get invited or they just accept all men to go to a party like the ones I was going, then don't go. It's going to be the worst experience of your motherfucking life. Women, you're not going to enjoy yourself. It's going to be too many men there. These people are only trying to get the money and the sex, but people gonna pay the most because they can't go to the real events. They gonna pay, right? But they can't get the women to show up because the women are uncomfortable being around a lot of men, and therefore you end up at a sausage party. That's what they call them. And in case y'all didn't know, Diddy do sausage parties. That's right. That's why he would hire someone like me to host his event. These men had to hire a woman. They always need a woman who know how to get the women to come, right? In the Diddy case, the women gonna be the beards because let me tell you something. That man was setting up men. There was a lot of men who didn't know what it was gonna be. That's why I had to put standards on my event. I had to actually put standards and say, okay, there will be no man. Like I never even thought I would have to have put that at an event, make a statement. There is no man on man anything at this event. Because when them men started popping out, baby, and I'm telling you, ladies, it'd be some of the men you would be interested in. And they would be interested in you too, but they also was interested in your brother, your male cousins. And you know, man, it's some crazy shit out here. So I only say this though. I only say these things that I'm saying now is because a lot of you living in this world, but you live in the world in which you are accustomed to and what you see, and only what you are looking for. But if you just open your eyes and go just to OnlyFans, you will find many motherfucking people in your city, possibly in your neighborhood on OnlyFans, and if they're not there, they're posting on Pornhub, and there's many other places on this piece. How are these places getting so big to where they everybody know OnlyFans, right? Everybody know Pornhub. Millions of motherfucking videos created by hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people. And for people to make their own porn, as y'all call it, I call it porn, okay? I'm an adult. If they creating their own shit and not only just creating it, but posting it for other people's consumption, then that, sir and ma'am, is not vanilla. That's not what society has deemed to be normal, and yet it is more normal than you think. It's far more normal than not. Now we got to make sure our children are not making these videos just to give it out. That's how fucking normal it is. So when you ask me a question, what you think the percentage of people doing this and that, do you think is more? And I'm like, I don't know, because I'm telling you, I know it's far more than you know. I honestly would say that it's more people who are not vanilla or non-vanilla than those who are. And for those who don't know what vanilla means, that's like, think of the ice cream. Vanilla is the normal, right? The it would be what most people will go to. Although there's other flavors out there, right? That's almost that do you think it's 50% or more conversation? Do we now know when it used to be vanilla chocolate at one time, only two. Then it started being, they threw in strawberry. Now it's three. And now, baby, how many motherfucking ice cream flavors are there now? Because that's so, like, I've never heard of, until like 3 years ago, pistachio ice cream. I knew cookies and cream that came about maybe about 20 years ago, right? They got all sorts of motherfucking flavors I never even heard of. It's goddamn fruits and shit I never heard of. And so there's conversations with people who claim, I don't even know, because I think the men have a problem with Sharon because they're saying that, like, I don't even know why they have. I think I kind of sense what the men are saying when it comes to Sharon a little bit. Do I agree or not? It's not for me to agree or not, right? But I think they're saying that he's always going at the men. And I understand that because he's saying he's talking to men. He's trying to educate men. Um, the thing about educating adults or people, if you educating about different subjects, like school, right? I had a teacher who was great at math, but they wasn't good at history, right? So I went to a history teacher for that, right? Um, if I had a physical ed teacher who wasn't good at English, math, on history, and none of that shit, right? They were just a phys ed teacher. And so everybody had their lane, which meant you went to this person for that, to get history. You went over there to English teacher for English. You went over here to psychology uh, professor for psychology, and so on and so forth. Now, I think if if he's teaching men to be men, then that's a good thing. But he has to break it into these individual things that he's knowledgeable about. Because if you teach somebody something that isn't factual, right? And now you are teaching incorrect information. I hope that makes sense. I'm never going to be over here teaching y'all algebra, even though I'm quite good at algebra. Calculus. I'm not going to never teach y'all calculus. I'm not even going to try to teach you algebra because I that may have, changed. Just like they got this new math, which isn't new anymore, but to me it's still new because I still don't never even attempted to learn it. But you see what I'm saying? I hope y'all see what I'm saying. But so I guess my issue comes at when, like, I never considered myself a teacher. I'm gonna give y'all my stories. We can have conversations. I'm gonna give y'all pushback to see, you know, sometimes it's in fun, so we can push the conversation. We just having fun and we learning things and giving our opinions. We all gonna have different opinions based on our lifestyle and our experiences, right? Nothing's wrong with none of that. Um, if Sharon having a chat about expelling some of the manosphere myths, then nothing's wrong with that. But the problem comes because even I never said that everything they say is wrong. And the reason why you can't even do that is because some of those men are posting up actual videos of women saying or doing what they are saying and or doing, which means we see her doing this shit. And that's why I said women need to shut the fuck up out here telling all their business. You know what I mean? Like, because these men can't distinguish between her or a few hundred women doing it versus that's what women do. We we women, for the most part, we can make that statement that, hey, um, he did this to me, and that person did this to me, and that person did this to me. But all men haven't done that to me and haven't treated me that way. But there are now a group of young women who are doing the same thing the men are doing. They are now, they listen to whether it's Cynthia G. I can't, to be honest, I don't know what Cynthia G talks about. I don't listen to her. So I had to make that statement because I don't know what she talks about, right? There's that other woman, the queen maker, Priscilla. Um, she says some things. We got seven something seven or whatever. You can she says some things that I firmly fucking, oh my God. Like, the honest truth is the things that she teaching some of these women, y'all ass is gonna get hurt. Some of you gonna end up in fucking jail too, right? Some of the things I've heard her say. And it's crazy, but it's both on both sides to a degree. And the younger you are, you latched on to these people because for some reason, I don't know why you would look at them and think that what they're saying works for them when you can clearly see it. You can clearly see it doesn't work for them. except for them getting a following, right? I don't even know, but anyway, let's go. Here we go, y'all. I'll be able to identify as the ones who also know what it means because they too. Oh, you told his story, and what got me is when Sharon everybody else stopped him from telling his story and then tried to make it seem like I didn't hear what he said, and then he said he heard what he said. I couldn't hear it when he was stopping in your neighborhood, right? But let's see if we can hear this man's story again. Oh man. You ain't never been invited, but you see it. Some of y'all think everybody getting together playing cards. The men getting together playing poker. Wait a minute, where I'm at. Every weekend, ain't that so? Okay, here we go, y'all. Hey, Sin7, how you doing? It's hard to do with it's hard. This had to do with do women want to be lied to? Yes. And now I'm not sure what the comment. It looked like he was reviewing a video, right? But the truth is, not only do women want to be lied to, but men want to be lied to. People want to be lied to. Yes. So we're gonna go back to that. I have to stop the share because I'm not sure if I hit the sound. Sometimes I forget to hit it. Okay, I did hit it. Okay, cool. So let's go. I think it's a commercial.
That's what I'm saying.
Hey, Miss Jayla, how you doing? Yeah, let's see what. Okay, hold up.
Being harmful with his truth. He wasn't being loving with his truth.
Right, but his truth was he still wanted to be with other women.
Okay, let's go. Happen are two different things.
Right, I agree, and that's what I'm telling you. What is happening is what I'm speaking on. I'm not speaking on
you're not just so you're not just speaking on what's happening. You are also you're also saying what women want.
Wait a minute, because you just said that they're two different things, but then you're saying that they're the same when it comes to what I'm saying.
Right, because yours is what I'm saying. Mine's
okay. Let's go because this like I don't. He started talking in circles, and like I don't. So let's back it up a little bit.
Arguments. I'm only want to be with you. Would that woman choose him?
Let's go back. We got to go further back.
So that's that.
Of Lambos and all that type of shit just to get a female to be attracted to him, but then it's a rental.
Fell apart. It was having some problems. A woman told you that she controls you, and you. Okay, we gotta go back a little more.
With the truth, right? Because you like, hey, yeah, I'm being.
I want y'all to hear his story. I think it was before I got up there, maybe. Let's see,
man. And peace and love to the kings as well. Can't forget about the. This is why we always advocate on your show and everywhere we go, cuzzo, that men need to recalibrate.
Okay.
And like I be saying a lot of times, a lot of these guys, man, these so-called good guys want to be the bad guy they admire so much. That's why they preach that red pill ideology, is because you get to be the bad guy under the guise of being a good, upstanding man. You get to do bullshit while saying I'm providing and protecting shit like that. When really you ain't never get a chance to get no ass when you was a teenager or in your 20s. Now you're in your 40s and 50s talking about I deserve to get some little young box by being the bad guy. So that's really what I be hearing sometimes. Because real bad guys, they done grew up. You know what I'm saying? Real bad guys done grew up, but we still stand on code.
Got you. That makes sense. And that's why they have a real problem.
What the hell he just said? He said real bad guys done grew up. So when the real bad guys, before they grew up, they was real bad guys. And then he's saying they grew up. So why can't they still be some real bad guys who hasn't grown up yet? That don't make sense. That real bad guys grew up. And Sharon is like, yeah, that makes sense. That makes no motherfucking sense. The fuck wait, is he saying that they real bad guys because they grew up? If he would have said real good guys, they were bad when they were younger, but they grew up and now they're good guys. Maybe we can float with that one. But how is it that the real bad guys grew up? And that's why they real bad guys. So since they grown up, they bad, or was they bad before they grew up and they still bad, even though I don't understand. So I don't know if Sharon was drunk yesterday. Okay? I'm gonna be honest. I don't know if he was drunk. Here we go.
With men that change their life around, they want to hold you into some when you was 18 type of situation, not know that, hey, when you realize that you need to be a man, that you put away all those childish things.
Now I understand that. When you decide to be a man, it's sad that they have to then decide to be a man, because like I thought you're supposed to just grow and become a young man, and then you live your life. On the way of your life, you learn lessons. So, but anyway,
it's strange to see it happen in real time, to be honest. However, we're gonna get back to the video and see how they are going to approve.
People not told.
Your wallet sucks.
hold up.
That's why we invented the Ridge
This
wallet.
motherfucker be giving me
I'm Daniel,
commercials
one of the
like
founders of Ridge.
Just to me,
I didn't hear any.
Me personally, I
time your character or performer, whatever the case may be, all of them
so lying
was in my of what I knew best was just to deal with other women.
So who did you lie to? Your wife or the
Okay,
girl?
here we go.
Rose me like
Okay.
yeah. It took me. I might be was probably in my 30s. You know my story. So yeah, I probably lied up until my 30s. But that's just me. That's just me being chaotic still. It's like I had everything that my wife needed to be the man she needed in her life. It's just that when conflict arose in certain situations, that I went back to the chaotic nature of what I knew best was just to deal with other women.
So who did you lie to? Your wife or the girl?
I lied to my wife.
Okay.
But eventually she found out I was telling the truth.
We need to build, right, and have more understanding, because I don't think more people are honest, right? And
right.
It's going to be funny to hear honesty from somebody that just admitted that he's a liar at one point in his life. So, but it's still going to be interesting. Why did you lie to her?
Why did I lie to her? Because, like I said, when we were young, we got married in our 20s, and I was chaotic when I got with her. You know what I'm saying? So when I got with her, she brought peace to my life, but it wasn't 100% peace, because when we get in.
Now, I want y'all to see. I heard his story. Sharon acted like he didn't hear his story, right? Did y'all just hear him say she brought peace to my life? Later, though, he gonna start backtracking on a lot of his story in order to blame his wife. And Sharon gonna act like, oh no, he's still on code. This is what he said in the beginning. And I'm like, no, he didn't say it in the beginning. Because he started to blame his wife. He even started to blame the other woman. Right? So we heard him just now say, she brought peace to my life. My life was chaotic. I got with this woman and she brought me peace. Now, let me just say this idea that we supposed to come into these men's life to control their chaotic ways is fucked up. So she got to deal with your chaotic ways, get you to tone down, and then she's supposed to be happy about it and just be there to be your buffer, just to tone you down. But if she got even a little attitude about it, then now she is the reason why I went back to the street, or I went back to cheating. And so it's her fault. But I want y'all to see what he just said. Please remember that. He said his wife, he married her. He was chaotic. She brought peace to him. Because he going to switch that shit up, baby. Here we go.
And two, when we have arguments, she'll tell me she want to say her side of the story, and I got to shut up. I can't say nothing.
Yes, that's how conversations happen. Even arguments, right? Even on the panel. You say something, I'm supposed to be quiet so I can hear you. And then when you're talking, I'm quiet. When I'm talking, you're quiet. But when these men want to go yak yak yak, oh, he did something, and then she want to talk to him about it, he don't want to hear it. I went through that myself. He don't want to hear it. Now, what I'm doing, what am I doing? Back in the day, my husband used to say, "You nagging," and I didn't like that shit. The fuck is you talking about? I'm nagging. The fuck is you talking about? You went to work. You get off at 3. You ain't show up here until 8:30. This in time to take a shower and get in bed. But I'm nagging because I'm asking why you ain't come home first, or why you ain't called to let me know where you are, or why didn't you even come home at all anyway? Because you're married now. How the fuck am I nagging when I'm asking questions? I'm trying to get an understanding. Is this what we gonna be doing? Because if this is what we gonna be doing, then I'm gonna do it too. I'm rocking you. Since you the man, you the leader, then I'm gonna let you lead me to whatever you want us to do. When you do it, I'm doing it too. And I'm gonna do it better. I'm not gonna get mad. You gonna get mad, I promise you. Exactly what this motherfucker's wife did. Listen to his story and here it go.
So when I hear that type of shit, I was like, all right, I got you. So in my mind, I go back to my bullshit, like, all right, I fixed you. I just go get another female. So I hide the fact that I'm dealing with another female while still being in her face, acting like everything all cool and shit like that. Then eventually she'll find a text message or a phone call or whatever in my phone, and I be saying, I don't know what you're talking about, all that bullshit right there. So
Gaslighting him. She see the message in his fucking phone. Instead of him just owning up to it, he'll act like she's stupid. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, that's somebody who I don't really know, but they texting me. She can see the meetups, the conversation, but the nigga don't know what she talking about. And they want us to be nice about it, ladies. Oh, okay, you don't know who it is? Who texts your phone and you text them back, you don't know who it is? Okay, let me go back in the kitchen and fry up some motherfucking chicken for you. That's what they want you to do. He cheating, she find out, and now he blaming her. You don't hear it? Like she finds out about it, so he decided to go and cheat because she wanted to have a conversation about whatever it was before, and wouldn't let it go. She wanted him to be quiet when she speaks, so he just decided to go cheat. And it's her fault, yo. It's her fault. Here we go.
that really what it was. It wasn't me just being lustful and chasing behind women. It was more like when we had conflicts and I didn't know how to deal with them.
So he wasn't lustful and women. It was just her fault. When she brought the conflict, I wasn't lustful as the other women, but even though that's what I went to do, I went to be lustful, right? Okay.
Because I didn't know how to deal with them correctly. That's really what it was. Not just me chasing behind women.
Ooh. And so when did
What y'all think that ooh meant? Man, I don't know what I was thinking. What the hell going on, Shimon? Cause it's okay. Here we go. I don't even know.
when did it come to the idea like, hey, I need to stop lying and deal with the actual conflict that I'm having with my wife? When did that realization?
Apparently never. Because even in this story, he lying. He's still not taking accountability. He's telling us what he did, but he's still telling us that somebody else is the reason why he did it. Y'all don't see that? Here we go.
It came to 2012.
Okay. And
Yeah, 20.
around what age is this, roughly?
33.
33. So around 33 is like, hey, all this lying is not doing me any good in my relationship. And
Right.
what made you come? Because I think this is a good story to get young men to figure this out much earlier. You don't want to wait because you're not going to be as lucky as Big Dog Barking to maintain his relationship. Most people ain't gonna be that lucky if you get caught lying to. Go ahead.
Yeah. My situation don't fit every man's situation. I have.
Okay. So remember, the question is, do women like to be lied to? And if the question is, do we like it to where we ecstatic when it happens, then I'm quite sure not. But is it something that we accept as if it's something that we don't have no problem with? Then even in this story, he's still with the wife who cheated on him. In fact, not only that, but then she, based on him, started to cheat on him, right? Which it's weird that he told that fucking side of the story. You know, like these men ain't shit. And the reason I say that because yes, he has every right to talk about his side of the story, right? He has every right to come and say what he did was wrong, and you know that's fucked up that I did that. I'm sorry that I did that, and we move past it. You know what he doesn't have a right to do? To come to the internet and tell everybody that his wife started freaking other men on him. That is her story to tell if she wants to. And the the thing about what this nigga has done, he has put his wife in a bad fucking predicament. He just don't know it yet. You know when he gonna find out? When he opened his mouth to someone who decide they want to get back at him, and they gonna throw that his wife was a whore in his face. See, that's what like what the fuck? Like I could come on here and tell y'all what I done wrong, right? Um, if it's gonna be from my standpoint. I may even say, hey, you know, hubby wasn't listening shit, but I ain't gonna get on here and say if he was cheating or not cheating or none of that. That ain't nobody business. That's for him to share. He has shared. My husband, a few of y'all have listened to my husband when I wasn't here. I don't know exactly what he shared. I found out later that he shared some things with the men because we are grown and we could do that, right? But there's things my husband told y'all about him that never ever escaped my fucking mouth. That's for him to talk about. I only told y'all what I did. I was like, yeah, I left him. But y'all didn't know why. Nobody knew why I left. All I said is that, yeah, I left. These men was like, ooh, look, ooh, she left. Ooh, right? But they didn't know why I left. They didn't know whether it was valid or not valid. They just assumed that it was not valid. And I just picked up and left. This nigga just told everybody, man, let me tell you, he gonna regret it, baby. You know, because if me and him ever become an enemy, baby, the shots is coming, honey. But I'm the least of his worries. They got other motherfuckers who he ain't even got to say nothing bad at all. If they decide to do an expose on his ass, they gonna talk about him, but they gonna mostly aim it at the motherfucker information that he shouldn't have shared. But see, you know why he shared that? Because watch, it makes him look like he was the victim. Here we go.
Happened to be, I guess, lucky if you want to call it, but in 2012 when I was 33, we got into it, and she actually told me she didn't want to be my wife no more. And it didn't hurt me at first because I was looking back at everything I did prior to that point. And I was like, you know what, go on, get what you're going to get off your chest. I'll deal with it. I know I did you wrong. I did this, I did that, whatever the case may be. But she kept grinding and kept pushing and pushing and pushing until they started hurting my feelings.
Oh, yeah, baby. She caught this nigga cheating, disrespecting her, everything. You're going to hear more about it, how another woman called her house and all that shit, right? And he allowed her to say a little bit. She was able to argue a little bit, but don't argue too long. Oh, you want to argue? Okay. Oh, you've been arguing for two minutes now. Oh, 5 minutes is a little too much. Bitch, shut up. Bitch, what you talking about, ho? Can't you shut up? You going too far. You hurting my feelings. Even though I'm the one who did wrong. Oh, that's how you gonna do it? That's what he's saying. She went on just a little bit too far. Her anger, her hurt was just a little too far for him.
And I was lost in the sauce. And I was like, I ain't know what direction to go. Nobody, I wasn't going to no online group deal with it myself.
If you missed the Android show, XR.
And the funny part about it, my ex-girlfriend told me, she looked at it like she was trying to run me. And she told me the big dog I know wouldn't let no female run him.
The big dog I know, even though we was only 16 and 17, wouldn't let no female run him. That now see blaming it on another woman. Watch what he says.
So I stopped lying, but I got worse. So now by me telling the truth, I was like, I stand on being a piece of shit.
And here we go. So Sharon must have didn't hit his part. Brownsville came up there, they must have didn't hit that part. Right? He already talking to he the one who cheated, and his wife was fed up with it. But she was fed up a little too long. So he goes to an ex-girlfriend. The ex-girlfriend tells him, hey, the big dog I know wouldn't allow her to do that. So he then goes back to his wife who he cheated on, and he tells her the truth. So he tells her, I'm gonna fuck all these women. I'm gonna be with who I want. And I didn't understand what your mom Haley was saying. I thought my answer was on par, especially with the story. Right, here we go. Watch what he say.
And even without me standing on being a piece of shit, I was like, I can't keep doing this shit because I'm gonna end up losing my wife. Even though I'm telling the truth now, like I don't give a damn how you feel. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do me. And if you
How that sound like he was scared to lose his wife by telling her, bitch, I'm gonna do me. I was already doing me, and you found out I was doing me, but now I'm gonna let you know that I'm gonna continue doing me, and that's what it is, and that's the truth. And all Sharon heard him say, he now being truthful. All Sharon said is, I'm now being truthful. He didn't hear what this man said. He didn't hear that this man say, I'm being truthful, and I'm letting you know I'm gonna continue to fuck other women. Why Sharon act like she didn't hear that? Because Sharon was like, yeah, he telling the truth. I said, what you mean? Here we go.
want to leave, go on leave. I'm tired of your shit. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm gonna do me. But even while I'm doing all that, I'm sitting there like, man, I'm gonna lose this later if I don't stop. You know what I'm saying?
I'm glad for that honesty, because a lot of men, when they lean on honesty, they forgot they leaning on also being mean and not likable and not lovable with a truth, right? Because you're like, hey, yeah, I'm being truthful, but like how you said, you being a piece of ish with the truth. You're not being truthful in a loving way, and that's a thing that I believe men need to hear as well.
What the hell is Sharon talking about? So y'all, I hope y'all understand what I was saying. Because Sharon is saying, based on what he just said to this man, that yes, as long as you're truthful, it's okay if your truth is, I'm going to be with other women, and she'll be okay with it. Right? And I'm saying, hell no. Like what? I said, if that's the truth, you could keep that shit. You do better lying. The fuck is you talking about? What in the hell is your mom talking about?
That we can be truthful in a loving way.
I'm a later, because I think he confused on what I'm saying, because I'm going based on what this man has said, right? And I'm disagreeing clearly with Sharon is saying. I say, if a man is being truthful and telling a woman that he gonna continue to cheat, I am saying that how most women would rather you lie than to come. Remember, they are already together. And then I'm saying, like, if she wants this marriage, you in a marriage already, and now some man come up, your husband decides he want to change the whole arrangement on the marriage, and he gonna think that he could just come up and tell you the motherfucking truth, and he don't want you to leave though, because if you leave, ladies, it's your fault. See, that's the caveat to what these men are saying, right? The caveat is he tells you the truth after the fact, and then you would prefer the truth, and you will decide to either stay or leave. But it's not that motherfucker simple, right? Because if you are married and you already have a family, children, and even extended family, then now this man has come and blown your world up. And we would rather tell men not to fucking truth. So he don't have no fucking lies to or anything or no truths like this to come and tell me than to tell people just to be truthful. There's other ways to come across in this message if you're trying to talk about families staying together and people being monogamous to each other only, right? It's, hey, keep your lust in check or keep it just for your wife. Don't cheat on her and bam. But this idea of just saying this man could come now and start being truthful, and you ladies are agreement that you would prefer that until it happened to you. I think you would prefer that your husband don't cheat on you. I think that's what you mean, right? You mean that you would prefer to be married to the man who you married when you married him, when you thought he wasn't a cheater, when you assumed that he loved you and you only, that he was gonna be honest and faithful to you and your family. That's what you prefer. So if I was educating people on this, it would truly be simply that women prefer to be with men who will be faithful to them instead of breaking it down to just lying. Because we are with a liar who has essentially, if he's cheating on her, he is the fucking liar. And asking a liar to then come clean cannot be the best route to take. It can't be the best route to take. So that's what I'm saying when I say this shit isn't just black and white. Life isn't black and just black or white. But here we go.
We don't have to be the so-called asshole jerk or a piece of ish kind of truth. It's another version of truth as well.
Because I did what I was supposed to. I took care of the house. I took care of the kids. I did everything that I was supposed to as a father and as a man. But when it came down to me and my wife, I was like, F you. You know what I'm saying?
Sharon, let me see if Sharon gonna push back on that. This man said, I did everything I need to do as a father and as a man. So and the reason he says that, why? Because he's saying that the woman should accept everything because he's doing that. He's being a good father. How you being a good father cheating on his mother? You're not being a good father. You're not even being a good man if you have children who you're supposed to be educating, teaching, directing. So the only reason that man said that because he's gaslighting. He wants to gaslight everybody and make it seem like he was such a good man, or he was a good man and he was a good father. He was just slacking when it came to being a husband who is a man, right?
Yeah, but okay, because I like the truth, right? I love it. In fact, so when these men say that women are the ones who filed for divorce,
now y'all heard me say, I like the truth, right? And I even love it. In fact, first thing came out my mouth, but here we go.
You are an example of why, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So I just want to be clear on that. But when you said she hurt your feelings, do you think that you hurt her like the reason she hurt people, right? You hurt her feelings by cheating on her or lying to her. Yeah. And in turn, she just used words against you. Is that comparable? Do you think I'm not judging you? Okay, I'm just asking.
Cool.
Okay.
This is great honesty right here. So yeah, this is
cool.
Let's keep it down. Let's keep it no attacking, and we just having conversation.
No, I'm not attacking.
Oh no, we good. We good. No,
Now you notice, and I notice this every once in a while. You know, I have to be told not to attack somebody because we have to treat these motherfucking niggas like babies. You know what I'm saying? The men could get up there and attack women, but if little old me or a PhD would come up there with some actual facts, some stats, right? They don't like her at all. Not because she did them anything per se, but it's what she says, and it's something because what she says is facts. Like we could look it up, we could discuss it. They don't like that. They don't like the truth. Oh my God. While we having a fucking conversation to do women like the truth, while we obviously see that these men don't like no motherfucking truth. They don't like the truth. And even if she does say it as sweet as she can, well, she ain't giving a shit about how they feel about how she says it anyway. But she could just be reading what is there, and they PhD McCann don't like men. She can't stand men. She hate black men. But when you haven't, if they ever listen to her, when she never said that she hate black men. But even if she did, she's a grown ass motherfucking woman with her own experiences, and maybe she do, right? The truth is, being in this space for as long as I have, it's these newer generational ass men, manosphere men, blue pill men. Y'all are the creators of women who dislike you. The things that you are saying and you're pushing in society, where younger men are grabbing on and picking it up and regurgitating it, telling the woman you stronger than her, as if that's not a fucking threat. Y'all don't have any consideration for women, children, and not even the elderly. Y'all motherfuckers are a disgrace to humanity. open, in the open, out in public, on the internet, where any and everybody can see you. Even people in other countries looking and laughing at your dumb ass, how you destroy society. And here we go.
Yeah,
I
you
want to
right.
also say that for the chat as well. Like, let's keep it as, hey, we building, and he's being, open and vulnerable about the situation, honest about it. So we can be honest in this way as well.
The Chevy Equinox is more than an SUV. It's your cool down.
You have arrived.
Your surprise for mom.
Go ahead.
Yeah, because before 2012, I was with the shit, and she called me, and she'll say something, and we'll get into it. She'll leave, she'll come back, she'll leave, she'll come back, and I used to be like, hey, it is. I mean, like, I'm on something, like I'm gonna stop, then I do it again. I'm stop, I'm gonna do it again. I'm stop, then I do it again. So a lot of that shit was going on, and she kept being by my side. So when I decided to,
and she kept being by my side, I would do it. I would stop, do it again, stop, do it again, stop, do it again. But she kept being by his side. And to a lot of women, when they get married and start having a family, they put their family first. It is true that I put my children, when they were younger, first. What is best for them? I realize now these men who mothers have done that shit, they don't respect that shit at all. They assume that that's something she was supposed to do, and because they feel that way, they think that you, young ladies, that you supposed to do it too, or you ain't shit, or you not a woman, right? And that's some bullshit. That's some bullshit. Instead of them understanding that, hey, she had this baby, and y'all claim that y'all love the child equally. But really what these men want to do is fight for the kids just to get back at the woman, or they don't want them kids at all, but they will use them kids to support against a woman. But anyway, this nigga and his fucking story. And Sharon was making it seem like he's a hero for sharing it. Because apparently he must have changed, which the only way he can prove that he's changed is when he tell his story. Is he taking accountability for what he's done? And he is not. That's why he's talking about what his wife did or did not do. This is his story. He shouldn't even be bringing her in, but he's doing it because he wants people to understand he was victimized by her. Because it's her fault she stood by me. Oh, she stood there by me. You heard that nigga said that? He didn't say it with sorrow or pity. Oh, I put her through a lot and she stood there thankfully. Nah, this nigga said it like as if she's stupid. And I kept doing it because she stayed with me. Let's hear it again.
I'm gonna stop, then I do it again. I'm stop, I'm gonna do it again. I'm stop, then I do it again. So a lot of this shit was going on, and she kept being by my side. So when I decided to stop,
and she kept being by my side. Oh, Jesus.
Just like I'm quit, cold turkey, I'm through. I'm trying to get my life right. I'm trying to get my relationship with my wife right. All that good shit right there. That's when she came back with, I don't want to be your wife no more. I just rather be your baby mom. And when she first,
oh, this nigga done cheated on her. He would stop and go do it again, stop and do it again, and stop and do it again. And then she got fed up and said, nah, I'm not going through this no more. This is too much. When she said that, this nigga said, but I was about to stop. I was about to stop just one last time. So it's her fault because look what she did, right? When I was about to stop, Sharon didn't hear none of this because when he and I started talking, I'm like, you ain't hear this man say that? No, Bomb, that's not what he said. No, Bomb, he didn't say that. I'm like, what? And then he got condescending, tried to gaslight me by saying that he heard him. heard what he said. But apparently he didn't hear what he said. Because he gonna act like this man didn't say this shit.
First said it, I already knew what it was. I was like, all right, you know what? I'm gonna let you go and get your shit off because I hurt you. I cheated on you. I did this. I did that.
This nigga just said, I'm gonna let you go get your shit off. As if he could stop her. Oh, I'm gonna let you get your shit off. I guess that meant he gonna stick around now that she's showing that she's desirable by other men as well. Now this nigga wanna sit straight, and act right. And then even now he said, I'm gonna let her get that off. I'm gonna let you get that off. Baby. And then, okay, and here we go. Listen to what he said after he said, I'm gonna let her get that off. Here you go.
And when she first said it, I already knew what it was. I was like, all right, you know what? I'm gonna let you go and get your shit off because I hurt you. I cheated on you. I did this. I did that. Go and get your rocks off. But I didn't think it was gonna be a long time.
Oh, I didn't think it was gonna be long. Like I thought it would be one time. You gonna go get your shit off one time, and then you gonna come back to me who cheated on you this whole 10 years, off and on. Even had a woman call her on the phone to tell her that her husband's penis belonged to her. But this nigga put a time clock on hers. She said she won't be your wife no more. When a woman's fed up, she gonna do what she do. You don't get to dictate nothing. Just like she couldn't dictate to you. But now watch how he switch it and make her the bad person. Here we go.
I didn't think she was gonna constantly do it for a long period of time. I thought she was just gonna do it for a short period of time, and then we'll go back to what we were doing. She kept going.
He wanted her to go do it one time so they could get back together and do it how they was doing it before, which is him cheating. But she kept going. Let me come and see what y'all talking about. It says she kept going. Lord have mercy, baby. He kept going. What's going on, everybody? He said, oh man, goddamn. He kept going. You all see JP's memory lane of ladies yesterday? You know I'm gonna have to go check it out. Sin, how you doing, sis? Hasty Ball said she had accumulated time coming. I don't know what Sharon was listening to in this goddamn story yesterday, baby, but I was like, what the fuck is going on? Okay. Oh, god damn. Woo. Okay, let's get back into it. Here we go. I'm gonna put the link in a minute.
And once it kept going, I was like, you know what? All right, I get the picture. You can stop now. Nah, you did.
Your nigga says, all right. Are you letting them niggas fuck you? All right, I get the picture now. I give it. I didn't get the picture when I was doing what I was doing. I didn't get the picture when I had a whole woman who was my ex. I'm going to her to pillow talk about my wife to where this woman feels so comfortable to call my wife, right? I didn't get the picture then because the picture was just too outrageous. It was too small for me to see it then. But now when his wife is doing what he was doing, probably better. He probably don't have no men calling him. He probably, you know what I mean? She may not even be out there really doing anything. It might just look that way, or maybe she is. I don't know. It ain't none of my business. But what I will tell you is, ladies, remember when I tell you, if you tell them men, hey, you can do it, we can make an agreement. You do it, and I'm gonna do it too. And that would sit their asses down. They would sit their ass down. We hear it. Like you hear these men say the most worst thing for them to happen to them is for their women to cheat on them. It's the worst thing. You ain't really, my mother told me this. I'm not even, my mom told me you don't have to cheat, right? Because you above that. She said, but if he thinks for one moment that you cheated, he gonna straighten his act up quick and in a hurry. If he thinks for one moment that there are all, see, these men get comfortable with us, right? We get in the kitchen and have their babies. There's a lot of things that changes about us. And then you hear them when they start calling women fat. She don't look like she used to when I met her. When you met her when she was like 17, 18, 19, right? Now y'all in y'all 30s and this nigga is looking at other women. Okay. Not for one moment do they even consider that another man is looking at you. You know, the men who don't cheat as much usually be the ones with them beautiful wives, and they see other men looking at their wife. They know they got something other men would like to be with. That keeps them niggas in line. Okay? As long as you're doing the other things and he doing things and y'all having a family and everything else is going good, that keeps them niggas in line. Because the last thing they want to think about is another man having sex with you. But ladies, though, they have convinced you that you need to be the good girl and you never gonna even act like you would cheat. You're not gonna even act like you would do something like that. And that is a problem because these men feel comfortable. They marry you. They wanna see you go to work. They want to tell you how to dress and not dress. They want you to not look your best sometimes. They're okay when you gain the weight. They don't tell you you gaining weight when you first gain the weight. They wait until you to gain the weight. You know, where it's hard to come up. They love it because now they think they're comfortable. Y'all haven't heard some of these men say they prefer an ugly woman? Shocks the shit out of me. Oh, I want an ugly woman. I want to be so ugly nobody want to look at her in her face. I've heard that so many times. Why would a man now? It's one thing if somebody else considered her ugly, but why would a man himself want to be with a woman he don't find attractive to him? That they have some problems with trust. They want to get a woman who they ain't got to worry about no man wanting. It's crazy as hell. Anyway, let's get back to this shit, man, because this shit right here, baby. Oh, this that Brian McKnight thing. Let me get rid of that for now. Okay.
Did me like this, you did me like that, and I'm like, all right, cool. And I'm hurt because I'm trying to fix shit, I'm trying to be right, and now you want some dirt. So I'm sitting there like, damn, I'm really fucked up about this shit. I'm like, damn. So I was lost. I was like, I ain't know what I was talking to folks in my job, talking to men in my job about what was going on. They were giving me the best advice.
See what Sherelle had said? That's why Sharon don't know what this man has said. Because he was laughing at the chat. And that's why when he and I started going back and forth, he act like I was confusing him. He was the one confusing me. Because it seemed like he didn't know, he hadn't heard none of the shit this man said. Okay?
They can give me, but it took, my ex-girlfriend, she the one gassed me up because she the one that was with me was like when I was on some real stupid shit. So she was like, yeah, big dog, she ain't doing nothing trying to play you, she ain't doing nothing trying to control you, she ain't trying to do nothing but run you, woo, all that good shit right there. And I'm listening to that shit.
And this is the girlfriend, like the side chick.
The ex-girlfriend. We weren't fucking around. She was an ex. And she was the one telling me,
So
yeah,
I'm saying you doing stuff with her as well.
Not that one. Not at that time. She was just, we've been knowing each other since.
Now, hear what he said. Sharon asked him, this one of the side pieces, like, nah, not at that time. Nah, but he gonna change that. His story gonna change. His story will change when he said that they fuck around, they get together here. He gonna change it.
It's 97.
Okay.
So she was just still around. We were just still cool and shit. But she the one, like, I know you. I know how you act. I know.
She was putting more poison in you. You already
Yeah,
doing
she's taking me back to 97 when I was 17, 18 years old, when I was really with the shit.
I'm obsessed with the new red chimichurri. It's like fresh and bright, very tangy. 10 out of 10 flavor.
What she knew.
She was attempting. So pretty much, she was attempting to keep you in Arrested Development.
Yeah, she was taking me back.
Now, so I'm not sure yesterday if y'all was there, but I noticed that Sharon was willing to blame it on the woman. Right now, Sharon is blaming another woman. He's like, oh, she was willing to keep you in Arrested Development. Okay, she was keeping you in Arrested Development, and I'm like, what? Why would you even? Like, I thought you were supposed to be about this man having accountability, right? And it's the same thing that happened when this man talks about his grandmother. If y'all remember the grandmother comment, right? Now, the reason I even stuck to that grandmother comment, because I didn't say anything much on this one. But then I'm listening to Sharon, and they listen, most of these men like to blame women. It's comfortable for them to blame a woman. So I guess Sharon said, oh, Bomb, because he gonna tell me that I can't be mad that what he's doing as an adult if the women taught him this. So right now, I guess his ex-girlfriend taught him this. She provoked him to cheat. She provoked him to this cheat on his wife. I guess it's always us fucking women's fault. And it'd be shocking from even some of these men, ladies. We got to watch them all. Right? Because right now, Sharon is saying, oh, she is the one keeping you in Arrested Development. Now, if Brownsville had come, he would have said, nah, my brother, you can't blame that on no woman. That's what I expected Sharon to say. Hey, you can't blame that on that woman. Because remember, he the one who had that woman in his life while he's married to another woman. He the one went to that woman and let her say whatever she said or didn't say. He the one pillow talking about his fucking wife to one of his exes. So anything she say, do, or anything is his fault. It is not no strange woman's fault. But he is doing what he's doing. I was literally like shocked like a motherfucker. But like, what the fuck is going on right now? But I ain't sad. I'm just thinking, what the hell going on right now? I must be in an alternate universe. What you doing, Sharon? What's this? Here we go.
She was taking me back to the nigga that she was dealing with, that was with the shit that she dealt with. And she was like, the nigga I know ain't going for that bullshit, because I couldn't do this shit, I couldn't do that. And I was falling for it. So once I got through, talking to her, that
hear me giggling in the background. I'm giggling. I'm thinking, and I'm not giggling at what he's saying. I'm giggling at Sharon. I'm thinking, what the in my mind, I'm thinking, what the fuck? And so I start giggling. I'm like, what the hell is going on right now?
that when I was like, you know what, I'm gonna go and tell the truth. I'm gonna go and stand on shit. And like, when she kept on talking all this shit about, I don't want to be your wife, you know what, fuck it. So I ended up talking to a chick at work. And one day she came home from work with the kids, and I was on the phone with the chick. And
so you like Jody and your wife was Yvette.
If you want to say that, yeah. So
all the hoes you got to somebody I work with.
Yeah, and it was
I go there, he's smiling up in my face.
She came home from work with them kids, and I was on the phone talking to the chick, and she looked at me, and I looked at her, and I just kept talking on the phone.
Oh shit!
And she was like,
look, Venus in the chat. Venus said, "I feel so bad for Black women, man." You know you wasn't right. Yeah, I feel look, Ari said it's the ex's fault. Most of y'all was picking up on what was going on, but Sharon, it was going over Sharon's head. I don't know what the hell was happening yesterday. I don't know. What you doing yesterday, baby? Because you show like you was giving him, you was letting him slide on this shit. You was okay with him blaming it on his wife and his ex. This man is still a liar. He still haven't like he don't feel sorry for what he's done because he hasn't taken accountability. When I fucked up, I said, "Hey, y'all, I felt so bad. Like I still feel bad when I talk about. It, I'll be like, yeah, in the moment, did I feel bad? A little bad, right? Um, what I was doing because I knew I had a goal in mind. I was trying to get him to divorce me, but um, yeah, even after I felt bad, but as time got on and on and on, and I think about that shit that I did, nothing. I feel so bad that sometimes tears want to come out my eyes. How I was treating another person, a man who I love, and I will not ever say it was his fault for what I fucking did. Back then, I would have been like, yeah, like, hey, he wasn't giving me what I wanted, and this and that was going on. And yeah, and so, but today, I'm like, yeah, I was wrong, y'all. I was fucked up. That's fucked up. That's what it sounds like when you take accountability. You have sorrow. You understand. You don't go and still blame this woman and that woman or that man and this man or nobody else. Because I can only be responsible for my part. Don't matter what he did or didn't do. What I'm sorry for is what the fuck I did or didn't do. And that's the facts. That's a grown up answer right there. Here we go.
She came home from work with them kids, and I was on the phone talking to the chick, and she looked at me, and I looked at her, and I just kept talking on the phone.
Oh shit!
And she
Can
was
I
like,
tell you what I heard? I heard you started blaming the other chick for putting a bug in your ear, and I just want y'all to know, like, I guess we women do have that power, but if she was your ex, why would you take advice from your ex? Because if I was your ex and I was on some dirty shit, I would be setting out to ruin you and your relationship, right?
Well, that ex right there, me and her was always on some. We were Bonnie and Clyde.
Oh,
pretty much. So we like when we first started talking, she was always like, "Nigga, we break up and I want some dick, nigga. I'ma call you. You gonna give me some dick."
Damn.
And I was like, "Well, shit, if I ain't with you and I want some pussy, I'ma call you and I want some pussy." She was like, "Bitch." So we was on that type of time.
Oh shit.
Yeah, but that don't sound good, right? You understand?
It wasn't good. But I was chaotic. 97, I'm young and dumb. This is what I knew from 97.
Oh, how old were you? You keep saying the year, but how old were you?
In 97?
Yeah.
17, 18.
Oh, you were just
so the ex-girlfriend was trying to keep him in that level.
Yeah, she tried to keep me in that level.
What the fuck is Sharon talking about? I shouldn't even be looking at this right now because, like, yesterday I was a little peeved, but right now I'm getting even more peeved. What is Sharon fucking talking about? If he was a child 17, then so was she. But what this man is talking about, what he done with his wife in his 20s, and he kept going back to this woman who was his age, but he knew her from his teenage years. He is the one staying in contact with her. So why is Sharon saying she is keeping him into this certain stance, right? She keeping him in arrested development. She keeping him in a certain chaotic mode. Why is it always a she is keeping a fucking man somewhere? I didn't know this could happen. I thought y'all were the leaders. If you the leader, then how can I keep you anywhere? You lead your at minimum yourself, even if you're not leading others. If you say you're a leader, then you're leading yourself. You're going somewhere. Nobody else is keeping you anywhere without you wanting to be there. So what is Sharon doing? What was going on yesterday, Sharon? I need to know, baby.
18.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, you was
Yeah,
just
so,
Yeah, but we
so the ex-girlfriend was trying to keep him in that level.
yeah, she tried to keep me in that level of
Every
me
time he
being
was trying to
18.
move out of it, she was keeping him in there.
That is not what that fucking man said. And that's when Sharon jumped in and just started saying any fucking thing. That man didn't say that. Sharon is the only person saying that. She kept me in. Well, every time he tried to leave, even though he left and still married, right? Married to a whole fucking woman with his children. How is it that when he tried to leave, what the fuck is trying to leave mean? When I want to go, I go. Trying to leave, it just means that maybe I'm letting somebody hold me up, but they not holding me up. They not the reason for me being held back. My decisions. So I don't understand what Sharon is doing right now.
Yeah, that's what that was. And it was
being honest, he was being honest in a negative way.
This nigga wasn't being honest, no pain.
The votes are in, and oh, wow, I did not see this coming.
That nigga.
Yeah, I'll be honest in a negative way.
What is Sharon talking about? Now he going back to being negative. Who he being negative with? What is Sharon talking about? Sharon must have was on somebody's panel the night before and never got no sleep, and then started his stream after. He must be a little sleepy or something. Because what he is saying right now do not make any sense. Okay?
Because she would keep me in that bullshit that I knew. And that
she was keeping me in that bullshit. I knew Sharon gave him that excuse, and now he using that excuse. Y'all notice that, right? Sharon is the one. Oh, so she was keeping you in arrested development. That man didn't say that. Sharon said that. And then now the man is like, yeah. It wasn't my fault. It was her fault.
point in time, I didn't know what else to do with my wife. So by listening to my ex-girlfriend, I was like, you know what, fuck it, I'm gonna go on beyond my dirt.
You know what's good about this conversation is that
nothing.
It shows that not only they always say that women have this break glass in case of emergency situation, but men absolutely have the same exact thing.
What in the hell is Sharon talking about? What is break glass for dick or for vagina? Where that came from? What did he say or anybody say for Sharon to go there?
No, I don't think so. I think men don't have it. We have it, but men, some men may have it, right? Because when she said, "When you gonna give it to me when I want to," and then he came back with, "Well, you gonna give it to me too." But if she with a man, she ain't giving him shit. If he comes, so I think.
Nah, remember, I don't know about that one because it was.
Look at him, she. I don't know about that one. Remember, she the one that told him that if I don't care who you with, if I want some dick, you gonna give it to me. And the nigga said, okay. And then he decided, well, you gonna give me yours too. And I'm thinking, you could tell she's the controlling one. She controlling him. She letting him know. And men don't even understand. I bet you he thought that was a good thing. But how could it be a good thing if he's married? Right? He thought it was a good thing. He thought it was something to even brag on. If I told a man some shit like that, that was me telling him I'm the boss, motherfucker. I'm the boss of everything about you. And when I call, you gonna come. And the men will walk away giggling. And it's something because we women, right? If a man told us some shit like that, we don't take that to be no giggling thing, no exciting thing. We about, nigga, you got me fucked up. You don't control nothing over here. That's something how we women understand that that's not something good. But the men, they don't understand. So if we women don't think that's something good, and we are the one who give it to you, like if we think we know that's a bad predicament to be in, we wouldn't allow nobody put us in that predicament. And then we go to put somebody in that predicament. We know that that's not a good place. So she's asserting her dominance over him. And he fell for it. And then not only did he fall for it, but it ruined his motherfucking marriage at some point. And he still don't get it. He still today don't get that there was a woman who asserted her dominance over him and his fucking wife. Because he gonna tell us in a minute how him and her and the fucking wife got into it. That means that woman was so bold to call his wife. And that nigga, like the pussy, couldn't be married to a pussy like that. The fuck I look like wanting to be with a weak ass nigga like that. A man who's led by just his penis, any motherfucking woman could assert her dominance on him. Any woman who he fucking with. And the nigga was going. Trying to fuck his ex, get his wife's phone number. What made this ex feel so comfortable that she can go and call his wife? I wish a bitch called me, baby. She better stay in her place. If my husband and her are cheating, she better stay in her motherfucking place, and I better not know nothing about it. If I find out about it, she better remain silent in her motherfucking place. But if the bitch ever called me, see, I'm already gonna bash him in the head. I ain't got nothing for her, right? I got nothing for her. She ain't the one cheating on me or nothing. So we gonna let her be. I'm gonna whip his ass. But if that bitch ever got the nerve to call me, now she's on my radar, right? And now it's gonna be me bashing her in her motherfucking head. Other than that, I ain't blaming no other woman for some shit my husband do. But once that bitch contact me, I'm about whipping her ass for contacting me. Not staying in her place, not understanding that you ain't asserting no dominance on this motherfucker right here, bitch. I'm about to show you who gonna assert what on who. Okay. And this nigga and Sharon is like, yeah, it was her. She the one who kept him in Arrested Development, just like he gonna do with the great grandmother. That's some crazy shit.
When he was 17, so I don't even know why you go back to
what I'm saying, Bob. So what I'm saying,
No,
Bob,
it was
a lot of men don't want to admit it, but they do have that woman that they have in mind just in case something goes wrong.
Yeah, that was her. Because anytime I was in between girlfriends, I could call her and just for.
Listen to this nigga. Jerron just said any fucking thing that had nothing to do with the fuck we was talking about or what we talked about. And then he said something, and this dude just did, and that was her. But that don't make sense, right? It don't make sense. Don't make sense.
Or if it was for a month, I can get with her for a month and not go on about my business. And it was the same with her. Like if she just wanted to be with me for a month, I knew what it was.
This nigga said for a month. He didn't say for a night, an hour, a day. If she just want me to be with her for 1 month, it's always a month, huh? Baby, does she want your ass for a whole month? So I guess your wife gonna go without you for a whole month. Because Sharon was against this type of debauchery. What the fuck is going on?
It's like she just trying to get her rocks off till she found a nigga better than me at the point in time. I'm gonna take advantage of it.
That sounds like what you do when you kids, though. I see what you're saying, but how old were you when you was married and going back?
I got married when I was 24, finna be 25.
Okay, so I understand. I'm not judging you, but I think based on the way, based on the way you're telling the story, you don't understand the entire picture, right? And I think because your ex, who you did not marry, but she controlled your body part, right?
That's what he's saying. No,
That's basically what it really was. Bomb is like when she's like her and my wife got into it. That was the first woman my wife got into it with my ex-girlfriend.
Shit.
Of course.
Yeah, they got into it.
Look, not from realizing what this nigga was saying. See, like shit, and he turned around. Now because Mary, he wasn't listening to what this man was saying before that. This nigga had a whole nother woman contact his wife. So listen, I want y'all to understand, because maybe I'm not being blunt enough. I don't know why, but I thought I was. See, I was the type of woman who would say, that belongs to me. Right? And I'm telling you, that wasn't a good thing. That's me letting him know I control you. I told y'all one story, right? One story where it proves that I was that, right? Because I don't have no reason to lie. I told y'all the story about the one time I was seeing this guy, right? I was just seeing him. We wasn't calling each other boyfriend and girlfriend and nothing like that. But we were doing our thing, right? And one day I was walking out the barracks, right? And I saw him with another young girl. You could tell, like, this girl was in high school. This motherfucker was damn near 30. Here I am, like 18, 19, and the young girl was still in high school. But I didn't care about that, right? She was cute and everything. She was cute. But I look, he sees me and he freezes up. And she just standing there. She don't know what's going on, right? So I look and I see that he's nervous. So I go up and I say, hello, how you doing? Right? And he's nervous and he said, how you doing? I said, you going somewhere? And he said, yeah, I'm going out. I said, okay. And then I look at her, right? Because she's wondering what's going on. And then I look at him in front of her and I said, well, if you're not in my room by midnight tonight, nigga, it's over. And she look at me, she look at him, and then I turn around and I leave. And I'm not joking, but it was 10 minutes to midnight. That nigga was knocking at my motherfucking door. As he had been. Okay? Now, I'm gonna be clear. I didn't really like him like that, but I'm asserting my dominance. And I asserted it in front of her. Right? I don't care where you going. I don't care where you taking her. I don't give a fuck. But you better be here. I gave him a curfew. Okay? Now, that didn't mean I liked him that much. I was being who the fuck I was being. Okay? When I wanted to play with these niggas and whoever they messing with, I did it. Because I could. And the reason I could, because they was weak niggas. That I wouldn't have never married them. Because they wasn't the marrying type. Because I keep the situation. I understood that they was weak. I understood that they wasn't about shit. Why? I'm too motherfucking strong to be with a weak ass nigga. I don't want to be with a man who I'm controlling. I couldn't control my fucking husband. Okay. That's why I married him. I was like, oh, this one right here. Okay. This one right here, I could be a submissive to him. I could still be me. And he still be the man. But if I couldn't be with a lot of these men, I wouldn't have thought of them as men. I would have been the motherfucking man in the relationship. Pussy ass motherfucking niggas. Led by this any fucking thing. Okay. And so this shit right here, This man let another woman call his wife. He couldn't even control that woman who he dealing with to shut the fuck up, stay in her place. He couldn't do it. And for some reason, he want to act like he in control. No. He couldn't even stop his wife from fucking other men. She just watched him cry every night. And these niggas come up here and tell these stories as if they the big dog. Nah, nigga, you the puppy. Your wife is the big dog. Fuck out of here. They come and tell on themselves all the time.
And his girlfriend told my wife was that, bitch, you married him, but I can still get that dick. That was
Exactly.
what she told her.
Damn.
And you don't understand. Because I was that woman, right? I was the one who, if I told a man, I don't care if I tell you to come, you come and give it to me, right?
Right.
That's not a thing where you have me in control. I'm proving to you that I control you. But then what's worse is that you got married and you still was going to the woman who was controlling you. And you shocked if the marriage fell apart or was having some problems. A woman told you that she controls you and you.
Nah, that wasn't. It was me dealing with conflict. It was me going backwards. Me going back to being a young nigga. Cause I got married at 24. So anytime me and my wife would get into it, the only thing, cause I was doing my process of elimination, what can I do to this lady to get back at her on some petty shit?
Now watch what he say. Yo, this shit right here brought me back to the conversation we had the day before. I'm gonna rewind a little bit. Here we go.
Married 24. So anytime me and my wife would get into it, the only thing, because I was doing my process of elimination, what can I do to this lady to get back at her on some petty shit? One, I couldn't take no money away from her because she still had her folks in her life. They were still giving her money and shit.
Look, Sharon threw up his hand. Threw up his hand. You know why? Because just the day before, I had told women that you need to keep money stashed away because these men will use money against you. Okay?
Shit like that. Anytime she was fucked up, if I ain't have it, she can go to them. So I'm like, she can get some money.
Your girl Rose is ready for action.
Plus she working, so I'm like, all right, money ain't gonna hurt her. I'm not gonna go to jail for putting my hands on her. That's out the question too. So the only thing I had in my head on some petty shit was like, I'll just go fuck another bitch.
Wow.
I like the fact that you mentioned you can't get it back with money. And yesterday, remember we had a conversation yesterday. I'm gonna end up doing a stream on it, but when I told women to have their own, right, set aside, because that is the main way men like to try to harm you. It's the first thing they go to is you ain't got no money in it, so they figure you got to stay with them. That's how men think. That's where they go straight to. My husband told me that one day, Sharon. When I told him to get out, and he said, "Okay, I'm leaving, but I don't know who's gonna pay the rent next week." And you know what I told him? I said, "Don't worry, I'll have another man in here paying the rent."
Oh Lord!
And so he didn't leave. But see, because he knew it was true. Go ahead.
All right, baby, welcome into the show. The Sherelle Show. Good day, beautiful. How are you doing? What's your thoughts?
Good morning. Good morning, everybody.
Hey, Sherelle.
Good morning.
Okay, these are my thoughts. I be feeling like this is like a humiliation ritual.
Damn.
When y'all tell these stories about how much y'all put y'all wives through. And I think that it just really furthers the notion that Black women have to go through so much to be wives and so much to have love, right? Because we talk about these I'm young and I'm dumb, I was young and I'm dumb. Typically when a woman is like, I was young and I was dumb, it's because, you know, when we was dumb, we believe niggas loved us. Because that's a regular lie. We want to be with you for the rest of our lives. And when we're young, we're impressionable, we believe that. So we go through a lot of shit. But y'all young and dumb stories is, I just was lying to bitches and being a womanizer, right? And then y'all can say, oh, I dogged bitches out until I was 35 and then I found a wonderful wife. Or some woman stayed with me all of those years and stuck it out with me. And I just think I think that's insane. I think that's crazy. I think that after you become a womanizer, after you do women wrong, you don't deserve to be with another woman. You don't deserve to have a happy ending, especially because y'all are so unforgiving. Oh, she had a baby. She had sex before me. She ate at a restaurant that another man took her to. That's the type of shit y'all judge women on. But
Well,
women are supposed to know that you spent 25 years of your life treating women horribly just because you want to blame it on your immaturity and then be devoted and love you and be your wife. I think that's crazy. I just do. I think that's a humiliation ritual for you to tell us how much shit you put your wife through. Cause to me, really, it makes like, damn, like, where's her self-esteem for her to want to end up with you? And she probably thinks she got a prize, too.
I mean, shit. If she, I mean, that's on her. If like I told.
This nigga said that's on her. Is this nigga really married? Cause I ain't gonna lie, like I wouldn't be like, hey, that's on him. That if somebody references my husband, well, that's on him. You know, I'm gonna have his back. I went through this nigga through his so-called probably imaginary wife under the bus with his story. And he said that's on her. Today the nigga said that's on her. Not when he was younger, when he was being, chaotic. He said it today. At his age today. In 2025, the nigga said that's on her. And I'ma be honest. He don't sound like no husband that I would ever even want to sit on side of and have a conversation. The fuck you mean that's on her? The nigga said that's on her. I think the nigga lying. And so people be wondering why you think these men are lying? Because I listen to them. I hear them. Okay? When you love someone, remember he said they still married, they got through all those hard time, and now they on a different thing. And I'm saying, nah, that nigga don't love her. He ain't trying to protect her. In fact, he didn't even have to protect her because she's not in harm's way. He put her in harm's way with his motherfucking story, just like Sherelle is saying. He up there telling everybody everything he put her through. But more importantly for me, he also told people that she was out there fucking other men on him. He's not trying to protect her in no way, shape, or form. People don't go around telling that their wives or husbands cheated on them, right? Unless it's an ex. But people who they love and support, they're not just going around, yeah, he cheated on me and da 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 da, or yeah, she cheated on me and da da. Because we already know how people gonna judge that. So we try to protect the ones we love. This nigga just threw her under the bus. Bam. And so his story gonna devolve into other things because he's gonna backtrack. And then when Sharon is shocked, well, I'm not. I'm like, yeah, I'm like, I'm listening to this man, and this shit don't make no sense. And so Sharon started like trying to gaslight me. Okay, here we go.
Told her when I was doing all my dumb ass shit, by anytime you want to leave, I can't hold you because I know I'm wrong.
The nigga, now he's saying he told her you can leave. I know you can leave because I know I'm wrong. That ain't what he said earlier, right? When she said, I don't want to be your wife no more, and she started acting like she wasn't his wife anymore, he got mad and madder and mad and more angry and said, he was, what was the word? He was lost in the sauce, is his term. I don't know what the fuck that means. It sounds like the nigga was drowning, crashing out, right?
So now, what's your thoughts on being a ritual of I can't pronounce the word right.
Humiliation.
Yeah. I can't pronounce all those syllables. God damn. Yeah. What's your thoughts on that? Because we hear this story a lot with womanizing men. What's your thoughts?
Do I think it's a humiliation ritual? To me, in my own anecdote, it's like when I hear niggas saying that they're good men, and I be like, that's cap. Because, like I said, I did everything I was supposed to do as far as take care of my business, but I was still with the shit. So when you sit there and say I'm a good man and good men don't do this and good men don't do that, yet and still the good man get caught smashing the secretary.
Damn.
You know what I'm saying? The good men get caught up.
What did this nigga just say? Wait, let me hear what I said, because this shit crazy.
The good man get caught up at the whole house. You know what I'm saying?
He's not a good man if he cheating on his wife, right? Wouldn't that make you not a good man? Not you per se, taking it off of you, but like I agree with Sherelle, right? When I say I was dumb, young and dumb, it's always referencing some man whom I really thought liked me, you know, and some shit popped off. I never went with a man to abuse him, to purposely lie on him. Now, and the young women who are young, especially today, moving around the way they're moving, because they understand you men now, right? Y'all, they understand that y'all are lying. All y'all want is the vagina, because that's what you're saying. And so they figuring, well, why would I get involved with?
I get excited about the Subaru Share the Love event because Subaru retailers nationwide are giving back.
Giving back makes us who we.
So when she want to get hers off, she understand. I think it makes a better person.
Yeah,
because that shit could be fucked up. I don't think y'all understand what y'all do to women who really think you like them, and then you have sex with them, and just so you can then act like you don't even know her anymore.
And see, that's like in my case, I got a son and a daughter, and my daughter my oldest. So when she first started her cycle, I let her know, like, baby, now you can get pregnant. And I think
you know, these men are weird. This nigga said when she first got a cycle, that's when he talked to her. And I'm like, what did you tell her before your cycle? Like, that's your daughter, you know, she don't get a cycle and then everybody get to post up in her room and start then sharing shit with her. It's something that you should be sharing little by little, age appropriately information. So when she does get a cycle, you don't have to bombard her with all kinds of shit. She should, by the time she get a cycle, she should already know where babies come from and things about boys and men or whatever. This nigga said as soon as she got a cycle, he decided to knock at the door. Sit down with her and tell her now you could get pregnant and this and that and that and third. It's weird enough that she got a cycle, but it's now her dad is sitting there giving her these lessons that he never gave her before. Man, oh man. I guess that's the advantage of being raised with family, you know, and mothers and or whatever, right? With people who know how to be parents, you know, who understood that you teach your children from birth. You don't just wait until they turn 12 to start teaching them about things that they need to know at 12. You start teaching that ahead of time. You use age appropriate terms. You educating them, right? So it's crazy. But anyway, I would feel weird if my dad came and when I started my cycle, he came, sat on side of me and started telling me what men want. That I know some people probably thinking, oh no, nothing wrong with that. Yes, that's so, like, I need you to put yourself in that place when you just started your cycles. And you remember your body is going through some changes, you cramping and you feel a little yucky and shit like that. And on top of that, now your daddy coming in who never came in before and gave you no life lesson. Now he coming in. To me, that sounds like I would be afraid. Like I would be wondering, what dad, like, why dad in here? He never been here before. Don't really talk to me before. And now he talking to me about sex.
Then she about 11 or 12. And I told her, baby, you can get pregnant. And I said, a lot of these guys, just so they can get between your legs.
Damn.
So I told her, I said, you need to make your decision. Like, I can't watch you 24/7. You know what I'm saying? I got to trust that you're going to do what's best for you when it come down to dealing with these young boys. But I'm letting you know that a lot of these little niggas, just out me knowing what I was doing as a 12, 13-year-old boy, I'm like, a lot of these little young niggas, your age, they ain't gonna do nothing but lie to you so they can get some pussy.
But did you tell her, you telling her that it just sounds like a father trying to tell her what to do with her body or not. But did you ever tell her, hey, I lied. This is what I did.
Oh yeah, I told her. That's the one thing. That's another thing that goes on in my house is like when me and my wife talk to the kids. I tell them I'm like, Daddy did a lot of dumb shit. That is a lie.
No.
Go ahead.
Saying Daddy did a lot of dumb shit is not what I'm asking you. Did you ever tell her, yes, I had a girlfriend, and I told her I liked her. I played the role. As soon as I got it, I told both of my kids that.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why I like I said.
He told both of his kids. He told his son and his daughter, "Yep, I did all." Y'all believe that shit? I don't think nobody believe that shit. Except Sharon. Sharon believe it. I don't know.
I told both of them the truth. Is like, yeah. When I tell my daughter, I said, I told plenty of girls whatever they wanted to hear, just so I can get some. I told my daughter, and I told my son, I'm like, hey, I ain't advising just go smash everything, but you might have to do a little something to get that right there. So I'm telling both of them the tricks of my trade when I was doing what I was doing when I was their age.
The tricks of my trade. Hell, I know what tricks of trade meant. He said the tricks of my trade. Let me go look that up real quick. Cause tricks of I'm gonna put my trade, even though I know it's tricks of the trade, but meaning. Because maybe today it done changed. The nigga said the tricks of my trade. So he explained to both the tricks of his trade. He go, a quick or clever way of doing something that one has learned, usually as a part of a job. A special technique or method used by experts in a particular field. It is often used to describe knowledge or skills that are not easily, I guess, let me see. I don't want to open it. Yeah, a clever ways of operating a business or performing a task or activity, especially slightly dishonest or unfair ones. So it's like a clever way of succeeding in something. So when he said he told them the tricks of his trade, because the word tricks, right, could be techniques. It can also, or so when anyway, I'm gonna leave it alone. These niggas just dumb. I'm sorry, y'all. But I'm going too deep in this shit. I got to stop. He's lying. It's just crazy. Hey, King Rooster, Choco Kitty. She said I'm uncomfortable. I know that's right. Hey, Culture. How you doing? I hope you're doing well. I haven't seen you in a minute. I miss you, and I'm glad to see you. HT Ball said the way he said it, I know he's lying. He should have had some emotion having to tell those truths to his kids, and he doesn't because he's lying. I agree with you. Some of us can pick up on if people lying based on what we hear, right? And I hope when I say things, y'all can tell. You can tell when I'm joking based on, or if you can't tell, sometimes you'll hear me say, "Nah, I'm joking, y'all. I'm joking," right? Because I joke a lot. But in shit that I'm serious about, or when I tell my stories, if you listen to me long enough, you will hear me tell the same story, and I can assure you, because I'm not lying about my story, that it's gonna be the same. I may add a little more to it or omit a little bit, but it's basically the same story. These men, though, and I also have emotion. Like if I talk about my grandson, man, you could tell I love him to death. Or my sons, I love them to death. My husband, I love him to death. My family, you know what I mean? And these men, they just it's so matter of factly. It's like they don't have you don't feel nothing. You don't sense no no emotional connection, no nothing. They just, oh, one day I did the. Oh, my wife, and I'm like, these niggas lying. We got a few of these men, I want to catch their wives. If y'all ever hear BMU, wife on a panel, call me. Collect, baby, call me. I would like to go and ask that sister some questions. Okay? They got only one man on here, really. Well, two. I would give Sharon that credit, right? But Brownsville, though, man, when I hear Brownsville and he talk about his wife, his son, and his daughter, oh man, I could picture myself there. He has the emotion. You could tell he thinks of them highly. He loves them, right? The time when I still remember the time when he mentioned that some little boy was bringing a rose to his teacher, which is his wife, and one day he decided that when he found out some man was giving his son the rose to give to the teacher, he didn't really like that. Now that was a big discussion behind that and everything, but I could tell that he was like, nah, I'm gonna be the one giving my wife some roses. You know what I mean? And remember he said that there was a meeting and whatever, and he showed up with the roses and when he goes on trips and he explained, and when he talk about he got time that he spent with his daughter, going to the library, then he have the days where he spent with his son, going to the library or taking him to his events or whatever. And I could feel the emotion, the love. And that's why I love that man. I'm not even into religion. So I give him nothing but he could sit on my panel and talk about religion all goddamn day. Okay. And I don't have no negativity to give to him. And then they got these other men who when they use religion, they talk negatively about their wives. Now they don't call it negatively talking about their wives, right? Because they push it all on the Bible. See, the Bible says that what I'm doing um uh, uh, uh is what I should be doing. So who are you to tell me I'm mistreating her? And I'm like, I'm a human motherfucker. B, you putting your wife as a secondary person, like she just there to help you because you the main character, and she just a second person or third person. If you got friends, she even go after them, right? It's the craziest thing. What's going on, Genesis? Or truth and peace of my mind? Oh, y'all listen. Hey, Uda, how you doing, baby? Is Brownville in the chat? Y'all know I love me some Brownville. Okay. What I wanted to say, no, I ain't gonna say it. I ain't gonna say it. You know, I have dreams, and my dreams I'm not gonna say it, but I told my dream before everything took off in that area. And I don't even know if I should warn people about my dreams no more, because it's not cool. People don't listen anyway. But what it does prove to me, though, and to others, if you ever listen to me, is that Bomb really have the sight, right? Now I know Uda. I think we had a conversation on somebody's panel, and it was called Voodoo and Evil. And if it's evil, then baby, it's evil. I'm the most unevilest person you will ever meet, right? I'm not out here to do no harm. Okay, I'm not out here to do no harm, but I'm just saying, I'm gonna leave some shit alone. I got to push past. Y'all know Bomb get sidetracked because there's something she be knowing and she just be wanting to, but she not gonna do it. You know why? People gonna be like, oh, Bomb, you shouldn't have. And I'm like, but okay, I'm gonna shut up. I guess it's being messy, so I'm not gonna be messy. But I don't know. Like if I warned you and I told you and I was like, hey, that's not a good idea. And then exactly what I told you was gonna happen happens. I'm not here to tell you I told you so per se. I'm just here to let everybody else know. If I tell you that I saw something, you might want to think twice about what you're about to do. Okay, that's all. Here we go. I'm gonna leave the other shit alone. I'm not gonna mention no name. Name was already mentioned though. sorry. I you notice how they like to go to sex when they give their little examples. But I want to assure you, men, right? I want to assure you something. And here it is. I'm not gonna say it never happens, but I'm gonna tell you that the only way it's gonna happen if you giving money, right? Like you paid for the compliment. You know what I mean? Like you paid for the service, and as a part of the service, it was to boost up your ego, right? Um, that's the only way. Other than that, if you giving out trash penis to a woman, why would you think that she would tell you? She might not tell you it's trash, but she ain't gonna tell you that it was great neither, unless you paid her or you like she know that boosts up your ego. She want to keep you happy because you doing things for her, right? But and I guess I'm thinking like if like you, I'm not talking about where y'all is usually good or it's mostly good. Sometime it ain't good because maybe it was a quickie. Maybe he wasn't really into it. I'm not talking about that. Uh oh, y'all can't hear me. Oh, what was? Oh, y'all can't hear. Oh, okay, hold up. Thank you. I must have stopped the share without realizing I stopped the share. How long have I stopped the share, y'all? Well, okay. I hope it wasn't that long.
It is.
Okay, let me exit this. I hope that the guys got their shit together last night because I went straight to motherfucking sleep. And I went to sleep, baby. I was asleep for hours before I even gave the host to Reese. I woke up to go to the bathroom and they were still talking. JP and Taz, I want to thank y'all for coming over. By the time I gave the host over, um, it seemed like they was, kind of explaining each other's side so they could work it through. Okay, because I always know that JP always liked Taz, you know. Oh, let me see what she said. Uh, oh, just the last part. Okay, thank you, sis. Thank you. Good. I hope you're doing good. Oh, and I'm gonna be sending that because girl, you know me. Anyway, I missed my whole doctor's appointment yesterday. I don't know what the hell when I woke up this morning, I said, "Oh shit, was it Friday?" I don't even know what happened yesterday. The whole day was a blur. You would think I'm on drugs the way that shit happened yesterday, but I don't. You would think I'm on motherfucking drugs, y'all, but I haven't been sleeping. Uh, it's been hot. Okay. I'm over here sweating now. That's crazy like a motherfucker, yo. I need to go turn that heat off. But even when it's off, it's hot to me. Yeah, I don't even know. I think I was up here talking some bullshit yesterday, wasn't I? Yeah. Anyway, let me think I played a little part. I think. Let me see what I played.
But I think that women tell men certain lies that like.
Okay, let's go back.
Okay. I think men like I need because both people like they were saying both genders lie. But I think that women tell men certain lies that like sometimes, oh, that's the best dick I ever had. Knowing that's trash.
All right, but are women lying to get in relationships or have sex with?
I don't think women have to lie to get in relationships with men. Men lie to get in relationship with women.
Okay, because like lying, a woman being whatever she's saying during a moment of a sexual act is. That's completely
yeah, women don't get to lie to a man to get in a relationship, but a man, they say it, they have to lie just at the bare minimum, get a little action. They have to lie just to get a little box.
Yeah, but that's not. Well, I guess they're going. Man, this is crazy.
Okay, so now where did you get this?
You hear me? I'm about to say something. I'm like, nah, fucking, this shit is crazy. This shit is because it's like I know. Listen, I don't know why people like to try to say it that well nobody's talking about all. Okay. But the not talking about all and talking about majority kind of is like the same goddamn thing at this point. Well, we know you're not talking about all, but what about the majority? Is the majority doing it? And I'm like, fuck is you talking about? Like the majority of people aren't doing anything the same, right? Like I don't know. Oh my god! We got liars, but we say that most people are liars. I mean, I would say that we all have lied. It don't mean that we're liars, right? But do it's almost like just asking me, Bomb, do you think most people are liars? And I'm like it's not that cut and dry. But if you ask me to give you an answer, yeah, I would say that most of us have lied. And then they'll be like, but does that make them liars? And I remember Sharon said, if you lied, then you were a liar. Right? Y'all gonna hear that later. Y'all gonna hear that. And I'm like, which one is it? Just because you lie, if your intention is good, which they call the white lie. I grew up hearing, oh, nothing wrong with a little white lie. Right fucking now, in the month of December, we all go and buy fucking toys with our fucking hard-earned money. And we put it under these fake trees or these real trees that don't belong in your fucking house because you killed the tree when you cut it. And then we decorate it. And then we tell our fucking kids that a fucking fat ass jolly man will bring him presents based on if he was good or not during the whole year. We talk about Easter, the bunny rabbit, which I don't even know of a fucking rabbit that lay eggs. Okay? Colorful eggs. And the inside the fucking eggs happen to be candy. Right? We could go on and on. And don't let me touch on religion, because some of y'all won't like it. Right? Some of y'all won't like it. But what I will say is to act like people not, they got people, there's a whole lots of groups of motherfucking millions of people who believe in religion. They like being lied to. Huh? But I'm gonna leave that one alone. Okay. I swear I'm gonna see, when you ask me a question, I think of your question and I'm thinking about everybody. You ask me, do I think it's the majority of people like being lied to? And I'm thinking about everything. I'm not thinking about just relationships as in sexual relationships. Thinking about even the relationship with these gods, thinking about everything. Because you ask me, do I think it's the majority or not? Which means you put me in the frame of mind to think about that, everybody. And I'm like, oh shit. Like, yeah. Okay. I think people like being lied to. Our society is based on debauchery and lies. Okay? We like being lied to. We vote for people who we know gonna lie to us. We just want, hopefully, the best ones who gonna do the most for us. In all the lies they told us, we're gonna give you this amount of money for this and that. But the only people who gonna get that is those who qualify for that. See, and we're gonna give you some money to buy you a home, but the only people gonna get that is if you got this, that, and the third. You gotta qualify for it. Like, it's just so many motherfucking lies. And so that, like, we not based a society based in lies is fucking ridiculous. And you asked me a question. I've been here and understanding of this for a very long time. And so you ask me a question, and then when you don't like my answer, you want me to give you the answer you want me to give. Right? And I find that to be crazy. a little cuckoo, as a matter of fact. Disingenuous at the minimum, and gaslighting at the least. Okay, the minimum, the least, that's the same. So forgive me for that. But I mean what I said. Okay, here we go. I just used two different words to mean the same thing.
Where do men get this ideology from that they have to lie to get the box? What do you think?
Lack of confidence, scared to tell the truth. Scared to really tell female how they really feel about them, and scared, like you said, that simp word, that trick word is like, I really care about you, I really like you, and I want to see where things are going, but I can't be too emotional. I can't say what I really want to say because around my partners, I be looked at this little girl, little hoe, all that type of shit. So that's really what it is. And then they really ain't got no confidence. So again, they had to go buy the Rolex and the Lambos and all that type of shit just to get a female to be attracted to them. But then it's rental. So it's lack of confidence, lack of telling the truth, lack of self-esteem, being a follower, a whole lot of shit.
Sherelle, what's your thoughts on that? Why you think men keep pushing this whole women want to be lied to scenario? She probably
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, sorry, I was trying to unpress the mute. This is what I think. I don't think that women want to be lied to. I think women want the lies that men tell to be true.
Ooh.
Right? So when a man lies and says, you're the most beautiful woman in the world, she wants him to actually feel that way. When he says, yeah, I want to do all of these things and I love you and I care about you and I want to spend the rest of my life with you, she doesn't want to be lied to. She wants the lies to be true. She want you to be like, oh yeah, I'm successful. She don't want you to be lying about none of the shit that you're winning her over with. She wants you to actually feel like buying her flowers. She wants you to actually feel like you're giving dick to just her. And not all the girls in the neighborhood. She wants your lies to be true. She don't want to be lied to. She would be happy if all the shit that you was convincing her of was a reality. And the ball to never fucking drop. No, we don't want to be lied to. Oh, y'all want us to lie. Y'all know we don't want to fuck other bitches. Then tell us the truth, and then we won't fuck with you. A lot of times, if you told us the truth, we wouldn't deal with you at all. So you think we need to be lied to so that you can have access to us because you don't like the results of it. Oh, maybe.
Okay, so let me ask y'all this question, because I'm not disagreeing with her. I agree with her. But, and when I say but, it doesn't mean to erase what she said completely, but I'm about to add something to it, right? What is the difference between what I'm going to say and what she said? And the part I'm talking about is the part where she says, if you tell us the truth, we will not fuck with you. Now, if we are saying, yeah, if you tell us the truth, we won't fuck with you, how is that any different than saying, like when he asked me, well, Bomb, are you telling men to lie to women? Because men want women to fuck with them. The ones who do, right? So if he want you to fuck with him, and you just said that if you lie, if I'm honest, then you're not gonna fuck with me, then that is also like, and I'm saying this based on what Sharon frame of thought is, not how I really feel. Because he gonna keep telling me that when I'm saying that I'm telling men to lie. Why isn't she telling men to lie? When she tells them, if you tell us the truth, we're not gonna fuck with you. We're not going. When you tell us the truth, we're not going. How is that any different than me saying, yeah, like women want you to lie to them, right? Because men hear it the same way. Like, oh, these men know that they can't come tell you the truth about how they feeling. They want to have sex with you. They know if they come and just say, hey, I'm not looking for a relationship, but I sure would like to fuck you tonight. He knows that That is his truth. He know if he said he ain't good, you ain't going. Most women are not going. Okay. Um. So in other words, he know that he can't tell the truth. So he got to continue to look. Like, and I'm basing it based on what he gonna see, right? What he said. And then, by the way, I thought he asked two different questions. I thought he asked Big Dog one question, then he asked her a different question. I could be wrong, but I thought he asked Big Dog or whoever answered the question before, like, what do you think? Do you think these women want to be lied to? That was Big Dog. But then he asked her about how do she feel about what they are saying on that channel that he was reviewing. What do you say to them saying that women like to be lied to? To me, that sounds like two different questions. But I could be wrong. Okay. Like I didn't hear what the conversation was on that panel. So when I'm having a discussion, it had nothing to do with that. Right? I could really disagree with what they were saying. I don't know. I didn't hear what they were saying. I only know when I came on the panel, Big Big Dog was talking, telling us about his motherfucking life and his wife. Okay. So anyway, here we go.
Maybe we do mess with you, but we don't take you as serious, and we start to mess with other men. You don't want the reality and the access that you lose from telling the truth. So you want to be a liar. We want your lies to be true. Ooh. We want all of these things that you're convincing of us, and we don't want it to be manipulation. We want these things. We want you to actually feel that way. And what's so wrong with that? What's so wrong with us wanting you to actually be who the fuck you said you are?
Nothing.
I don't think anything's wrong with it, but I do think a lot of the young women who did look at the fairy tale stories, right? They want this fairy tale life that really doesn't exist. And that's so the men lie and act like they the fairy tale life. But on, like, I wasn't raised reading no fairy tales. My mom didn't read those books to me, and I never saw these movies and most of these things to today. So therefore, I'm not the person who looking for a man to, be a king already or a prince I'm gonna go to the, the ball, lose a shoe, which why would I lose a shoe? And then he come and find me. But a lot of these young women were and are looking for that. The fairy tale.
So they want the lie to be true, you saying?
Yeah, that's right. So that's why. Yeah. So therefore, if the men don't lie and act like he's the prince, then he ain't gonna get no play with her. But if everybody was truthful and the woman wasn't in this, fairy tale land in her mind, then she would be okay with a man who just comes and says, "Hey, you look nice. How you doing today?" and speak to her kindly, and and everybody could be truthful then.
I think that men overpromise and underperform.
Do anybody disagree with what I said there? Because I'm like, everybody not in the I don't even know how there could be a disagreement with Sharon, because just the day before he was talking about the fairy tale, storylines and how society has bred that into us, which I agree, right? And so we do have, and I think even the women, right, was saying, hey, these fairy tales, look, because I guess y'all looking, when y'all look at the movies, because some of y'all are younger, right? You see, we can look at how terrible it is now, but it was fed to us like it was some good thing. Like Sharon had mentioned, the Beauty and the Beast. I just watched that movie for the first time maybe like 2 years ago. I don't even think it was 2 years ago. I don't think it was that long ago, but it was within the last 2 years. And I was sitting there watching this shit, and I'm thinking, why is Belle, like, why would Belle ever fall in love with her captor, right? But didn't the father promise this beast his daughter or some shit? I can't remember exactly how that shit went, but that shit was creepy as hell. But Beauty and Beast have always been around. So I'm quite sure that's my adult mind thinking, right? But as a child, maybe I'm quite sure we all, children saw it differently. With our adult brains, though, we looking at it for what that shit really is. But anyway, and so I've seen the conversations. I've been seeing the conversation in this space with the women for quite some time about the fairy tales and how dangerous they are and things like that. And so when I go to say it, then there's some disagreement, and I'm like, but I'm I'm agreeing with y'all have said on other streams. But when I said today during this stream, how is it wrong? And that's when I say that people like to be lied to, right? People like to be lied to. And I'm gonna mention how they do like to be lied to, because we are not talking about children. We're talking about adults. And I don't understand how a woman who's dealing with a man, unless we talking about a one night stand, like maybe I'm a little confused, because I even asked Sharon, are we talking about a person who's in a relationship, or are you talking about like she just met this man? When you just meet a man, he can tell you anything, and you can either believe it or not believe it, whatever. But that man is not holding no lie for no fuck. I think Sharon said up to 2 years a man could be lying about his job and his amount of money. And I call bullshit on that. Like, when the hell that happened at? Not in 2025. That might be some 1989 shit, maybe some 1990 shit, but that ain't no 20 anything shit, right? The internet is here. We can see people got cars. We got all kinds of shit. And you can tell that a man who say he makes six figures, and if he don't make anything close to six figures, you could tell way before a motherfucking year or two. Okay? Now, the only way she can't tell is if they meet each other once or maybe once a month or some shit like that. He come around once a month, which means that's not a relationship. That's some kind of, I don't know what we would call that, right? And I would be wondering, well, why can, unless it's long distance, I guess a long distance relationship, everybody could lie, even about their looks and everything. But I'm thinking we're not talking about the minority, the majority. So the majority of people don't have no long distance relationship, just internet relationships like that. So what I'm saying is, ain't no goddamn, a woman who want to be lied to will believe that this man makes six figures, even though he can't take her to eat, he can't take her here, he can't take her there without her paying her own way, or they even live together. He makes six figures, she don't make nowhere near that, but he want her to pay half the rent. When they go to the movies, she got to go Dutch. If she want to go see a movie, right? She got to pay his way too. So I like that shit that Sharon was talking about. I don't know. Like, I think he talking from a man's perspective, maybe one where he only sees from men, but from a woman's perspective, ladies, you know damn well you could tell based on all types of shit if he is making a certain amount of money. You would even be able to tell if he make that money and still wouldn't be able to afford to take you places, because you would see what he has. Like, you see that he live in this nice apartment, or he has this house, this mortgage. You understand that he got this nice car that he's paying on, and he also has the car insurance, right? Because car insurance go with a car, y'all. Sometimes people insurances cost more than their car note. Okay, maybe I'm giving some information that y'all didn't know. I hope not. Okay, but yes, you could tell when these men are lying. And you can also, I mean, a woman can only keep so many lies, secret too. So I'm not just talking on no, let me get at the men shit, right? There's tales, signs and tales to everything, or most things. I won't say everything, right? There's a lot of things people can lie about. You will never know if it's true or not. Lie about your body count, ladies. I mean, lie. Like, I mean, seriously, lie. Even if you have a low body count, lie still, because one is one too many for the men who care about your body count. There ain't gonna be no number that's gonna be sufficient for a man who cares about your body count. You think you're gonna be able to tell him, oh, I only been with 10, and you think you're gonna be cool with that? He gonna be, oh, 10 in 10 years? Why would you be with a man every year, different man? Like, lie. Come up with any fucking number, whether it's high or low, that's on you. I'll tell a nigga I've been with 1,000 motherfuckers. First of all, he asked and I gave him a number. I don't give a shit if he liked the number or not, because I probably wouldn't deal with his ass. Right? Stop giving any credence to these motherfucking questions. And there gonna be some women who gonna be like, oh, like I saw it on the panel. Oh, the only reason you wouldn't share your body count because you must have a high number. And see, bitches like that, those are the dangerous bitches. Okay, those are dangerous bitches. You inform that bitch that she can say her number is high, but we could probably tell that her number, that she say her number is low, but it's probably high. And ask her who the fuck she thinks she talking to. Men, we can lie. And you won't be able to tell the difference. You see, there's no point in even asking the question. And so just because a bitch will get up there and say, well, my number is low, your number must be high. It don't mean that her number is low at all. You're probably gonna follow over there on OnlyFans like y'all did that one woman. Or remember that one that these black men start throwing in front of us? Can't think of it. Come to find out she was on OnlyFans in her husband having sex with her in a car. They was broke as a joke. You own OnlyFans and broker than a motherfucker. You can start an OnlyFans today and not even do anything, any new content in the last whatever, right? Just use my own shit and make good money. Okay. And these bitches getting on OnlyFans because they don't understand men. They don't understand the psychology of men. They want to see your body parts? Yes, but not the way some of y'all think. You can't keep a base of men constantly paying you if once you show them all your goodies, bam, bam, boom, like that. Unless you got some motherfucking talent that he just like, right? Like Pinky or some shit. Pinky is doing all kinds of shit. But you will hear them men talk about Pinky. That's because she's a porn star. But you know what she couldn't do? She couldn't get a webcam account and keep men seeing her neither. Because she called me to ask me for my advice. How do you keep these men coming back? I'm like, you don't get naked. you don't get naked. You tease. You know what I mean? Like, they'll keep coming back hoping to see a little more, a little, you know what I mean? And you be entertaining. That's what keep them coming. But you just showed them every fucking thing. So you will have to just continue doing your movies, and because that's what you're gonna have to do. Nothing wrong with it. She enjoyed doing her movies. She was trying to move out of that though. Yeah. And plus they don't make much money doing the movies anyway. Not the women, no, yeah, not black women who won't. I saw, I know I said I was joking yesterday. I was on Facebook to share Sharon's channel, right? Because I share it over there. And I'm in these groups. A group pop up and some nasty mother. It is a adult group, right? So people posting up their videos and shit like that, right? Somebody posted up a fucking video and I could not fucking believe it. It's too early for me to describe it. But what in the fuck are y'all ladies doing? Baby, what the hell is going on? Y'all, I don't know what's going on. I don't know how much a nigga could have paid her do what the fuck I saw her do. This shit is fucking crazy. Okay. And what I saw yesterday, if I ever said the world must be coming to an end, it would be what the fuck I saw that woman do. Okay. That I quit. I I quit. I might talk about it tonight, but Lord have mercy, y'all. What are we doing, black women? What are you fucking doing, and what are you doing it for? I don't. I'm. I got to just assume there was a crackhead. Somebody offered her some money, and she needed the money so badly. That's why she did what she did. I don't know, but please, please, please stop. These men are fucking trifling. Cause since I'm assuming she a crackhead, cause I hope that she is a crackhead, baby. Please be a crackhead or some addict or something. Please, cause it's that. Anyway, I quit. Here we go. I'm sorry, I got off the top. Here we go.
That's what I got from it as well.
Yeah, that happens.
Lord have mercy.
Thank you,
Your girl Rose is ready for action.
That's what majority men do.
Yeah, my husband wasn't wealthy when I got with him, and we still not wealthy, but I love him, right? But he was young and on that bullshit too. It's just that I wasn't in the fairy tale land. So, you know, I was quite different, right? I always believe, hey, you want to cheat? 'Cause we were young. Oh, you want to be with other people? Okay, cool. You could be with other women, and I'm gonna be with other men. Oh, you think he like that? He don't like that. So guess what that stopped him from doing? Going to be with other women. Because I wasn't joking. If he wants some new vagina, then I want new dick. Oops, D. Okay. And so I know people get confused when I say, hey, you teach people how to treat you. And if everybody gonna be honest, why is it that when I say the things I say, I'm being honest? Why is it looked at on bad? Why? Because people still want to be lied to. That's why.
No, I don't think people want to be lied to, though.
Yes, the women want to be lied to. The men want to be lied to. Everybody want to be. Men want to be able to do the lie. Yes, because like if a man, look, these men are saying they want to be with a couple of women.
Mm-hmm.
Some of these women are the ones who be truthful. They accepting that shit. I wouldn't accept that shit. She accepting that he got 1, 2, 3, 4 wives. Why would she do some shit like that?
So, but what do you mean that? So you saying? So you agree with when they say women want to be lied to?
Yes, they want to be lied to, and even when they told the truth,
so now,
still some lie in the truth, right? A man with a couple of wives. How is she? What is she in this? He got 3 wives. What is she getting out of that?
Mm-hmm. Now, but I wonder how you tying that to women want to be lied to?
Because the man will come, right? The story here online is, well, a man can have 2 and 3 wives if he can afford it.
Mm-hmm.
And yet she like the second wife, and she got to work 2 jobs. That means he can't afford it. See, so there's a lie even in that. You understand? Am I not making sense what I'm saying?
I'm not understanding how you tying it to that women want to be lied to.
Okay. I thought I was clear, but I'm gonna say it again. I'm gonna say it the same way. I don't understand what he means. So I'm saying men are saying, hey, I have enough money, and because I have enough money, I can have as many wives as I can afford, right? And so there are some women who will say, oh, that sounds great. This is a man with means, and he can afford to have his wives, the wife he got, and me, right? And then so she gets in that relationship. But then she realized, well, this is not true because he's asking me to work not just one job, but I have to get a second job just to make this situation work. But she got involved because she thought she was going to be a careful woman. She thought this man, this religious man who is okay with having these wives that he can afford, she thought he was going to provide for her and their children. Come to find out, no, he can't afford to do that. But it's the women actually taking care of him. And that is what's happening in a lot of these religious sectors. The women are taking care of the men. He got multiple wives and they have jobs. He may have a job and he may not even have a job at all. But you see, there's this thing where now these women, they just submissive, right? They submissive, but they still have to go out and work. So I don't understand where you don't understand. Like the women, they was lied to. They saw that it was a lie, right? And they still entered into it.
Because she knows he's lying because he can't afford to have her as a second wife.
Mm-hmm.
But she's accepting of it. She knows, looking at his life before she get with him, she could tell he can't afford her as a second wife. So now she's gonna be the helpmate, you see? But if he can afford to have two wives, what do he need a woman to help him do anything financially?
So that's that one scenario. So, but now translate that to.
Now he said that's that one scenario. That's the same scenario I put out, and he said he didn't understand how it's connected. But now he sees it, and he said, "Oh, that's that one scenario." But I could give many scenarios, right? The scenario where the man with the money, he says he makes six figures, and so she goes, right? But while they dating, she realized he can't afford this, he can't afford that. He may be even trying to borrow money from her. We can't act like these men not trying to borrow money, or these women isn't giving these men money. She don't even make six figures, but she loaning him money for rent or for what? Man, please.
Women want to be lied to be in a relationship with men. So you saying that women don't want a man to be honest. They want a man that's going to lie to them so they could be in a relationship with him.
But not everybody. Now remember but the majority.
Right. When we talking about women, we talking about the majority of women. Right. So majority of women want to be lied to so they could be in a relationship with a man. Is what you're saying?
Yes. They want to be lied to. Even when they say they want the truth, they don't really want the truth. And that's
why they don't want the truth. What's your example if they don't want the truth?
Because the truth isn't as exciting as the lie. In other words, they want a man who make $90,000. So I guess he got to break down and know how much he makes. And suppose he don't make the 90,000, he only makes 70. What's she gonna do? She's not gonna deal with him because he makes 70. So he gonna lie and say he making six figures. And she gonna go, even though she could tell he's not making six figures, even, you know what I mean?
So in truth, she wouldn't have been with him.
That's what the women are saying. If her requirements
so now why do she want to be lied to? Because if she knew the truth, she wouldn't be with him.
But she does know the truth. The point that I'm saying is she can tell he's not making that amount of money. She could tell based on the way they dating, and she could tell he's not making that. We could tell based on his lifestyle.
So if he's pushing out a lie, because you could lie about your lifestyle, the way how you look, what kind of car you have, what kind of restaurants you take them to, because you just can't maintain. But you can actually you could put the fake and lie for about a year or two.
Right. Well, I
So
don't
that
even think a
person
year
will
or two.
believe.
If they're really dating and it's about the life, his money, can he go to a year or two lying with her
Yes.
actively there?
Yes.
No.
Throw it as hard as you want.
No, 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 no. Okay. Can it happen? I guess they'll have some men who real slick with it. Or but I wouldn't even say that it can happen. I'm saying the women actively know this man is lying. Like, let's talk about the women who getting scammed by the scammers, right? The scam. She done married him on the phone. He calls her and he talks to her, and she can tell he has an accent, but apparently he's from America, even though his accent is from a whole nother country. He she's sending him money, even though he claims he's a millionaire. But she done sent him hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's not just black people, it's white people, it's men, it's women. There's a shitload of people like to be lied to.
Go on. Watching it zip away feels like it might just keep going, right? Nope.
Well, I don't think so. I think we'll be able to tell that she got to split bills with him, right? When they go out, sometimes she got to pay. I could tell, like I was able to tell based, like I knew a man just because he had a nice car doesn't mean he had money. In fact, it's the opposite, right? We know it's the opposite. He got this car note he got to pay, right? And he got car insurance and he got other things. Reasonable people know this, but we have women who are getting in a man's car and start dating him based on him having a BMW, right? He never takes.
But wouldn't that be a lie that he has? Because
Yes.
most when we talking about young, because you're looking at it through a grown person lens. When you're young, you're not looking at it as, oh, he got a car, that's another bill.
What the hell going on? He said I'm looking at it through a grown-up lens. And I thought we was talking about grown-ups. And see, that's what I'm saying the gaslighting came about, right? Because as far as I know, the only time children got mentioned is when Big Dog just mentioned that when his daughter, became a young lady, he talked to her. Other than that, we've always been talking about adults. So why aren't we talking about adults, to adults, even that stream over there, they talking about adults. So why is now we talking about kids' minds? What? And that's when he started to gaslight.
Well, I'm looking at it from a grown adult. I thought we were talking about adults. I'm not talking about
adults
teenagers.
is 25 as well. So 25-year-old girl dating a 25-year-old man, and he has a nice car and he taking to nice restaurants. Is a lie, but the young girl is going to believe that lie.
Well,
why is she a young girl? What did y'all hear what he just did? And that is why when I started realizing, wait, something ain't right with Sharon right now. His very question didn't make sense. And then even when he broke it down, it makes even less sense than it was making. Because he mentioned 25-year-olds dating 25-year-olds, which are adults, and they've been adults for quite some time now. And then he mentioned young girl at the end of that. Now I do understand with our minds today, I wouldn't even consider a 25-year-old young woman as a girl. I call her a young woman. Okay? I call her a young woman. Young. I don't go into calling them girls. They're not girls. When I was 25, the last thing I was feeling like I was a girl, and I definitely wasn't acting like I was a little girl neither. And young girls, young women are not acting like they're young girls at 25. So why I don't understand what's going on right now.
When I got married to my husband at 18, and I knew I was able to tell that he got this car equates bills because I grew up in a family watching my family have to pay bills. Like, are we saying that women don't know that things have to be paid for?
What I'm saying is that facade is still a lie, right? So the fact that he's able to get the car, it makes it seem as if he is this six-figure person because he's able to get the car, take it to the nice restaurant, have nice clothes, whether he's using credit cards, whatever, because eventually it's going to catch up to him. However, in the meantime, in the dating process, that is all a lie that she is believing, that she wants it to be true. She don't want that to turn into a lie. She want what his life is to be truthful.
Right. And because she in the fantasy world, even though she looking at all the shiny things and she not using reason to say, wait a minute, he only worked here, right? And he got this, that, and the third. And when we go out on dates, sometimes I gotta pay, and sometimes he pay. And then, like, that's just reason.
So what I'm saying is that majority of the time, they always pay.
Who always pay?
The man, when he's lying.
No, that's not true. These men are even the women say, well, some dates I go on, if I ask him, then I pay.
Y'all think Sharon? Okay, I'm gonna put the link in. What y'all think going on right now? Sharon making it seem like all these like women not paying anything. Like even all the way back, my generation, women. That's where the going Dutch shit come from. Like as far as I know, it may have existed before. I'm not saying we invented it, but I learned that as a young woman, right? There was times like I knew that if I didn't really like this dude, we on a date, and I realized he's not for me, right? I realized I'm gonna pull out I'm gonna pull out my money for my meal. Even when I was dating hubby, right? Because he had bills, I didn't have bills, right? Um, every once in a while I pay. Hey, you want to go get something to eat? I got it. It's on me. I'll pay. This is not a new phenomenon of women helping and paying and shit like that, even on dates. So I don't know, like what imaginary world he's in. And he could be the guy who always paid. I don't even doubt that. But I know damn well he had some friends who wasn't always paying. Or maybe we seen where the young women slides the card to the man so he can like he's paying. It's 2025. We see this shit happening everywhere. Look at Sharon Tucker. Stuff where women are paying. So I don't know what he's talking about.
Right? That's time.
But we're not talking about the sum. We know sometimes all these things happen, but in majority sense, the men that are lying, they hold up that lie for as long as they can until it's undeniable truth, and then
yeah, but long as they can, don't equate 1 or 2 years, and that's when I realized he gaslight.
And then that's when the lie leave.
Right, but the lie, she helps him extend this lie because we are talking about adults, right? We're talking about we're not talking about children. We're talking about adults who have, if they have any part of reasoning. If this man tell me he worked at McDonald's or Burger King, he got this nice car and he living with his mom, right? Reason would tell her that, hey, he got this car, but he probably paying most of his income on that car. That's reason. But if you want to live in a fantasy land, you'd be like, oh, yeah, he got it like that, even though she know exactly where he work.
But most men that are lying, they say they work construction. And so they're making this amount of money.
I don't know. I don't think most men say that. Not
That's literally the number one lie men say.
Look, y'all hear him, right? He making a definite assertion. He's saying that is literally. I don't know if you know what literally means, but he said that's literally what they say. And then watch what I say.
When they can't prove
they used to say IT.
Well, maybe that's the new hustle, maybe, but you literally say I work in construction because you can't prove what somebody actually make in construction.
But you could prove if they work in construction. What is Sharon talking about? You could tell based on a man's hands and how he move around. You could tell that he don't work construction if he don't work construction. this started to go like I don't know what the world he was doing.
You got a big range. You can make anywhere from $15 to $100 an hour.
Right, but
and that's why Big Dog started laughing because he knows it's true. That's the number one lie.
Yeah, no, I've heard my daddy worked.
So when we talk about people that are lying, nobody's gonna be lying about a relationship being at and say I work at McDonald's. They're gonna lie and say I do construction. They're gonna lie and say, yeah, I had this car for many years. They're gonna lie and say, this I can't take you to my house, so this is why we're going to hotels. This is how men lie. Men do not bring these women into their real.
Why he can't? Okay, so remember, I thought he was talking about relationships. I don't know what he's talking about right now, but he's not what it started out. He's talking about relationships. Now it sounds like he's saying if he's telling the woman I can't take you to my house, then he's not talking about a relationship. He's talking about maybe they just met or they know each other and he takes her to a hotel. And that is not a relationship. I can't take you to my place. How long that gonna work out? How many women, when this man say he got this, that, and the third, and then as soon as he tell you he can't take you to his house, we're gonna start thinking he must have a wife. He's hiding something. He's not gonna be able to keep taking us to no hotel. So Sharon must think women are crazy. And then somebody, I think I'm gonna say that and think Jay gonna absolutely call women stupid. See, I'm saying women they're not stupid, right? I'm saying that we just like to be lied to. We like the fairy tale stories and things. But she gonna say no, they just stupid. Wow.
Real life, they only let them see the facade. These women don't see them living at their mama house. These women don't see that he's living in the basement of his mama crib. These women don't see where they actually work at.
Well, when they getting together, where they getting together at? Remember, because he wants the vagina. That's why
it doesn't matter where you met her.
No, huh? I'm talking about where are they getting together at? I'm saying not where they met at. When she hanging with him, sleeping with.
He picks her up, takes her to a restaurant, and then take her to a hotel.
Okay. And
yo, what the fuck is going on right now? That sounded like me at 17, 18 years old. In fact, I gave a story like that. Gave a story just like that. I'd been seeing the guy for a month. This was the 4th week in a row where we had met up. And this was the first time we went to a motel, right? I think I was 17, 18. For me to go, I'm thinking I had to be at least 18. But no, because I don't know. But I was young, okay? I wasn't too young, but I don't think I was 18 yet. I wasn't 18 yet. But anyway, I had to be about 17 when my dad gave us a little more free reign, right? Anyway, so every weekend they would come and we would go to this party, right? Because they always had teenage clubs and they also had parties. We in high school, so there are different parties. And he lived in another parish. So we had met doing like Mardi Gras, or it was either Battle of the Bands or Mardi Gras, which is a big events in New Orleans. Me and my girlfriends got together and we met this group of guys doing one of those events. And this happened to be the group of guys. On this particular 4th date, it was just 2 of us got together, me and my friend and him and his cousin. They were cousins. 2 friends had met 2 cousins, right? It actually ended with 6 girls and we met 6 guys originally. But it started dwindling down, and this weekend it was just 2 of us, me and my girlfriend and him and his cousin. And this weekend was the first time where we got a room, right? A hotel. And it was crazy because when you're young, you do shit like that and you do it in doubles. If you're smart, you're doing it in doubles, right? Same room, it was just 2 couples. But anyway, what happened was what happened. And that right after it happened, the motherfucker gonna tell me about his wife, right? He mentions Like it was, and the way he said it, it was kind of matter of factly. Out of all these weeks and talk to him on the phone and all that shit, never mentioned no motherfucking wife. And at the same time, I never asked him about a wife because we were young. Like he was young. But then again, not that I'm older and I tell that story, he may not have been as young as the fuck we thought. Because now we understand that grown ass men, see, these men never tell you that they go around little girls and they lie about their age. Because you got to understand why me at 17 would be asking another guy who I think is my age, is he married? Right? So this motherfucker was older, but he played like he was our age. So anyway, this right after we're in the bathroom washing up, and this motherfucker says, he like the way he said it, like, yeah, well, tomorrow me and my wife, the way, and he said me and my wife got to go here. So I guess that was his way of telling me he got a wife. And I'm like, I froze, and I could tell you all kinds of shit that ran through my head. Like I thought about picking up the back of that thing on the toilet, you know, that thing where they flush the toilet, that bowl. I thought about picking that piece up and smacking him across his head with that. I thought about like just wailing on him. All kinds of shit ran through my head. But I was frozen while all that shit was running through my head. And I just stood there, and I didn't touch him or nothing. I started thinking, what the fuck? Now I bring up that story because what Sharon just said, that's some teenage motherfucker shit. Now, there's some teenage shit where you dating someone, like you in a relationship, and they ain't never bringing you to their place that they say they have. Now, they say they live with their parent, then yes, it's understandable that you ain't bringing me to your parent house. Like when we get together, he doesn't understand that, hey, we ain't going to your parents' house. We gonna get a room. But if you tell me you got this money, this house, this and that, then I'm wondering why you ain't taking me to your motherfucking house. And Sharon must don't know women, right? Because if the nigga don't take us to his house after so many motherfucking dates, then a bitch is gonna go do some checking up on this nigga and his motherfucking house. Now they really just think we're stupid. But there are some stupid women out here, I guess, who she ain't gonna do her due diligence. Like this nigga hiding something, and you need to find out what the fuck he hide. Right? Because you don't want it to just pop up on your ass. Like you don't want no wife to be popping up on your motherfucking ass. So you got to do your due diligence. Like I know damn well you don't want a bitch like me being the wife popping up on your ass. So you might want to do some research so you can make sure if you're gonna continue to mess with him that you stay in your lane. Okay, don't be popping over to the motherfucker house thinking that you could come to his crib and he got a wife there and you think you're gonna get loud and shit like that. But you better get the fuck out of here. You ain't the one who got done wrong, ho. Okay, you just stupid out there and not doing your due diligence. And so don't come knocking at my motherfucking door. And I see this shit happen. Live, like people are recording them doing this shit. And Sharon is acting like this shit don't happen, like women not checking. These men cannot lie for very long unless she helped him with his lie. She wanted to be true, and therefore she helps it continue to be true. Okay? Now, who I'm taking credit for, these niggas is not that smart. But we got a lady who's gonna be up here gonna say that women stupid and men are smart. Like, what? And that's why when Jay came, I was like, how old, like what age range we in? And that's why I say, and I'm gonna say it again, and I mean it, right? And I'm not joking about it. Like the Gen Zers are the most I don't want to say dumb, because they're smart. They're too smart for their own good. They look smart. They have the knowledge, but they don't know how to, put that into life. You know what I'm saying? Like you could read a book, give you some instruction on how to move through life, But you don't. Most of you don't even know how to ride a bike, bitch. Get the fuck out of here, man. Let me stop. I gotta stop talking about them Zias, okay? I gotta stop. Most of y'all don't know how to ride a bike. Fuck up out of here. You might know how to ride that bike at the gym, but put 2 wheels on that motherfucker and see if you can ride down the street. Oh, get the fuck out of here. Here we go.
And then
A high-quality Japanese-style kitchen knife as a gift for less than $20.
Gotta stop.
Holy
I
shit, it's
gotta
amazing.
stop being
Seriously,
messy.
this is a
does that go on for the year or two, like you said, that he could hold
Yes.
that facade? No, that's not what happened.
I'm telling you, Mom, that's what happens.
No, I'm not saying it don't happen. I'm saying that when that happens, it's obviously, especially if he's taking her to the Motel 6, right? Or if he always got to go to her house, it's obvious that all she has to do is put on a thinking cap and realize that he's not telling the truth. Maybe she like him and she don't care, but she's okay with the lie. Is what I'm saying.
I don't know how you correlate that.
We help these men lie to us.
I don't know how that makes sense. To me, that don't make no sense what you're saying.
Okay, like his wife.
Okay, y'all. So he don't what the hell going on? Maybe I can't believe it's around is too open. So is he saying that women is it far-fetched that women help men lie to her? The married woman who, and I think I'm gonna give this example in this, like my mother, right? My dad used to be able to go out. My mother wasn't out tight. I don't know what would make her not that, because she loved to dance. I get dancing from my mother. My mother used to put me on her feet, right? This is how young I was. She would stand me on her feet when she taught me how to do all those dances, the two-step, the Charleston, like so many dances. I was so young, but I remember it. I remember when my brother was like 1 year old, which make me about 3, I guess. And he's standing on her feet too. My mother taught me so many dances. So when I think about it and realize how she backtracked and sat down her whole life for my husband, for my dad, and for us. That's exactly what she did. I don't recommend that to nobody. In fact, my mother herself, in age, regretted it. Me and her was having a conversation, and she regretted putting everything about her on the back burner. Okay, and towards the end, she was going on trips and shit. And even when my dad didn't want to go, she went. She even advised me to do the same. Like, hey, you ain't got to wait for your husband to go. Don't waste your life like that. But I think I get my ways from her, right? So essentially, I'm doing the same thing she did to an extent, not fully, right? Because I did live my life, but yeah, like I want to go places. I want to go with my husband. Because if I don't go with my husband, he gonna accuse me of cheating and shit. And I don't want to go through all that shit. I done been through all that shit before. Right? But I'm gonna just have to go. But this thing that Sharon is talking like what the fuck? What is going on?
Or his wife. When even when the ex, he said that his wife and the ex had a conversation. And the ex told her straight up that if I want it, I'm gonna get it. And she stayed, right? Arguing with the ex, but she stayed with him. You don't think she knows what's going on? The woman put her on, told her what's going on. And she still stayed. And she still wanted to believe that.
But that's not majority women. That's his women.
No, but that's a lot of women does that. That's going on a lot.
A lot of women leave because they man cheat.
No, a lot of women don't leave because their man cheat.
Once she finds out that the man is a cheater, usually women leave.
No, that's not true. Usually women stay until it like he's cheating 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times, and then she says maybe and maybe.
Right,
then
and that's
she
because,
says,
but that's also because the man's lying, saying I'm not going to do it again.
Yeah, okay, but he lied through this woman and another woman and another woman, and then and also he beating her ass possibly, but not.
You see how Sharon is changing everything? I don't know, like he making it seem like I'm saying something that's not true. Then he say, well, that's his woman. And then he says, well, most women are not staying with cheating men. And I said, they are. And he said, no, as soon as they find out he's cheating, she's leaving. I said, no. Um, and if she leave, it's after he done cheated several times. Like this, this time, the next time, 5 times or more. And then he says, well, that's because he lying and saying he gonna change. And no matter what I say, he just, because even if he lied and say he gonna change the first time, when he cheated again, now she knows he's a liar. And I'm not saying that it's bad that women stay. It's their decision on what they do with their life when it comes to their life and their family and shit like that. Right? I'm not saying women are stupid or not stupid. I ain't got nothing to do with that. But we're not gonna act like women don't stay. And I'm talking about a shitload of women stay. Even the ones who say they wouldn't stay. When they in those relationships, it's not as simple as they just leaving. When you build a family, like when the children get involved, now you and your household, like it's so much built around family that a lot of people, it's not that simple. And then, oh, let's not talk about it. If she ain't saved the money that I told them to do so where she could leave, and now she's stuck, that's a whole nother situation. A whole abundance of women in that situation. So Sharon is saying shit that, like, where he get this shit where women, now listen, we shouldn't be having this conversation as if you don't want men to know that women will accept this shit. Because that's not my message. He gonna start saying that my message is men should lie to women. No, my message is, hey, don't cheat. Because I think that's what the basis is, that the oh man.
Not necessarily. That's what I'm saying.
I don't know what the disconnect. So if he's lying, that doesn't mean she wants to be lied to. That's the part I'm confused about. I don't understand where he's lying, but she wants to be lied to is the part that I'm confused about.
Okay.
Yeah.
If she wants to be lied to because he already showed her who he is, right? Not even just once, because you could do it once and it could be forgiven, but he's done it again. And then she decides that she's
style or substance.
These goddamn commercials, man.
She's gonna stay.
So maybe, like, because I thought I already explained that women are not saying, hey, come over here and lie to me. Maybe that's what he think is that what he think I'm saying? Because I could have sworn I cleared that up like when I first came up, that I don't want to be lied to and things like that. You know what I mean? Like on that level, I'm not gonna say, hey, come over here and lie to me, brother man. Come here with your sexy ass and lie to me. What I am saying though, when and I'm not, and this is not just women, but humans, like if you lie to, you find out this person is a liar and they do it time and time again and you accept it, then I am saying that you are okay with being lied to. Okay, we do we want the men to lie to us? No, we don't want to know that he's cheating on us. Of course not. But at the same time, we don't want him cheating on us. So, is it about the lie or is it the action of the cheating and different things that man? I don't know what Sharon is talking about. It could be me though. Could be very well be me. I'm just not understanding what he not seeing.
And all he has to do is say, okay, this the last time. And she stays.
Mm-hmm.
All she had to be told is, I want my family. That's all and she hopeful.
Okay, so men that tell the truth, you saying women don't want a man that tells the truth?
No, it's a lot of women do not want a man to be honestly truthful. If a man walked up and he looked good, he smelled good, and got the car and everything, and he says, "Hey, yeah, I would like to spend some time with you, but it ain't gonna go too far. I want to get in your underpants, right, and things like that." The way these men talk, you think she going?
So why men cannot be truthful and monogamous?
No, they should be. I'm saying they should be. And remember, I'm not saying that they shouldn't, but I'm just saying that a lot of women.
So that's what we're saying. So if a man says the truth, hey, I want to be with you, but I want to be with other women, what that woman is going to say to that man?
Some women going, and but most women
majority, not. Okay, so majority of women are going to say, no, I don't want to be with you. Okay, right. So now we ought to establish that. So now, so that man, he has to lie to get that woman that don't want to be with a cheating man, correct?
Right.
Okay, so therefore, if a man could be honest and true, say, I'm monogamous, I'm only want to be with you, would that woman choose him?
Wait, ask that question again.
If a man is being honest and he says, I'm a monogamous man, I only want to be with you, would that woman choose him?
Yes, that's what most women are choosing, right? The lie. He could say that it's the truth, right? But we see that for the most part, men, they're lying. These men admitting they lie. They admit that that's how they taught. They was taught to lie. That's all they doing is lying.
Bomb cherry.
Even my husband, I got married to a man who I thought wanted to be a husband. From my understanding, that's why you get married. He decided he wanted to be the husband and start a family, because that's what I got married for. But as soon as we got married, he wanted to act like he was single, right?
So your advice to men is to keep lying or to tell the truth?
No, I'm saying that people need to come to a consensus, understand each other, and figure out what's going on. We women need to know that most men gonna lie, huh?
Okay, so what I'm asking you, should men continue lying to women or should men tell the truth to women?
Men should tell the truth. And women should be accepting of the truth. You gotta, the truth isn't always what we want, right? Like, let's say, okay, maybe
so now I see when people saying that he pushing a narrative, because he asked me a question, but it don't relate to what we talking about. It could relate, but it don't necessarily relate, right? He asked me, do women want the truth? And I'm like, yes, but not always. So if the truth is a man, all he want to do is fuck, she don't want to hear that. He's making it seem like all the men are just coming with truth. If they just, yes, if he coming with truth and what he calls the truth is the truth, then that's one thing. But what they are calling truth is not necessarily truth from most of these men. We had a man on the panel who explained that, his situation. Did he tell his wife before he got married to her that he has a woman who already have his penis on lock? And anytime she wanted, he gonna bring it to her? No. Did he tell his wife before they got married that he was gonna be with other women because he was still chaotic? No. When he approached her the way she wanted to be approached. And then as soon as they got married, he started being chaotic on his own time, doing what he wanted to do. And so I'm not, maybe Sharon is saying, instead of telling men to be truthful or not to cheat, be, like stand on their word and shit like that should be what the message is. The message should not be about lying and just lying. Because one person their truth today might be different tomorrow. I don't know what his confusion is. Like I don't know.
Because it's not as simple as, how you're setting it up. I understand what you're getting at, right? if I want to be with you, I see you from across the room, and I'm like, damn, I'm already interested, right? Just based on looks. You walk over, and you smelling good, you look sharp. Even when I peeped you outside, you had a nice car and all of that, right? And you come and tell me you wanna, hey, how you doing? We start a conversation. I've already decided I want to be with you in a sexual way, right? That's because that's what we talk. That's how it starts, right? Okay. And then you go and tell me you got a wife and shit. Some men can pull that shit off. The ones who look good, smell good, and all that, and you already attracted, he could pull that shit off where she may go, but most women not going with him.
So, but he's lying to his wife.
Well, he's already at the club with another woman. But are you talking about the wife? Because we know he's not.
This man that has a wife that's in the club that's trying to holler at this girl, he's telling her the truth. I have a wife at home, but I want to be with you tonight. If he's also telling the truth to his wife,
he lying to her too. But wait a minute.
He lying to her, but she don't know that he's lying to her. And what? Wait, not even he started to get me confused because I don't know what the hell he's saying. I'm gonna put the link up. Maybe somebody could come in because it could be me. I'm admitting that right now I am so motherfucking confused on what the fuck is going on in this conversation that it might be me. So I'm gonna take some accountability in my motherfucking possible confusion. Anybody who want to come up and explain what the hell is going on right now, please do. Right? Please come help me. I need help. Help a bitch out. Okay. Hold up a minute. Let me find it. Please come and help me understand because a bitch is confused. I don't know what's going on. Maybe I'm looking at it wrong. Okay. Because I'm listening to what he's saying. Let me see. HT Ball said, Sharon gets stuck on the words specifically. I don't know how to pronounce that word. I tried though, HT Ball. Specifically. Okay. Yes, nobody want to be actually lied to. So I apologize if it's because I am using that. I am saying people want to be lied to. But no, I'm not saying that people are saying, please come and lie to me. That's not what I'm saying. But okay, maybe I should say it differently. Maybe my wording should be people are accepting of lies. And we're accepting of lies. Maybe I should word it differently. And it's a hard pill to swallow. I understand. Listen, it's a hard pill to swallow that you might be accepting of lies, right? But I've been accepting of lies, like a hubby not coming home, and I find him over there by Paulie. You know what I mean? I get in the car because we always had 2 cars since we got married, right? And he's over there by Paulie. Now he is not over there with women, at least not in the beginning. But let me tell you some shit, man. There was some. Listen, Paulie ends up with a girlfriend. The weirdest thing started happening. Because we are young. I got to preface that we are young adults, right? Young adults, all of us, not just me, right? Not just the women, all of us. Most of the military posts are young adults, most of who just left home, right? They left home and went directly into the military, and we are to be adults. There is nobody telling us when to go to sleep, where to go, the only thing we got to do is be on work on time. It's like a regular job. And there's some other little things too, right? PT and shit like that the military requires. My company didn't have PT unless you failed the PT test or you was overweight and shit like that, which meant you was on remedial PT. Okay, because I was in the medical company. Okay. But most of the posts, they do have that type of thing. Now, so I preface that to say we all was young, but we all were adults. Now, I'm not trying to put everybody's business out there, so I'm not gonna mention no names, okay? But there's an understanding that, first of all, I realize my husband is doing what the fuck he want to do. And I'm at home trying to be a motherfucker. You can only, I'm legit in this shit to be a wife. And it seems like he got married maybe for the amenities, right? Like housing, I don't know. We would have to ask him. But I started realizing I'm this married woman, young as fuck, in this house, acting like I'm some old ass bitch, right? Because I want to go to Six Flags. We married. My husband's only 2 years older than me, so like that's great. We could go and have fun together. But I ended up with a man who didn't want to do that, and it seemed like he wanted to go have fun with his friends. So you could push your wife into doing things or into having certain frame of thoughts based on what you're doing, right? Because you're the leader, right? Anyway, now check this out. When I realized, okay, he over there with his friends who also got housing and their wife, right? They got kids. Me and hubby don't have no children. So it's just us. We in housing. We got a 3-bedroom, and it's just me and him, y'all. Man. And he inviting his friends to come stay with us and shit like that. But what got me is there was a time when I realized one of his friends who he was going by had a girlfriend. And then I done got to know the girlfriend, but because I was introduced to her before I realized she was his girlfriend. And I know this nigga's wife. You understand? Like, man, we was young and it's a wild ride. Now, let me tell you, looking back at it now, but when we were young, it was just all natural. People like to look at shit young people are doing and judge it. But you got to understand that your old ass needs to shut the fuck up and let young people figure shit out. All you can do is give them advice, but you're not supposed to be pointing, telling them what they're doing is wrong, and let them motherfuckers figure shit out. Now, I felt some sort of way because I know this guy's wife. I met his wife several times, been to his house, and his 2 beautiful fucking children. And I now know his girlfriend and her daughter, and he got her pregnant. And now I've always been a smart bitch. Like I said, I ain't never been dumb. Now I'm not saying he's smart, like highly intelligent, but I'm smart enough to know what the fuck. I know 1+1 =2 and not 3 and 4, right? I know that if you hanging with this nigga who cheating, then you must be a cheating ass nigga too. Okay? You know what I'm saying? And so I'm thinking he wondering why I'm mad. He going over there hanging with a nigga who got a whole nother bitch pregnant. I'm mad because what the fuck? I did not get married to be no motherfucker cheater. And I did not get married to be with no cheater. And I did not get married so I could be at home like a lonely motherfucker wife. Like, who does that? But men are confused. And I keep telling you, it don't matter who they are when they're young. It's when they're young. And hopefully they grow out of it. I already told y'all what age they grow out of it. And it is not 30. These motherfuckers don't grow out of this shit till they 40. I told y'all this. The men don't like when I said, I don't know if the women even believe. And then everybody like to say, well, Mr. Baum is different. And I'm saying, nah. Who told you that? Told you Mr. Baum is different. Why you think I come with my information, my numbers? What you talking about? But not only have I seen it from my dad, right, who cheated on my mom. Now I wouldn't have never said that shit when they were living. You gotta understand, right? I never mentioned that my dad cheated on my mom when my mom and dad was living. They are not living now. Okay. So my dad cheated on my fucking mom. I can tell you what age He was. I could tell you it hurt my mom to her soul. My mom was so fucking hurt that I was crying. My mom was so fucking hurt, I didn't even know what to think of my dad, because here's my dad. He's my dad. I love him. But I'm looking at my mom crying. Right? So we got a lot of women who are not getting married so they could cheat. That's ridiculous. A woman don't have to get married to have sex. She can literally just be single and have sex. By the time she get married, she is looking for something other. But the leader, the man, right? The leader, if he's not leading her anywhere, right? Giving her what she need, desire, like then what y'all think gonna fucking happen? Okay. Y'all typing whole sentences in the motherfucker. Let me go read what y'all talking about. Let me apologize to everybody. Let me read what y'all talking about. Because y'all typing. Shazay still here? At Shazay, let me see if she's still here. Hey, Shazay, I miss you. Girl, you be having me scared. Look, I need you to call me so I can be able to text you, girl, because I was worried about you. Okay. And then you be popping up, but you don't pop up. I understand you over there in a whole nother area and shit. I'm okay with that. And I'm glad that you come and stop by. But I don't look at the chat, girl. You can at least hit the link or call my phone or text my phone and say, hey, Bob, I'm still living. I'm good. How the kids doing? I know you got some grandkids. Like, Shaw's whole life done changed in the last couple of years. Like, she got sons that got married and she done had some grandkids. And I just want to make sure everybody good. And I hope they are good. Okay. If you don't have a chance to come up, that's okay. But I hope everybody doing fine, sis. And I'm glad to see you. Okay. And I want to thank Reese yesterday because I sure gave her the host. I don't know what time it was. I don't know what time it was, but I went to the bathroom and I said, oh shit, forgot to stream. I ain't say a word. I gave her the host and closed my whole and left and closed my whole computer and went back to sleep. Thank you, Reese. Okay. For holding it down, girl, because I did see that Witchcomb was up there, and I know he's a handful, baby. Okay, you had the two men going doing their thing, and then you had that other man up there. His ass know who he is. He in his chat. That nigga can't stop talking. Okay, I was the first time when I heard Chad say, "Slow down, bro. Let me talk." Okay, that's my first time seeing anybody stop him from talking. Anyway, anybody want to come and explain to me? So let me read what y'all say, because maybe y'all, I'm gonna start with, hey, Miss Queen Sunkiss, how you doing? Okay, I'm gonna start right here, y'all. Can y'all see my screen? Am I still sharing? Yeah. HD Ball said, I don't think it makes women stupid. I think it means a lot of women have settled. It also explains why black men want y'all to accept cookies. They don't want to have to level up. I agree. I don't think women are stupid. In fact, yeah. And HTBO said that's a lack of drive that's usually instilled by your parents. And Reese said wrong, Sharon. And then HTBO say not true, they should, but they don't. And then Miss Not For Everyone said, because that's what they're told and no one has the balls to say different, you can't blame them when all this bad condoning is here. Did I say that right? I think that's what she meant. It's here and that's all that there is. So they say, hey, Miss Not For Everyone said, you can't lump all women together. Different generation did different things. I agree. Miss Not For Everyone say, who is told the minute a man cheats that they leave? Most people tell them to stay. But I don't know if people tell them to stay. What I think happens is most people don't share. You know what I mean? Like, and that's one of the issues, because people don't want people to know that they got cheated on. Definitely men. Men don't want nobody to know they've been cheated on. That's why I'm shocked that they get on here. That's how I know they be lying. They get up here and say, well, I know women cheat. And I said, well, how you know? I had a partner and his wife cheated. I said, how you know? Like y'all getting together, telling each other? Is men getting together in circles and saying, my bitch cheated on me? My wife cheated on me, bro. Right. And it could be a generation of men doing that shit now. But that's so weird to me because they complain that they're gonna leave. They don't want nobody to know. That's the most embarrassing thing. But then at the same time, they're out here telling everybody. And for women, we don't want nobody to know that, like that our man is cheating on us, unless we really done with it. If we done, but we'll be okay, possibly able to get past it as long as no children came out of it, and as long as not many people know about it. They got the women who know their husbands are cheated, created a child, and then the wife says, yeah, I'm gonna stay with you, but you ain't gonna have nothing to do with that child. Now, yeah, I couldn't do no shit like that, but I do understand it, right? You gotta understand that this other woman that got in this woman's space, and this fool of her husband that created a child. Now, I couldn't be with a man who I know that had another child with somebody, without me condoning, because I would have wanted some more children without pushing them out and shit. I don't know. But anyway, I think that's just a fantasy of mine. Because sometimes I say things that I might like, but if I didn't do it, then that means I really didn't want it. Because I would have done whatever the fuck I wanted for real. But anyway, women, I couldn't, like, if a man had a baby on me, like we were married and he had a baby by some other woman, it's over for me. Because I would think that's the most disrespectful thing. Not the sex. It's the idea that he has sex with my, not thinking about my health or anything, right? Because that's one of the main reasons I got married. I keep saying it because I was scared of HIV out here. You know what I'm saying? I'm thinking, okay, I'm a lock down my penis. It's gonna be mine and mine only. Bam, boom, bam, right? But I also knew, like, hey, you can't trust nobody but yourself. So you don't put your trust fully in nobody. You just got to trust yourself, because I'll be worrying about what he's doing all day, every day. I ain't going through none of that shit. Okay. But if I found out he cheated, I don't know if I would have left him. It's different things all involved. But what I do know, if another bitch had gotten pregnant, I would have left him without a doubt. No doubt at all. Because I think that's the most disrespectful shit right there. Here I am making sure I'm just for you, making sure I'm clean. I ain't gonna give you no diseases. I ain't gonna do none of that. We good. It's just me and you. And you out there dipping and you ain't even considering my health. Like, it's one thing that you're cheating. Okay, cool. Fuck it. But nigga, now I gotta go and get all these checkups and shit because of what you done. Not even what I've done, but what you done. Yeah, I ain't going. Okay, I ain't going. We can't hear trauma. What you mean we can't hear trauma? I think we can hear trauma all the time. I think people are traumatized by things. If they're telling the truth, you can hear it, right? We know that when Jay Prince is up here and he talks about certain things, I can hear the trauma, right? The anger that comes out. And people been telling me, hey, you need to go get help. Go talk that shit through, right? These motherfuckers in their 40s now. Okay, that trauma that you went through when you was a kid, and here you've been an adult longer than you've been a child. That's some crazy shit. But anyway, let me get back to this. I thought y'all would come up and explain to me what the hell Sharon was talking about, baby. So let's get back to it.
Using the ish out of me right now.
Okay.
I don't know what's going on.
Okay, because he's lying to his wife, but here it is, a Saturday late night, and the motherfucker's in the club what did he tell her so he could be in that club in the middle of the night?
I'm gonna take a breath. I gotta think about what you're saying. Because I'm confused. Welcome to the show, Jay. What is your thoughts? I need to.
Listen, y'all. The woman do know. The wife know. When my father used to be out on a weekend, my mother, right, would be the consensus was, yeah, your daddy could go out.
Of course I did.
Not a doubt,
The fuck
She's
is
the
what you
whole
talking about? Marbles and shit. I don't look at
Because
no
he worked all
marbles.
week, so he gonna go out on weekends, right? Boom. Yeah, how shocking was it to my mom when she found out my dad was cheating on her? She was hurt, but everything was fucking there. He going out on weekends, smelling all good, dressing all cool and shit, while she's at home with the children. When she found out he was cheating on her through and broke his windshield with a brick. I remember all that shit, which she regret, right? Because it was our car, the family car. You don't think?
All right, so
here's
the problem. What you're saying, Bomb. What you're saying is that women want to be lied to, and so men should continue to lie to if they want to be in a relationship with women. That is what you are saying. That's not what you're saying.
That's not what I'm saying.
That's really what you're saying. You're saying women do not want to be with a man that's going to tell her the truth.
No, I'm just saying the truth. I'm not stating what people should or should not do. I'm just stating facts. That's it. I'm not telling people what to do, right? But I'm saying that a lot of women like to be lied to.
So therefore,
it's not like
if a man want to be with a woman, what should he do? If that's what women like. So what you're saying, if we are going to translate that into other people that are listening, women want to be lied to because that's what they like. What are men going to do now?
What do you mean what men are going to do now? Men are going to...
Out of this conversation, if you saying that you're a woman and you saying women want to be lied to, what do you think men are going to do after hearing that information?
Listen, okay, because you're asking the question like it's that simple. I am not telling men what to do or not, right? But women...
Answer the question, Mom, it's okay.
Well, it's based on what you're trying to say. You're trying to say that I'm telling men to lie to women. But I'm not trying to tell men nothing. We're having a conversation, and I am saying this is what happens. We could see it, right? A man who's going out to the club every weekend, what the hell is he going to the club for?
They see the truth of what you're saying. So with the truth of what you are saying, that women want to be lied to, what is that going to make men to do to get with a woman?
But yeah, I guess if they've taken a lesson from what I'm saying, they would go and lie to women, which they are already doing. I'm only speaking on what is happening. I'm not speaking on what they should do. I'm speaking on what's happening. Right? You understand?
You're not only just speaking on what's happening, you're also speaking on this is what women like.
Okay.
Because you said women like to be lied to. So you're not just speaking about what happened, you're also speaking on the emotion, what women want from a man.
Yeah.
It's one thing you're saying this is how women are getting with men because men are lying, but it's another thing that's saying that women like to be lied to, and that's why they want to be with men. What you're saying is that you're telling men that they need to lie because that's what women want. Those are two different things. What is happening and what needs to happen are two different things.
Right. I agree. And that's what I'm telling you. What is happening is what I'm speaking on. I'm not speaking on what needs.
So you're not just speaking on what's happening.
Okay, y'all heard what he just said. So he's gaslighting because he himself said what is happening and what should happen are two different things. And I am saying, yes, I am just saying what is happening. I am not saying what should happen. and then he goes switch it up. The hell is
happen are two different things.
Right. I agree. And that's what I'm telling you. What is happening is what I'm speaking on. I'm not speaking on what
so you're not just speaking on what's happening. You are also saying what women want.
Wait a minute. Because you just said that they're two different things, but then you're saying that they're the same when it comes to what I'm saying.
Right, because yours is what I'm saying. Mine's is different. Mine's is saying that this is what men are doing. They are lying to get with women. And I'm also saying that women would rather hear the truth and an honest truth from a man. And he needs to be honest and be a part of his being and not be honest and mean the way how Big Dog Barker was saying earlier, right? So big.
Okay, so and I still disagree with what he's saying. And it's because he's thinking that the truth is always a good truth. I hope everybody else is following what I'm saying. Listen, if the truth is always a good truth, and I mean something that you want, something that you're very accepting of, then yes, if the truth is always that, then yes, we as humans will love that. But if the truth is, no matter how it's spoken, if it is negative, like a man come and say, "Oh, you so sexy," and but I would like to F you, and then what I'm gonna do is go home and be with my wife without letting her know that I was with you. Right? So that is to be actual truth. And women don't want to hear that. We don't even want to hear it. What is Teron talking about? And some of you ladies gotta also understand what he is saying. He's saying that men should just come to you with the truth and then give you the option. But most of us don't want to hear they fucking truth. We don't want to hear from them at all in a lot of cases. But now he's saying, nah, go shoot your shot, tell her truth, let her know that you just want to fuck her and that's it, and leave it in her hands. Is that what we women are saying? Because I've heard some of the women say that. No, I'd rather that, Bob. Oh, so you rather a strange man walk up to you, tell you what he want to do with you, how he gonna dispose of you after, just so you can have the option? No. So you'd rather him come though and be as nice as he could be. Even if he lied and you could determine whether you want that or not. You could determine that, nah, I'm not interested in, you know, I'm not, you could, you got it, discernment, and all of our discernment isn't right. And people do lie. So even if you figure you like what he's saying and shit, I think we all know that liars exist. And so the truth is, if a man you don't know is able to walk up to you and he says some things to you that sounds good to you, by you knowing that people lie, you have a decision to make. There's lots of decisions to be made. But I know if a man walked up to me to tell me his fucking truth, and his truth is to tell me how he wanna bed me and act like he don't know me tomorrow, and so he could go be with his wife and lie to her, I'm gonna say no. And I think most women, if you think of this shit wholeheartedly, not just halfway, you too will say, you're not gonna say you want the truth. I'm not saying I mean the lie. You're not saying that you want the lie, but you got to stop making it seem like you want all these truths. Yeah, just give me that truth. Yeah, I'm okay. I can handle the truth. Most people cannot handle the fucking truth. Because you don't know a lot of people, and you think you might can handle any truth. But some of these motherfuckers, right? This is outlandish with the shit that's going through their mind. So I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking of it too, broadly. Then that could be. I'm not thinking of it in little pieces and shit. You know, he keeps saying the truth, but as long as the truth is told to you nicely. I don't know if there's a nice way for a man to come tell me how he just want to fuck me tonight and act like he don't know me tomorrow. you know? Yeah, I don't see nothing nice. He could say it as sweet as he wanna, as calmly as possible. He can even say it with a deep voice. And I might end up wanting to bash him in his fucking head. Fuck you, so I must look like somebody you think you could just uh have sex with and throw away tomorrow? Because if we start asking these men for money, we already know what they call us gold diggers or whores or whatever, right? And are they ready for the truth? They are men any ready for the truth? They like to be lied to. Swear. Shit.
Big Dog saying he was being honest, but he was also being a piece of shit up with his honesty. So, so if the man could be honest and be a good man, a woman will want that, is what I'm saying. So those are two distinctions that I'm saying.
But you switching up what he said, right? Because he did say, well, wait, let me explain it. Because when he said it like, I went to be honest, but he said it in a bad tone, which is a piece of shit. But even if he had told her the honest truth without the bad attitude, she still wouldn't have liked it. She still wouldn't have allowed it, or she would have stayed like she did stay. So are you saying when he said, ask him what he meant by when he went to be honest, he was a piece of shit? Because remember, I did the same thing he did. When I told you that and I told the story, when I wanted a divorce from my husband.
I'd never condone fighting. Unless it's everyone fighting over my present at the gift exchange.
It was crazy. Y'all, that was crazy. When I said, when I wanted a divorce from my husband, and then this commercial came on. I don't condone fighting. That's a sign. Hubby he must don't like when I say that. I'm going to stop saying that, y'all. When I wanted a divorce. But it is true, though. Okay.
We went to see a therapist, right? He wanted to go to marriage counseling. I wanted a divorce. I wanted out. I waited till the kids got a certain age. I had been warning. And then when I got there, I was saying things, but, I was saying things just to be rude so he'll divorce me, right? So he'll divorce me. That was me being fed up, hoping that he'll divorce me. But but hubby still stayed, right? They got a choice to be made. So ask him, what did he say? Like, would she have stayed? Go ahead.
What I said was...
Hold on, no, but I want to hash this out. So,
honesty
don't have to be brutal and disrespectful and mean.
Right, but the
honesty could be loving. So that's what he meant by he was being a piece of ish about his honesty. He said, I'm going to do this regardless how I understand you don't like me talking to this girl on the phone, but it don't matter because I'm going to be big dog barking. I'm going to talk to this girl regardless of your feelings. I don't care that I'm hurting your feelings. That's what he meant by he was being a piece of ish with the truth.
Y'all hear that shit? So I guess if he wouldn't have been, so I'm what is Sharon saying? Because even if he said, look, if he said it nicely, look, I know you don't want me talking to this girl, but I'm gonna talk to her anyway. Because she's my first, and she told me that my penis belongs to her. So we married, but that's what it's gonna be. Is Sharon saying if he said it nicely, it would have been thought of as differently than even if he said it with an attitude? Because he must be crazy than a motherfucker. Right? Or maybe I'm tripping. Maybe I'm just different. I could be so different, y'all. It's true. Maybe I'm different. I must be special. Okay, let me go find a beat. Because I found out that I must be special. I haven't done this in a while. I haven't done it in a while. Let's see if I can make a song. I must be special. Let me see. Because I must be special than a motherfucker, baby. Because I'm saying the words themselves, no matter how it's spoken, is rude, is unacceptable. And Sharon is saying, everybody commercials looking like mine. I must be special. I must be special. I must be special. I must be special. I must be special, special. Here I go to the top. So no one can listen to me. Words. Don't say it today. I'ma say it anyway. Special, special. I must be special, bitch. Special, special. I must be special, bitch. Special, special. Your pussy with an itch. You's a fucking snitch. Special, special. I must be special, bitch. Special, special. Your pussy got an itch. Special, special. I'm about to say it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You a fucking snitch, bitch. Look, I must be special. I must be. What the fuck is going on? What the hell? So Sharon is saying a man could come and say, I love you, but I want to fuck other women. I'm going to bring them to this house. You know what I'm saying? They going to help you. You going to help them. We going to do this shit together. And everything going to be cool. And this woman's going to be like, since it was told levenly or it wasn't told with an attitude, she going to put up with it. She, what? I must be special, bitch. Because I do not know what the hell Jerron is talking about. Okay, I just don't know what he's talking about. Let me see what y'all talking about. I don't know. Oh man, I know that's right, Lena. How you doing, Lena? You can't be with her, man. That would be the hell. Oh, I must be special, because I feel like if this is what's going on, and listen, generations do things different. I'm not even gonna hate. I hope y'all not doing that. I hope women aren't like all he got to do is say it nicely, and but it don't matter. Like it could be something you disagree with that you wouldn't even tolerate. You know what I mean? Like you're not gonna tolerate no cheating unless he said nicely, ho. No, not that everything is cool, but at some point she has an actual choice. Now I agree with that when it comes to the choices. But what choice do a woman who's already so let's talk about the choices, right? Remember, we are talking about people who are already in relationships. At least that's what I thought. But even if we're not, if upon a man coming up and saying some shit like, hey, she of course she want to know the truth so she can make a choice, right? If you're already in a relationship, already married, and this man come here, because we got to understand, we're talking about wholeheartedly relationships, right? Whether we're friends, whether we're friends with benefits, whether we're married, whether we just live together, whether we have children, we're talking about because he talks in numbers like majority. So even with my friendships, I'd rather some people just keep that shit to yourself. It's okay. Now maybe like I am older, and through the generations things have changed. But it's societal norms, right? It's almost like when you cough, you cover your mouth, right? But I've been hearing younger people say, well, what the hell I gotta cover my mouth for? Or, you say, excuse me, doing this. People are moving far away from the societal norms, maybe to create new ones or whatever. But nothing is wrong with societal norms, right? I'm not saying men should be out here cheating and lying. I'm saying that motherfuckers shouldn't be cheating is one thing, right? Cheating, I don't believe in cheating. I never believed in cheating. There are different type of relationships where they don't consider each other cheating because they have gotten together, came up with their own rules and regulations to their relationships. You could call it whatever you want to call it. Whether you want to call it poly, which came about, in the last 10 years, where people are openly talking about poly relationship for the wrong reasons. That's why it won't work, right? Swinging, right? Which we know when you're talking about swinging, that's mostly a sexual thing, right? But these type of relationships, there's norms, even social norms, even to those, even the ones who not, who hidden and have their own little lanes hidden from most of society. There are rules put in place, but so I would rather if you not cheat on me than to start talking about lying or not lying. I would rather if you coming to introduce yourself to me, you introduce to me to the real you. But we know that doesn't happen. Not on either side. Everybody put their best foot forward, or the best foot that they think gonna get them what they want forward. If a woman wants a man, she gonna put her best foot forward. And if this man wants this woman, he gonna put his best foot forward. And sometimes it's somebody else's motherfucking foot, because they be making up shit, right? And women lie too. Women lie too. Okay. Women lie, men lie. We just so I'm not trying to make it just a man thing. And I know people are saying they want the truth. I'm just saying that it's because you have never really had people come and be truthful to you. You would it was not I think if you could go 24 hours where all you do with all your friends and family is everything that come out your mouth to them is nothing but the truth. When it comes across, and that means not withholding anything, right? It crosses your mind, you tell it. Give yourself a weekend of doing that and see how that shit work out for you. And but not just on your end. They agree to doing it. You agree to doing it. Okay, and you may lose some friendships and some family members who don't want to deal with you no more. We all know that we lie. We all lie. You might be more. It might be a friend who shared something to you. She asked you a question, and some of y'all, like I noticed, some people be truthful, but even then, you gonna have a limitation to the truth that you provide based on your relationship with that person, right? Where you might, in your mind, you might be like, "Bitch, you stupid," but in your out of your mouth might come, "Well, are you sure that's a good idea, or maybe that's not a good idea? Why are you messing with him?" You're not gonna say, "You dumbass bitch," because the things that come across your mind. But then he said, "Well, it don't have to be mean, but to give somebody some advice unsolicited in itself could be mean." Okay. Sapa say he don't lie. So everybody gonna say they don't lie. Okay. But I'm saying we do it for our family members. We do it for our friends. We do it for our, what I mean? I lied to my kids about a fucking Santa Claus until I didn't want to do it no more. Because not because I wanted to lie to them, it was just it's societal norm. I didn't want my children to miss out on what other children like. I didn't want my children to be like, "Mom, why Santa Claus don't come to us?" You know what I mean? And so I never like I always knew there was a Santa Claus. Well, not always, because I remember when I could swear I heard Santa Claus. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna lie, I was a little kid. I would swear I heard Santa Claus. And it may have been somebody in the neighborhood outside, because I know I heard out the door. We ain't never had no chimney. Okay. I have a chimney now, but I ain't I ain't have no chimney growing up. Okay. Um, ain't that something? We have a chimney that we don't even use. Huh. We don't use the fireplace. In fact, I got an insert in the fireplace. But I have lied, right? Sometimes the lies, like I pass by strangers and tell them good morning when I don't give a damn if they have a good morning or not because I don't know them. When I'm in the line and and the cashiers help me and I ask them how they doing, I don't give a damn how they doing. It's just like a social norm, you know. And if somebody would start telling me they fucking business, like if I say, "How you doing? How you doing?" Like I stand up, I'm there, I'm putting all my stuff on the what they call it, the conveyor belt, which is where you put all your groceries and shit. And I just ask them, "Hey, how you doing? How you doing?" Right? It just comes out my mouth automatically. And if this bitch, right, start telling me how they got bills due or how they about to go on vacation and all that shit, I ain't gonna lie, I would be shocked. I would look up at them and I would be like, and then I would be like, oh, sounds great, or have fun. And the truth is, I don't want to know they shit, and it don't sound great because I wasn't really listening. I don't give a fuck. What? Yes, it's called being cordial, but we lie. We don't. That's what I'm saying. That all of the lies is baked into our society. Because if you being truthful, which is true to yourself and truthful, if you don't care how a person is doing, then why ask them, right? If you if you don't care, if you don't care if a person have a good morning or not, I rarely even look at these people. Like it's so normal. If I bypass you, I bypass you, good morning, good morning. But I don't even know who the fuck I just bypassed because I wasn't paying attention. And yet I I told them to have a good morning. Yeah. And so that's what I'm saying. And maybe I'm just taking it too far. And I could be. But that's when I hear somebody say, hey, always be truthful, then that's what it means. Like, and some people are like that. There are lots of people who are not cordial. Like they don't speak to people they don't know. And I don't find them people, sometimes they could be a little rude because society says they're rude, but they're not doing anything wrong, right? They're not doing anything wrong not to say good morning. I told y'all, motherfuckers, when I first came up to Delaware, I remember going to a store. It was called Caldor. And because I had bypassed it was two black women. I was walking by them. They was going to the parking lot to get in their car, and I was going inside the store. So we bypassed each other, and I said good morning, and I kept going. Like I said, good morning, and kept going. But and then when I went to reach for a basket, the carts. That's what we call them. We call them basket in Louisiana, but carts. I was getting the cart, and I saw them two women standing in the street right where I said good morning to them. They were standing there looking at me, trying to figure out who the fuck I was. And so, I'm seeing them standing there, and I'm looking at them, and they say, "Do I know you?" And I'm like, "Oh no." And then they said some cuss word and kept going. And that's when I realized I was in Kansas, baby. I knew I no longer was in Kansas. I'm in the Wizard of fucking Oz because I did not understand that shit. Like all I said was good morning and kept going. And them motherfuckers stopped. Looked like they was ready to beat my motherfucking ass. I ain't even gonna lie. Looked like they out apparently saying good morning to strangers in the up north is not a thing to do. That's what I learned real motherfucker quick. You don't speak to people you don't know. I don't ask, but I guess that's just me. See, so that's what I'm saying. I understand that different generations, right, are bringing different norms, and nothing's wrong with that. And there will be a conflict between the older generation and newer generation because I still don't know what 6'7" mean. My grandson be like 6'7", 6'7", his hands be going up and down, 6'7", my mom 6'7", and I'm like, what the hell it mean? just wait. How you doing, Letitia? How you doing, sis? Look, just wait until y'all asses, y'all. It's gonna be funny when y'all Gen Xers, not the Xers, I'm sorry, when y'all Zennials are sitting right where Gen Xers are sitting today. Like, um, man, because I imagine what the younger people gonna be saying then, and it's gonna be. Listen, it's crazy, y'all. It's crazy, but I find it to be fascinating. I like the conversations, and I hope y'all don't take it, negatively when I say, hey, because I do find y'all have things that I wish my generation had. Like, I wish we had the cameras that we have. The cameras our generation had, y'all. Man, for those of us who my age, y'all remember the cameras with the flash? You had to first have a camera, okay? Then you had the body's flash. The flash went on top, and it would turn. First, they had the ones that would turn like a little cube, and then they came up with these longer ones with the lights, right? And then when you did take the film, shit, you would be saved up a whole lot of film before you can afford to go and get them developed. Okay, and man, 6 7 me ho. My grandson said it means some. He told us on the last stream where he was here, and I was like, girl, he keeps saying 6 7. I don't know what it means. I don't think he know what it means. And he told me, no, it means Satan. He really, and know he's 6 years old, but that little boy is smart. Okay, he broke it down and told, no, mom, I know what it means. It means Satan. It means the devil. Thinking to myself, how you know anything about Satan? He must have heard somebody say it because that boy is very, um, um, yeah, that's 6 7, but it means Satan. He told me, yeah. So now some adults did tell me that it means the devil worship and things like that. But I didn't tell him that. But he'd been told me that's what it meant. Talking about 6 7 6 7. And then they got a lot of fools over there who probably my age and a little younger over there talking about over there with the Lil Wayne. Lil Wayne made a song called 6 7, 6 foot 7 foot or some shit like that. And they over there talking about, oh, he's a genius. He knew this was coming. He's the first 6 7. Oh, look at. And I'm like reading that shit because I went to go see what 6 7 meant. My God, damn. Yeah, but apparently it does mean. I'm not sure if it means devil worship, but it is a type of worship. People who not Christians are always thought of as negatively in devil worshiping or something negative like that. So I'm not sure if it's devil worship, but it has something to do with some type of religion, though. Oh, okay. Genesis said, yes, the guy who started it is an active member of a satanic church. Okay. And my grandson used the word satanic, girl. He's 6 years old. It's like, he crazy. Okay, that's what I said. I said he crazy. He said, look, you know this. Mom, I do know what 6 7 mean. It means satanic worship. What? Uh, anyway, I did post a link. Did I put it? Let me see, y'all. I wanted to get to the because I think it is at the part where we started going back and forth, and Jay started talking. And that's when she called women. She said women were stupid. Like they'd rather say that women are stupid than to say, "Hey, we, we." Of course, I hope I wasn't saying, or I didn't think anybody would think that I was saying, no, women are saying, please come over here and lie to me. Like, they're not literally saying, please come over here and lie to me. But lots of women are being lied to. Of course, at first, she may not like, she don't want to be lied to. Of course not. And then she get to know the dude and realize that he embellished, right? Isn't that a word that means lie? But let me look at he embellished his story. He exaggerated his information. Okay. But if she likes him, she'll stick it out to him with him. Now, for those who don't like liars, though, to that degree of, hey, I don't like liars, I don't fuck with liars. As soon as you find out he lying, you lied on anything, you'll be out. And that's why I said there's different type of lies. There's white lies, there's the lies in order to manipulate and you in a negative way. And then there's lies that might kind of get them in. They want to manipulate themselves to get in and hope that you will be accepting of who they are. Like, for instance, and I hate bringing up movies, but I don't think I have to do that over here, but I'm going to do it anyway in case they got some dumbasses in the cloud. I'm going to bring up the movie. Was it Friday? It may have been Friday. You know, I don't remember these movies. And truthfully, I never looked at none of them wholly. I don't know the whole story, but I think there was one movie where the woman, the guy was introducing, he was on the phone. I remember who the comedian was, Chris Tucker, I think. I think it was Chris Tucker. Was that his name? Chris Tucker? Maybe. And he was getting with somebody, and she said she looked like Janet Jackson. He said she looked like Janet Jackson. Ooh, she said she looked like Janet Jackson. And then when it ended up being Adele. Is that her name? Adele. I think that was her name. The comedian, the thick, black, light skinned black woman. I think her name Adele. It ended up being her. And so women, will say they look one way when they look another. Men do that too, not just women. In hopes of getting in the door. I've watched Catfish, where all them motherfuckers is lying, right? We've seen all types of relationship and shit being done all the way since the early 2000s. So I'm shocked when Sharon said, make it seem like this shit not happening. There's a whole show called Catfish. I think that shit's still on today. And these are relationships where the people lie. How you in a relationship with somebody for 3 years, you ain't never met them, and they never got on camera. You cannot tell me that both them people are lying and want to be lied to. I am literally, and I'm not even exaggerating, saying there are people in relationships with people they've never met, right? There are even, how should I say, not programs, there are websites where these men pay a woman to be his girlfriend. And I'm not even talking about with no sex involved. They never meet. She calls him in the morning, whatever their deal is in their contract. She calls him in the morning and say, good morning, sweetheart. How you doing? Right? As a wake-up call. She may give him a text at lunchtime. And this man feel good. He's telling his family members and his friends that he has a girlfriend. But this is a professional girlfriend. Like, these things exist. Now, do they exist on this broad scale? I don't know how broad the scale is. It's broad enough to have a whole website with a whole lot of motherfuckers on there paying for this service. That's how broad it is. But I don't know what the percentage of people participating in it is. Okay, so even for me I wouldn't be able to give no information about that. And just because I can't give the information don't mean that it's a minority. It just means I don't know the information. And most people not gonna know the information because most people not admitting that their girlfriends, and it's mostly men doing this, but they got girls doing it too, lying about their boyfriends. They got a professional. That's a smaller amount of people, but we don't know the number, and we're not, because people not gonna actively admit this shit. But I bet you I could find somebody on a video admitting that they got a virtual girlfriend. In fact, we heard black men bragging about being with sex dolls. Right? That wasn't a majority, but it happened, and it would have caught on more in other countries that they wives are sex dolls. They're not even real people. It's all kinds of shit going on in this world. I had on my website, I showed, which I don't have no more, but I did an article on it, that got picked up. And I showed husbands who left their wife, their actual wife, for their sex doll. They divorced their wife to be with their sex doll and was taking their sex dolls on vacations. Okay. And then I actually got a black man, because people say, nah, black people not doing it. And then I show y'all a actual guy who is doing the same fucking thing. A black man. But then people say, well, that's not bomb. You think you're the majority of the minority. And I'm like, but I don't know the percentage who are doing it, because a lot of people not admitting to it. So, there's a lot of things that are held secret, and we're not going to know the percentage. A professional girlfriend to be making you feel good. That's right. And those men, they say some of these men are doing well in life, right? They don't really want a relationship, but they want somebody who just give them that boost of confidence. So I can see it. Lots of men like that type of thing, right? Lots of men end up with girlfriends just for that. He don't want to be in a relationship. That's what's going on right now on a majority rate. Men don't want to be in a relationship. They don't want to be held accountable to anyone. And that's why the women are saying, hey, I'm not getting with no guy, because this guy don't even really care about me. He only cares about what I'm giving him only at the time in which he wants it. You only want to be my husband when you want to be my husband. But other than that, you want to act single. You want to be able to come home and have dinner, and then you want to be able to take your shower and get in the bed with me, have sex with me. But other than that, you want me to keep my mouth closed. You don't want no conflict at all. And therefore we can't have no conversations, because as soon as I disagree, then now you call it a conflict. Like this idiot who was on this panel, dog. Okay. But let's get back to that little conversation real quick.
With the truth, right? So you saying if he would have told her, look, babe, I want you to stay and everything, but I don't care what you say. I'm still gonna be on the phone with her. I'm still gonna deal with her. If he would have just said it the truth, but said it nicely, you saying it would have what? It would have.
What I'm saying is that it could have been truthful with it being with love, meaning that he could say, honestly, I don't want to be with other women. I only want to be with you. And that is the truth.
But the truth, his truth was he wanted to be with other women.
What I'm saying is that, because if we ask him today, what is his truth to his woman? He's going to say, hey, I'm only rocking with whatever his truth is with his women today. And while they have a beautiful, fruitful relationship that still lasts today, because I'm pretty sure, I could be assuming that he is not doing all those things that he.
I know. I'm done. I've been done.
Okay, so now he also have a truth now, but it's a loving truth, and that she and his wife enjoys the loving truth about him. Is what I'm saying.
How do you know that? How do he know that his wife enjoys the loving truth? There's a lot of assertions and assumptions being made, right? And it's weird because Sharon himself had backtracked. He's saying the loving truth would have been opposite of what his truth was. He said he told his truth, and his truth was, I'm gonna continue talking to this woman on the phone. Why did Sharon switch it up? Because he know that like my point is valid. I asked him if this man had said, no, sweetheart, listen, I love you, but I'm still gonna talk to other women on the phone. I'm still gonna stay in contact with this woman, and it's all good, or it's not. That's not no loving truth. It's the truth. But ain't what's the loving part about that? Just because he didn't say it mean, don't mean it was loving. But it still was the truth. So I think what Sharon is saying is that the truth is always going to be acceptable and good. And so I agree. If the truth is acceptable and good, then most women and men will be accepting of that. But as soon as that truth is opposite of something that he or she will accept, then it don't matter how you say it. You can say it as mean or as nice as you want. We only gonna hear your words, and your words mean something. And if you're telling me I'm not woman enough, or I'm not even gonna put it on that, because men cheating may not have nothing to do with you being woman enough or not, anything like that, right? But yeah, I don't know.
And they could have started from that from day one. He didn't have to go learn all these other things that he really enjoyed his woman. He didn't have to go through all this. His woman didn't have to go through the trials and tribulations and endure all of these things.
Right, but
so it could have been a loving truth, not a harsh, mean truth, is what I'm saying.
Reo's homemade uses Italian basil, grown on an Italian farm.
Oh, you talking? So you saying because he wanted the other women? You saying?
No, I didn't want the other women, but at that point in time, she heard my feeling. Them words did hurt after so long, and like I said, the ex-girlfriend, go back to the dark side. So when I told the truth, it was like, yeah, I want to be with you and all this type of shit right here, but at the same time,
what you mean go back to the dark side? You was already cheating.
I had stopped cheating. When that situation happened, I had stopped cheating.
I thought she caught you on the phone. Listen, you gotta stop.
What happened was,
look at him. So not when they say, well, what happened was what happened was, they lying. Okay. We heard his story in the very beginning. And he was very clear and concise. We can also tell that he was lying, but now he about to really lie and backtrack his story. The man said that he was cheating back and forth with his wife. He said that it was her fault because she demanded that when they have conversations that he give her a chance to speak without him speaking over her. He said that got him mad, so he went to the ex-girlfriend who said, "You not the big dog I know. Big dog I know wouldn't let your wife tell you what to do. You will be able to cheat on her because you the big dog." So he blamed her, and he said that the woman he was cheating with is the one who told him that his wife should be accepting of this shit. And like, now this nigga is changing the story. And that's what I'm saying. Sharon wasn't listening to his story in the beginning. Okay. Or he guessed, I don't know what the hell going on.
I stopped. Then she started saying she didn't want to be my wife no more. And when she started,
so she didn't want to be his wife no more after he stopped. Ain't that something? Conveniently, he stopped, and I guess he had stopped for years. And then she said, "I don't want to be your wife no more." Or could it be that he was cheating back and forth, like he already have said, and then she got fed up with it eventually, and then she said, I'm not dealing with this no more." And that's when the nigga stopped, right? Because she caught him on the phone with a woman. Like he said, this is his story, not mine. I'm not making this shit up. But when Sharon was like not listening to the story and giving him credence by putting it on the woman. So Sharon was okay with him blaming not only his wife because she drove him to cheat, but then also the ex-girlfriend because she took him back to wouldn't let him grow up. It's, like I said, it's always the women's fault.
Doing all that, I knew where it was coming from, but after so long, I wanted her to stop, and she wouldn't stop. So when she wouldn't stop, I was lost in the sauce, and I was asking for help to get me out of the funk I was in because of my situation. And the only person that really helped me was the ex-girlfriend.
Look, now he got it changed. Now he only reached out to the ex-girlfriend after the wife was cheating because he was lost in the sauce. And now so why would what? His story don't even add up anymore. Because now he's saying, remember, the ex had approached his wife. If the wife don't want to be with him no more, she don't give a damn about no woman approaching her. The woman wouldn't have no reason to approach her. His story just fell apart. His story is getting worse.
What told me to be an asshole.
Y'all hear this shit right here, y'all. First, look, your story was she caught you on the phone.
She called me on the phone after I talked to the ex-girlfriend, and the ex-girlfriend told me to be an asshole. That was after I talked to the ex-girlfriend when I started talking to a girl at work. And she
now he added in the girl at
work. All these women, and now he want to make it seem like he stopped, and that's when she decided that she. So you stopped, even though you said you talked to the ex who told you to be an asshole.
That was 2020.
So when did you stop? The day before? An hour before?
I stopped.
So this is what we can have some understand. So he was giving his timeline of the things that he was doing that was being a degenerate husband.
Right.
And now he stopped for a year, 2 years, however long that is. What he's saying is that he stopped doing all that shit. Even if it's only 2 months, whatever it is. But he stopped doing it, is what he's saying. He's not doing it today. He's not doing it today.
Right. But remember, we talking back to when he was being an asshole to his wife.
Right, when he's so when he's being a liar. Okay, now what is
right? So he was being a liar, but now he's trying to make it seem like he stopped being a liar, and now it's her turn.
But from when we got together to 2012, I was a liar. But after 2012, I was still with the shit. I just was being truthful by being with the shit.
I'm still trying to figure out why Sharon trying to bail this shit out of bullshit. This nigga just said before 2012 I was a liar, but after 2012 I wasn't lying no more, but I was still cheating. Wait, if you was you was still cheating, but you wasn't the liar no more. Okay. So now he telling his wife that I'm gonna do what I want to do. And then he got mad when she got fed up. I'm sorry. What the heck is going on?
Right. You was being truthful about being with the shits.
Right.
And so you still was
okay, so now we come to that part. So now he was being mean with his truth, is what he was saying before.
How's Sharon doing?
Bring comfort home this holiday season during the Buy More, Save More sale at Raymore and Flanagan. Or enjoy flexible financing so you...
He was being harmful with his truth.
No, his truthfulness was the harm. He wasn't being harmful with his truthfulness. His truth was the harmful thing. That he's going to still be with other women when his wife don't want that. No matter how he would have worded those words, it would have been terrible to her.
Wasn't being loving with his truth.
Right, but his truth was he still wanted to be with other women. So I'm asking you, Sharon, if he would have said he wanted to be with other women in a more lovingly way, as you would put it, is that...
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay, but that's what he said, though. I guess that's why.
What it is.
That's not what he's saying. No,
what it is the same things like when we get into it. Even though I was standing on my truth, I didn't want to be with other women, but because she still wanted to.
He didn't want to be with other women, but he was still being with other women. And Sharon letting this shit fly. He ain't asking him like, what you mean? He just asking me. What you mean? What you asking me? What the hell he mean? We all hear this man say, oh, I didn't want to be with what I was with him. Yeah, I didn't want to be with the other women. I didn't want to be sleeping with him. I didn't want to be on the phone with him, but I was still with him. I was with him. What?
Be with her little shit, her little attitude or whatever the case may be. When I stop and she do that, then I like, you know what? The way I dress, the way I smell, the shit I do, you think another female don't like this shit? It ain't shit for me to go outside this house and go get another female. That was me being truthful to her. Me telling her that shit. So she had to sit back. If I said, you can stay with that attitude, you can stay keep talking your little shit, whatever the case may be. I'm still do what I gotta do for my kids. I'm still pay for these motherfucking bills. But at the same time, another female will take what I am and shut the fuck up. That was me telling her the truth.
Exactly. You telling her the truth that she should shut the fuck up because other women and
just don't start shit.
What Ron is saying, but on this story, what he's trying to say, don't stare, because I'm going based on his story. So
yeah, what I'm saying is
told
like
her,
the whole,
hey, just accept what I'm saying, you know.
No, it's the arguing. Nicely. It's the arguing. Because like I said, the arguments is this right here. She would want to argue and she want to say what she have to say. And then when I get to open my mouth is, I already know what you finna say. I don't want to hear shit. So by me sitting there like, okay, that's how you want to play. I can go talk to another
you
female.
A cheater.
That was her when I wasn't. That was how she. That's how she would act when I wasn't cheating too.
Oh, when you wasn't cheating too.
When I wasn't cheating, she did it too.
You don't understand that once she find out you a cheater, she's in a bad mood. You can't then say because you cheated last month and today she needs to not have an attitude. She has an attitude, but you have fucked.
She had an attitude from jump. I accepted her attitude from Jump Street. When nigga be saying these red flag with women, that was her red flag. She had an attitude and I accepted it until I didn't like it. Then when I said something about it,
could a red flag be a red flag if you accepted it because you liked it until you didn't like it? Is that what people are doing? They didn't decide that what wasn't a red flag can suddenly become a red flag? Because that's not how that shit works. Right? Red flags are something that you knew you didn't like, you saw it, and you ignored it. Red flags are not something that you liked, you agreed with, and you was cool with until you wasn't. That's not what a red flag is. So we're gonna have somebody gonna come up because they eating up what he's saying now. See, everything he says negative about his wife, some of these red pill men are eating it up. Okay? Because of course they got to blame the woman. Right?
Didn't want to change because I was already accepting and I was already doing shit for her where she had an attitude. So I'm getting mad at myself for dealing with the attitude that I already knew she had. So now, since I can't take no money out of her pocket and I can't beat her ass, guess what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna fuck off and make her feel some type of way.
And look, so he gonna fuck off to make her feel some sort of way. That came and bit him in his ass, huh? He gonna fuck off, cheating and everything, make her feel some sort of way. And the way she ended up feeling is, okay, I won't be your wife no more. And by the way, I'm going to fuck other niggas. I'm about to fuck off. And then the nigga got mad because she was fucking off too long. He was like, oh, I let her do it as if he could stop her. And then when he couldn't stop her, like he couldn't stop her, then it was going on too long because he couldn't stop her. And now he feeling some sort of way. And he telling this story online. And he's mostly talking about his wife in a negative way. And if this was my husband, he would not be my husband after I heard him tell this story. These niggas don't know what love is. They don't know what respect is. More importantly, they don't know what respect is. Because that's what love is. A lot of these men don't know what love is. It's hard, it's hard to figure out what love is until you actually in love. And when you find out that you really love somebody, you respect them, right? Think about your parents who you really love. You respect them, especially if they was good to you. You treat them well. You treat them well because they treat you well. They love you, right? They hopefully respect you and your boundaries. Sometimes you got to teach people to do that now, because some people, they don't understand that. You might have to teach them that. But love essentially is respect. These men who do not respect their wives, they do not love their wives. They find their wives to be tools of some sort, something for them to benefit from, right? When they use that word helpmate, I don't like that word. And not because I don't like the actual word, but the way they are using it, and they constantly keep using it the same way. Like, all she is a helpmate. Oh yeah, a woman is supposed to be the helpmate. The woman is the helpmate. The fuck is you talking about? Help you do what? Because most of these men ain't doing shit with their kids. Most of us, listen, even my dad was a dad when he wanted to be a dad. And what I mean by that, as far as dealing with the children, only when he wanted to. Only when he wanted to. My dad ain't never helped me with my homework, which I understand why, because he couldn't read or nor write or help me with homework. But my dad, like, he was one of the men that you saw, like when he got home from work, he was out in the yard doing what he do. If his friends came by, wasn't allowed to be around his friends. We like you know what I'm saying? Like he was dad because he was dad. It was like the dad who came, he was sitting in a chair, and he was dad. And you knew daddy would protect you because my dad was a street dude like that. I didn't know that then, but I kind of didn't understand why I was so protected. Why people were scared of talk even around me and my mother, like I understand that now. I didn't understand that then, but as far as like I don't remember, dad would cook when he wanted to cook. I never remember him cleaning except the kitchen when he cooked, right? He wanted the kitchen to be clean, so he cleaned as he cooked. Um, but there was a lot of things that my dad didn't do. And I don't hold that against him. Today, though, I see that fathers are being more involved, which is a great thing, right? It's a good thing. This shit that this nigga talk about and these niggas talk about is crazy.
Yeah, but it sounds like she made you feel some sort of way. Listen, this story, I know what Sharon means. Look, Sharon, I know what you're saying. Hey, Bomb, if you telling these women like to be lied to, then that's what they're going to do. But that's not my point. And I wouldn't tell men to lie, right? That's not what I'm doing. I was just speaking to what is going on. But I definitely wouldn't tell men to lie. And I definitely wouldn't tell women to accept liars, right? So if that's how it comes off that I'm teaching the men to lie, that is not what I was doing. So I apologize if any man up there, if y'all gonna start lying, because Mom told you to start lying, even though you was already lying ever since my dad and my grandpa and my great-great-grandpa, then I guess I'm gonna have to take the responsibility that I told y'all to lie. But that's not what I was doing. But I do see your point, Sharon. But this nigga story, I was feeling him telling his story. I tell my story, right? Nothing wrong with changing and telling the truth, looking back and seeing where you was wrong. But see, when I look back and saw when I was wrong, I admit that I was wrong. He right now is backtracking. He done blamed the ex-girlfriend.
I didn't blame the ex-girlfriend for nothing. I told the ex-girlfriend helped me go back. I was gonna go back sooner or later.
How she helped you go back? You was
by gone pumping me up to go back.
Look, she pumped him up, y'all.
Oh yeah, because she was on that type of time.
It's always a woman's fault. It's always.
I didn't say it was her fault because before 2012, I was already cheating on my wife with no help.
Exactly, and so
I was at that point in time where I didn't want to do it no more. I was at a point in time where I didn't want to do it no more, and she was like, "I don't want to be your wife no more."
Yes, you've already destroyed the relationship.
I did. I admit that.
All right. So, but here's the thing. So, what I'm saying is that his honesty changed from being mean to his honesty changed to be loving. Like, so all his honesty is loving. I want to be with you. I'm not going to cheat. And he's living by those new loving truth and not the mean pieces of ish truth, because those are two different truths.
Man, I would love to be as. Wait a minute, I'm gonna let this commercial go.
Hi, friends. Today I'm meeting up with my friend.
You know how I feel? I feel like I would love to be as blind as some of these motherfuckers on the internet. I would love to be able to be on here, hear people tell their stories, and believe them. And I would be able to do that if I wasn't listening to these motherfuckers, right? If I wasn't listening with my ears wide open and hearing what they say, I would be able to believe them. But that's the problem. The problem is I hear what they say. I hear when they backtrack, and I hear when they switch it up completely. And that is why. Like Sharon is right now trying to say that this man is living this certain life as if what this man says is truthful when we witness him lying on this panel on this day in real time, as Sharon would put it. And I'm for one, once somebody lie about their story, I now know that they are a liar, and a liar for no reason. It's different. We get on here, we joke. I get on here and joke. I tell a lot of jokes. Within my jokes, there's truth within my jokes, but I do, sometimes to make it a little funnier, right? I pep it up a little bit. I exaggerate it a little bit, so it'd be a little more interesting and shit like that. But these niggas will take their story and then flip it on top of his head. And what I mean by that, 1 minute they did the wrongdoing, the next minute their wife or somebody else did the wrongdoing, and they was the victim, and then they switch it back and forth. And once you do that to me, I realize you are a liar for no reason. Now, if you joking and shit, because there's a lot of us who get on here and joke, right? People call it trolling or whatever. I understand that. Like, I realize I know the ones who come up and joke, and they don't bother me, right? Because I understand what they're doing. Sometimes they bother other people, but they don't bother me. And but Sharon now is holding his premise or his teaching point. He is hooked it to this man's star, right? He has hooked his star to this motherfucker's lie. And he's still trying to move forward instead of backtracking and realize, wait a minute, bruh, you was a liar. You was a cheater. You was like, why are you blaming these women? And that is what I guess the men been saying, that Sharon pushes a narrative. Now, I'm not agreeing or disagreeing with that. I'm just saying that's what the men are saying. Like, when he has a narrative that he's trying to shoot for, he goes to make that point through all the nonsense, is what they say, right? That's what they say. Now, I don't never see it that way, because I thought we were just having conversations, but this one seemed to be targeted. Maybe because I'm involved, maybe because I'm trying to figure out like what's going on, because I'm hearing one thing and he act like he's not hearing it. And maybe that's why, or it could be, I ain't gonna lie, I like Sharon. So therefore, and look, I'm human. People I like, I fuck with, and I back them. And I'm not even not backing Sharon, but this was too blatant. Like, women, we can back you even through things we may not necessarily agree, but you can't make us look stupid. And you know what I mean? Like, you can't make it so obvious that everybody can see that everybody's full of shit. Refuse to be made into a outright liar based on somebody else. I refuse to be blatantly shown as a person who's full of shit. You know what I mean? You can't do that to me. I keep saying I understand where you're going with it, even though it truly makes no sense. Just because I'm saying what is happening does not mean I am saying that's what should happen. Nowhere in my entire life have I heard that just because somebody is doing something means that that's the way it should be done. Lots of people do shit that shouldn't be done. I've done shit in my life that I shouldn't have done, or I may feel like I shouldn't have done. You know what I mean? And I realized that I, if I hurt somebody during those times, I asked them for forgiveness, or I said I was sorry, and and slowly moved on. And every once in a while, I might backtrack to apologize to them again. You see, I don't have no problem with none of that. But I cannot be on this panel and Sharon want me to agree with some shit that's so obviously ridiculous. So I would people would be like, see, bombing shit. I told y'all bombing shit. It would be so blatant. They already say I'm full of shit, right? They already say bomb is lying, even though they can't prove it, because I'm not lying about nothing. It's just a difference of opinion. I don't know why they always put liar on it, but I cannot just be agreeing, especially with this shit right here. That's all. Here we go.
Both honest, but what I'm saying, men don't have to use meanness and being a piece of ish as they truth to say that, hey, women want to be lied to, because when I tell them a truth of me being a degenerate, they don't want that. No, I want you to tell me the truth so I could decide who I want to be with. So when you tell me that you are degenerate, thank you, because I don't want to be with that kind of man. So the truth is not what they don't want. They just want the truth to be good. Most of the men, they only pushing out bad truths.
So you see what I'm saying? You saying that as long as, well, not what I'm saying, but you saying as long as the truth is what the woman want to hear, then it's good, loving truth. But what if the truth is something she don't want to hear? Like, yeah, I want a girlfriend. I want to go out and
usually she will leave.
But
because women don't want to be with a man that want to put his pee in everything. So just because that woman don't want to be with a truthful degenerate doesn't mean she doesn't like the truth, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, but okay, so when he tells the truth that he want to be with other women and she stays, what does that mean?
That means she's into the poly situation.
No. Does it mean that she accepting of the truth?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, she's staying there because now he's telling the truth. Mm-hmm. And then I guess we got to figure out why she's staying there.
But that's neither here nor there. But regardless, if she want to be with a man that has multiple women and she's willing to be with that is fine as well, because he is telling the truth. He's not telling her the truth out of meanness. That's who he is.
I mean, I would say that's kind of mean. If that's not the lifestyle she want to be a part and they married, I would say that he'd be mean just in the sense of even telling the truth.
Right, that's where we disagree at. I don't think the truth has to be mean. The truth just needs to be the truth. But when you are using it in a way of disrespect, so somebody could be overweight, that is a truthful thing, but the way how you communicate that could be in a negative way, where it's mean and nasty, or it could be in a productive way where we could, whatever.
This shit is getting old. Now I see his point, right? Because when he's like, hey, she got a choice to make. But how does she have a choice to make after the choice of marriage has already been made? If that makes sense, what I'm saying. They're like, now, if from the jump, this man says, hey, I'm into poly and we're going to do this and we're going to do that. And she down with that, that's good, right? Even if she wasn't down with it, if he said it in the beginning and she wasn't down with it, that is good. Right? So yes, do women want say, come over here and lie to me? Well, I've already said this. I don't want to repeat this again, right? I don't want to repeat this again, but yeah, I remember I was talking based on Big Dog's Barking story. Based on his story, and Sharon was saying once he started telling his wife he gonna be with that woman on the other phone. I'm like, that in itself is the meanness, because there's no good way of telling a woman who obviously do not want that, because that's why they've been having their arguments, right? That's not being truthful. That truth is not something that she want to hear. She don't want to hear that shit. In fact, she just don't want to hear none of that shit. She want this man to be faithful, hold up to his honor and his code that he provided when he asked her to marry him, and they did their vows. Okay, so Anyway.
That is.
Mm-hmm.
So it is two ways of telling the truth. What I'm saying, most men use the truth as a weapon. Yeah, bitch, I'm gonna be fucking other bitches. You figure it out. Do whatever the fuck you want to do. That's how they would communicate that. A woman say, hey, listen, I want to be with you, but I also want another woman. I'm gonna take care of both of y'all without them lying about their income. I'm gonna take care of both of y'all. I'm gonna make sure both of y'all good. Make sure we all eat and make sure we have an equal footing in time and da 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 da. Good, go that way. Thank you, baby. So that's the difference of it being a hurtful truth and just a loving truth. Is what I'm saying.
Hey, Miss Jayla, how you doing? Yeah, let's see what, because maybe she has some different perspective.
Welcome to the show, Jay. How you doing, beautiful?
Oh Lord, you gonna make me rely on my memory?
I know it's a lot now.
I just realized she was up there a long time. Y'all, I was watching, like I thought she came, like when I just mentioned her that day, I had just noticed her when I said that. But while I'm replaying, I realized she's been up there for like over an hour, like almost this whole, and she didn't say a word. She better than me, baby. Oh no. Like I would have had to been sewing and not paying attention and really, other than that, she better than me. What the fuck? Go ahead.
A lot.
Oh, why did I originally come up? Oh, his story.
Mm-hmm.
I would say I agree with Sherelle. I think his story is one of many examples as to why there are people who feel like marriage isn't, it doesn't protect you from anything. Because for somebody to say, and this isn't really like a gender argument for me, for somebody to sit there and say like somebody who is your ex has that much control over you to be able to get you to go against your vows to another person that you said you wanted to commit your life to says a lot. And I feel like that would deter a lot of people from even wanting to make that commitment.
It wasn't
Like how could you expect anybody to sit there through that and still
it wasn't that she had a lot of influence on me. It's like I was asking for help because I didn't know what to do. Because I'd never been in this situation before with a woman to where I actually felt some type of way and I wanted shit to really work. And I ain't know.
He wanted shit to rip. First of all, she didn't have no influence, but he went to her to pillow talk and talk about his wife. So that means she has influence. That's why he went to her. And then he wanted shit to really work while he was cheating on her. And that, see, the reason he wanted this shit to work is because that woman cheated on him. Now, whether she cheated for real or not, we may never know, right? Because there's different lessons. Like I said, my mother taught me that you don't have to really cheat, but the man need a reality check. Y'all, one time my mom, right? Now, I'm gonna just say that I'm only sharing stories about my mom and dad since they passed away. Before, I would have never shared some of these stories. But this was a lesson that I learned. And when my mother, see, before she found out he was cheating, she thought he was cheating, right? So women, our intuition are there, like because we see things. It's not really intuition, to be honest. We see it. We just deny it. We see the actual signs of the cheating. If you find a phone number in his pocket, if you know, there's all kinds of signs that was there, and you overlook it. So anyway, I remember my mom. The reason, like, she was talking to me, and she asked me to write a letter to her, like a love letter. No, she didn't have me write the letter. I'm sorry. She had me mail the letter. I went and put it in the mail so it could come to the house, right? Now, mind you, my dad didn't know how to read anyway, so he wouldn't have been able to read it. So it didn't really have no, really sexual or nothing stuff in it, because I even read it myself. But it was just messed to her. And she mentioned that, hey, these men get beside themselves. They start getting complacent in these relationships, and where because my mom was a stay-at-home mother for many years before she started working. My mother didn't start working until I went into the military. Okay, which means I was grown. That's when she started working. Um, so she was a stay-at-home mother, and my dad, who worked construction, right? On and off because rainy season, shit like that. But he was out and about, and he would get dressed and go out, and my mom didn't have no problem with it or nothing like that, right? Um, but she mentioned that these men, see, she's at home, staying at home. She's not even out and about where people would say anything to her or see her. But when the men saw my mother, baby, my mother was shaped like me, okay? Or I'm sorry, I'm shaped like my motherfucking mother, baby. I get it from my mama. And what I'm talking about is that thing in the back, okay? My mother, it runs in the motherfucking family, okay? And she showed me and my mom the same height, only 4'11", big thighs, big legs, and a big, But anyway, when I would go out with my mother, me and my brother, we would be walking. My dad never liked my mother being out the house, out in public. But every once in a while, she would be like, let's walk to the store. And them men would be whistling, and hey, they try, like I was a little girl, so they was not whistling at me, okay? They whistling at my mother. And then somebody would be like, hey, that's Manuel. That's my dad's name is Manuel, right? That's Manuel. And them men would shut the fuck up. You understand? Them motherfucking men. Once one man noticed that's who, because they didn't know who my mother was because she wasn't out and about like that. When somebody said, "Oh, that's Manuel," that they got quiet and turned their eyes, like they literally turned their backs to us. And I like, I was young. I remember that, and so my mom was like like she was always home, and we lived on family property. So like even though we was out all the time, out in front of the house, all in the yard, and walking up and down the street, it was family land. Only family was on that motherfucker. And if anybody who wasn't family drove on that, my dad would be out there, get the fuck around here. Like he didn't care. He would say, this private, get the fuck on. That's how my dad was. It better not have been a man, which most of the time when that shit happened, it would be a man. They would. My dad would run out there with his shotgun. If he didn't recognize the car, he was out there with the shotgun. Now, think about that. He has me, his children, and his wife. He got us in a safe place, of course, but he also got us where we not seen by nobody, including me and my brother. The only people who see us is our family members, unless we go on to school or some shit like that. And so my mother realized that, oh, this man, he out and about and can and being seen. And the women, of course, my dad was a nice looking man and shit like that, right? And highly known. And of course, but my mother, that's something, he kept us secluded and shit. And when she thought that he was cheating, she had me mail her letters. And so he can see that some man must be writing her or something. And I know it sounds weird when I say a letter and mail, but that's the only way you did it back then, okay? Today you email and DM and shit, but back then it was a mailbox, y'all. And here I am mailing this shit from like school and different places, giving it to friends to put in the mailbox so it could come to the house. And that kept him on the straight and narrow for a little while. He, you know, and the men will say that's called games. Yes. Yes. But would you rather her really go out and cheat? Or would you rather her be passing off some motherfucking notes to herself? Or I guess she could have just did nothing and just let my dad do what the fuck he wanted to, huh? That's what most of the men will say. Even some of the women will be like, oh, I'm not doing all that. No, you shouldn't have to do all that. But what you will do and what you should have to do is not the same motherfucking thing. You shouldn't have to get divorced once you got married. And yet a lot of people get divorced, right? Anyway, and so my belief is, yes, these men get complacent once they get you comfortable. All you have their children, you gain a little weight, and then they want to seclude you with the motherfucking kids while they still could go out and do their thing and be with their friends and all that shit, right? Even I ran into that same bullshit. Everywhere I went, I always had the kids. I'm the one dropping them off at daycare. I'm the one picking them up, right? Especially when they were younger, like you know what I'm saying? Like everywhere I went, I had them, except when I'm going to work. And when I was at work, they was at the daycare. And but hubby was able to go with his friends to the bowl, the Philly bowl, wing bowl, something, you know, during the Super Bowl. They had this big thing where they would go and eat wings, like to this thing. I don't know what they did because I never went. Hubby would go with his friends. I had no problem with him going with his friends because I already said he would let me go and be with my friends. We traded our weekends like that, right? But before that happened, though, shit, he had me in the house, yo, working in the house, working in the house, working in the house. Anyway, I think I'm done with this. You know, this is a long stream. I was up there for a while, but I did want to hear what Jay, because she said something that I wanted to mention. And I'm not saying, well, let's hear it.
What
Let's
to
see.
do? And I'm asking
I
me.
would think you go. I would think you.
Okay, let me see.
Because
So tasty, it could make Poseidon switch to a spoon. Holy divine taste from the Greek gods.
Oh, yeah, mercy. I'm about to give me a ad blocker because this shit.
They had 16-year-olds, 17-year-olds having babies. That woman even told me, "You the oldest one here," and I was 25.
And I want to say, hey, we got 150 people in the building. We don't got 100 likes. That's in situation that a lot of young women are going through now by decentering men around their life.
Is this when he come up?
The body is a reason.
I mean, no, the aesthetic of what she looked like, right what I wanted. Then when we got to talking, we was on the same. We wanted kids, we want to do this, we want to do that. We matching up on what we want to do. I didn't have to force her to do shit. Like if I told her, like when we first started talking, like, look, I know you like
just
doing
lied
that.
to her. That's all. You didn't force
I didn't lie about shit.
Yeah, you didn't want children or family because you was cheating.
The reason I'm not focused on her is regardless of who he would have married, his faulty baseline would have still existed.
I
Even
agree
if
with
she
that.
was the most perfect woman, BMU. It's not about the fact that he chose wrong. It's the fact that
That's what I want to get to. When BMU
Yeah.
said that shit.
when they
BMU
would
came
get
up
into
there and said this nigga chose wrong.
Wait, what generation are you?
Human and have feelings. I'm saying this is
Because they had.
I don't know how far back I
if
went.
you don't take the commitment serious, listen, do you expect them?
Who you is as a person. I knew I was very capable to pop off with it. I was just turned.
God damn! Look. It's not old as an old person, but it's old.
It's supposed to be. Yeah.
Wait, what generation are you? I could be. What generation?
Late Gen X, early millennial.
You early millennial? Oh my God.
1979.
Okay, so so see, that's what I'm saying. When you got married, stop saying you were young. During that time, you were old. Now for today, though, today marriage happens much later, but back then
Okay,
People was getting married at 18, 19, 20. So 25. When I had my first child at 25, y'all, I was in the hospital and they treated me like I was an old ass woman. Because they had 16-year-olds, 17-year-olds having babies. That woman even told me, "You the oldest one here." And I was 25.
And I want to say, hey, we got 150 people in the building. We don't got 100 likes. That's insane. Please hit the likes. If you can, send $1. $1 a piece would be awesome. We could all crowdfund these shows. We don't need to be spending millions of dollars on each show. Just $1 a piece. We be all solid. We can keep maintaining conversation so we can get through this thing called life. Get through your work day. Get through whatever it is that you're going through that makes you here and that you're enjoying the show. Whether we laugh, comment, like, share, all those things count. So please hit that like button so we can get to 150 likes. Welcome to the show, BMU. Good day, sir. What is your thoughts?
What's going on, man?
Ooh, you didn't have to wait an hour and a half.
Can y'all get me?
Yes.
Yeah, I was just listening, man, and I want to say to him directly, he may be going through a transition right now where he's trying to change, but listening to his story about how she was in the beginning and how the red flags he missed and all these things, I mean, just man to man and respectfully, when you hear men say those things, then we have to have the accountability of taking the accountability of saying, hey, I chose wrong.
I did that. I said that.
Yeah,
I said that.
Man, these men who hate women, y'all.
No, there's no hate. There's no hate.
This man did. He the one that chose wrong.
Can I finish? No, he chose wrong based on the fact that if you see, we hear this every day on the flip side, though, Bombshare. On the flip side, we say women chose wrong. You were with a man who was abusive. You were with a man who cussed you out, a man that disrespect you. But we have to sit on the other side, too.
Now, y'all notice when he said on the flip side, he said, you're with a man who abusive. You with a man who, cheating on you. Yes, that would mean she chose wrong. What does that got to do with this man being the cheater? We would be telling her, his wife, that she chose wrong. We would not be telling him that he chose wrong. This nigga chose getting married instead of being single, since he wanted to live like a single man. Right? But he didn't choose wrong. Like, when I hear somebody say you chose wrong, like, you saying that you chose somebody who just wasn't for you, and they were bad for you, but this is the nigga who is the bad influence. He's the cheater. Oh my God.
To be balanced. If a man is dating
I agree. But he never said that she did anything wrong except have arguments, and the arguments was because he was cheating. But
No. He said prior, listen, because I listened to it very well before I clicked on. He said before he cheated, he said because the red flags that he saw was her attitude and the way she spoke to him. Did you not say that, sir?
It was more the attitude. She didn't speak to me stupid. It just when we got into it, it was always she gonna say what she wanted to say, and I couldn't say shit.
And wasn't this prior? And this was prior to you cheating?
This was prior to me ever cheating.
Okay,
and Jay saying, yeah. And I hate when women come up and act like they remember in the beginning of the stream when this man said that this woman was his piece, and I told y'all to remember that. The first words came out of his mouth was that he was chaotic and she was his piece. Now we are like an hour or so into this thing, and now she has turned into she had a bad attitude. The story done flipped, and I seem to be the only one on the panel who remembers it. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? And she's like, yeah, it was before. She also gonna be the same one who's gonna start talking about grandmothers. Like, see, ladies, this is to y'all. See, we like to say that we love ladies, we like women, we support women, but all women do not support you. Right? All women do not support you. this woman comes up here and she's soon gonna blame grandmothers in the fucking South. I'm from the fucking South, and I have grandmothers from the motherfucking South. I'm from the motherfucking South, which means I am a grandmother from the motherfucking South. And yes, they like I understand when because I can say that there was women and they were never my grandmothers. Be some other family, older woman, right, saying some shit about me. And my grandmothers would have went and whipped their goddamn ass if I would have told them. I don't know. Look, I don't know about some of y'all grandmothers, but these motherfuckers get up there and they be talking about their grand. All women wasn't against women, but let me tell you, there was families against families. Listen, there were families against family, right? You could have this family of girls and boys, and next door there was another family of boys and girls. I could name them. I like the family, like the Robichaux, the Fergusons, the Paisleys, like the Hearses, the Clays, like we could go on and on. And they all had, all these families back then had large families. There was rarely a family with a small family. Anything over 5 children is a large family. 5 children and up is a large family. Most families had large motherfucking family. Anywhere from 5 to upwards 15 motherfucking kids. And you got to understand, they got the Hearses, who are beautiful girls, and then we got the Fergusons, who are beautiful girls, and and they got these boys and all of them mixing and getting with each other and shit, and then jealousy happened. This grandmother finds out that that grandchild of the neighbor, it got into a school, and they jealous of each other, and there was conflict. Like I remember going by my aunt, and there was another family on the same street, and they was definitely competing against each other. The adults like would say what they children doing. So the other family would be like, oh, my child doing this, and my child getting married, and look at her ring. And then so my cousin had to have a large ring too when she got engaged. And like it was a lot of that shit going on. So therefore you're gonna have women outside of your family who will throw shots at you. Even when I was a motherfucking kid. I didn't like when I was young, and it was happening. I didn't understand it. When I became a teenager, and we was actively getting out there and fist fighting, that's when I understood it. That motherfucking old lady who I remember calling me fast, right? Calling me fast because her fucking nephew liked me, and I wasn't even into boys, but she calling me fast. I remember when my family and her family, when we all met in the middle of the street, and the children and the adults was fucking fist fighting. Now, go back to these young ass, ratchet ass motherfucking bitches, right? Who think they know everything because they've heard a few stories, but they didn't get the complete whole story, right? You heard me say, yeah, they had some women who called me fast. Yes, I can say that some of them women got away with that shit, and some of them women didn't get to. Because if I did tell somebody, then my grandmother went down there and handled that motherfucker shit, or one of my aunts, or even my mother, who rarely ever got involved with anything. Because, like I said, she was made to stay in the house. Okay, so man, I ain't like I know it's crazy when we talk about how families got in the street and fought. But when I look back at that shit, that was fun, some fun times. Like this family, we fighting for because this motherfucker said something to either me or one of my cousins or one of my, you know what I mean? And now the children out there, now you guys, of course the adults run out there. The adults think they could come and touch one of us, right? Because we whipping their families ass, and then poor adults come out and handle their ass. Baby, we was fighters, baby. Our generation was fucking scrappers. Anyway, um, but these young Gen Zers got the fucking nerve to say some shit because they got half of a fucking story. they didn't get the whole story. They caught half the story, and then they added other shit to it. Oh, there was some women, and the women would tell the boys they hate on the girls. And even when I broke down his story, her narrative fell apart. His narrative fell apart. Sharon's narrative fell apart. And then they wouldn't even let me complete it. So that's why I really did this stream for this part that is about to happen. Here we go.
Hold up, BM.
That's the
BM,
attitude
hold
he
up.
loved about.
Wait. The attitude he's talking about is when they would get into arguments about arguments.
The arguments would be like she the type that any little thing she'll go from 0 to 100. Anything. It could be
before she was his piece. Now she go from anything. Anything is a 0 to 100. And the thing is that this woman, well, it was the arguments of her just arguing.
I could have said something in a joking manner. She automatically mad. And I had to look back like, damn, you mad over that little piece of shit right there? That wasn't nothing. So that's what that.
This nigga was a cheater. She dealing with a cheater. She knows that he's a cheating, and he thinks he could come in and just crack some fucking jokes. She is fucked up. She feel betrayed. She feel stupid. She feel all kinds of things. And this nigga, all he cares about is he got his dick wet, and now he not doing it today. But the next time he want to do it, he will do it. And he not hurt by it. She is. It will show in her day-to-day activities. It will show in her attitude in the family. Even the kids will sense it. But who fault is it though?
Attitude was any little thing that she didn't agree with. She was always serious all day, every day. That was her. See,
and you married her. You love that. You like that about.
Because everything else, the body. I like the body. Like when we started talking.
There we go.
Ain't no way the body is a reason.
I mean, no, the aesthetic of what she looked like, right what I wanted. Then when we got to talking, we was on the same. We wanted kids. We want to do this. We want to do that. We matching up on what we want to do. I didn't have to force her to do shit. Like if I told her, like when we first started talking, like, look, I know you like
just lied to her. That's all. You didn't force.
I didn't lie. I didn't lie about shit.
Yeah, you didn't want children.
Thank God, shit. I don't know why I keep
a family because you was cheating.
The reason I'm not focused on her is regardless of who he would have married, his faulty baseline would have still existed.
I agree
Even
with
if he was the most perfect woman, BMU. It's not about the fact that he chose wrong. It's the fact that he didn't address his own shit.
And that's the truth.
He has his own shit
because before I got with her, she like me and her used to work together. She was like, I used to shoot my shot up every day. And she was like, nigga, I am not going to be part of your rotation. That was her every day I shoot my shots like, nigga, you talk to too many females. I'm not going. That was really what she was saying every day for a year straight. I'm not going. So she already knew how I was dealing with females. Just by
Look, y'all see that? Well, every day she would let me know I'm not the type of woman to deal with a man who cheats. No, I see you, but nah, I can't be with you because you like got a rotation. I'm not gonna be a part of the rotation. So he blames her. He like, oh, she already knew what I was. No, I bet you he changed, which he did. He changed so he can get her. He changed long enough to marry her. And then he went back to what he called chaos. He said it in the beginning. But you see, he placing the blame in her. And I hope this man ain't really married. I hope this is all made up. I hope there is no woman on the other end of this story who's still with this nigga. Because, girl, he is blaming everything on you. He came on here and told everybody about your discretion, your choices, even though he made choices too, right? He boasts about his choices. And then your choices, though, that he tells, it looks upon in a negative way. No matter how many times he say he cheated on her, we all gonna bypass it like it's nothing. We gonna say, oh, that's normal. You ain't shit, which is also normal for these men, right? No.
About work with me, she like, nigga, you got too many females. I'm not gonna be part of your rotation. So it just so happened that
and told her that
she saw that shit. It just so happened that
no, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about, and then you told her, "Oh, I'll marry you," right? Which sounds to a woman.
No, I didn't.
Oh, yeah, you gonna drop your rotation?
I didn't. No. Because when me and her got together, I wasn't dealing with nobody. I was by myself. I was solo.
See, he became solo just to deal with her. So, wow.
So I just happened.
But let me say this. Let me say this real quick though. Like what I was saying, Don Cherry, and you guys, the point that I was making is, if me being married for 16 years, I don't have a right to go to my wife mad and say, "Bitch, listen to what the fuck I got to say, ho." That's me being disrespectful to my wife, and vice versa. If my wife mad at me, it doesn't give her the right to be disrespectful with her attitude, and vice versa. I can't go.
You notice what this man just said? He just said he don't have the right to go and say, shut up and get the fuck out of here, hoe, or some shit like that, right? And then he compares that to her just having an attitude where she might not want to talk, or she do want to talk about something he did or didn't do. You know how the way they compare shit is all fucked up. These men hate women. And I need y'all women to understand that there are men out here who will have sex with you and they fucking hate you. They hate you. I didn't even come, I didn't know this. So I'm not, I realized in the last couple of years that these men hate women. And they can be with you and hate you. In fact, they will be with you with a certain level of hate in order to punish you. They will get you pregnant just to get you pregnant. Remember, I've said this, and I've heard men say this before, and I guess that's why I said if I was ever a man, and this is when I was a teenager, right? If I could be a boy for a day, I would get with some of them girls and get their ass pregnant and then disappear and become back a girl again. Now, that thought process that I had back then came from boys who were purposely getting girls pregnant and then disappearing. Like, even if the nigga lived next door, he still disappeared out of her life, acting like that baby she carrying isn't his. And even after she had the baby, acting like he don't know nothing about that baby. Remember, I said I was a tomboy, so I used to hang around boys. And these are the things I would hear them say. Now, I was a kid. I didn't know that, that meant they hate women. Like, but that's what they were saying. That's how they would punish her. They would punish her by getting her pregnant. They wasn't trying to get her pregnant in order to tie down with her or have her connected to him forever. Hell no. He could have married her if he wanted to be connected to her forever. Nah. That's that hatred. That's fucking hatred and even sometimes jealousy. When they look at a woman and say she needs to sit her ass down. I remember somebody said she needs to sit her ass down, so I put a baby in her. Instead of saying, well, I like her and I'm gonna make her an honest woman. I'm gonna marry her. Nah, they put babies in it and leave her. So don't be confused by a nigga who just want to put his penis in you. And that's why I say go outside. And if you a woman who have needs, then don't base it on no one nigga who ain't gonna treat you right. If it gonna be one man and he wanna be that one man, then get married. And if you don't want to get married, then that's okay too. But do not let, because I know women who say they're not gonna get married, but they still get in relationships. You're well to be married. You're letting the man treat you like you his wife, and he's even mistreating you like he's your wife, right? Like you his wife. And so what's the point? What's the point in not doing it just to do it without, the paperwork? Like I always wondered, like, there's a lot of women today who live with men, have whole families, raise them and everything. They go through the all everything a married couple go through. The one difference is, like, my husband can't go and meet some woman tomorrow and then marry her next week. And I saw that happen. I saw that happen. Destroyed that woman. Every time I see her, like, we the same age as how old is she? Her older sister is my husband's age, and she's my age. And after that man left her like that, the next time I saw her, she had wrinkles. We was in our 40s. She had wrinkles like she'd aged 20 plus years. A man could really drag you down. And not just a man, but a woman, relationships could really stress you out when you age. She was with this man, raised children and everything. I thought they was married until this nigga showed up at one of my events with his wife. And I was like, your wife? Where is oh my God, yo. Anyway, we go.
I'm not going to get upset with my wife and handle her that way, or she handles me that way. It's a mutual level of respect and boundaries that we don't cross when we have verbal disagreements. You don't do that.
I agree with you. I agree with you. However, like I said, if he would have changed who his wife was, it could have been anybody. This man had issues, internal issues that he would have brought to even the best woman that he could have got. It don't matter what his wife was.
So
I don't know. I don't know why she believes that, and people seem to be agreeing with that. But that is not fucking true. A man will treat you one way and go and treat a whole nother woman whole different way. And it is based on not just him, but her. And if you say what you're saying the women she has no, like, she's meaningless. If you believe the way she is, what she just said, you're saying that the woman in the relationship is meaningless because he gonna do what he do because of his issues. He gonna handle everybody the same way, and that is nonsense. He does have issues with the bitches who will let him have those issues. Cause see, and I'm not saying bitch in a bad way. Okay, let me take that back. I apologize. With the women who let him have those issues. Okay, the women who allow him to have those issues. Remember, he had an ex who took domain over his whole penis. He even went back to her for advice. That's the domain she had over him. And I bet you he didn't treat her that way. And then he met this other woman who he felt he wanted to be with. I'm not saying it's her fault, the way he treated her, but it kind of, to a degree, is her. It has something to do with her. It's not her fault, but it has something to do with her. Right? And y'all need to know that, because just because a man cheat on me don't mean he's gonna cheat on you. Because he may know from the jump you ain't playing that. Right? You also did your discernment, you did your homework, and you realized who this man is. You had them conversation, you let him know you don't play. Right? My husband had women before me. Remember, I only talk about my end. He has his own stories. I never talk about on his end. So if what she's saying is true, then why did he marry me and not them? They may call my husband a dog, right? because they've been with him and he didn't marry him and he may, I don't know what their situation was, but I wasn't having that shit. But then again, I had my own, right? Everything was going on my own. We were young. And if you think I didn't have to take out a motherfucking bat and say, nigga, I will bust you in your head, then you're wrong. Like I've already said, that I've always been that person. Okay. When I start dealing with these men and I realize what it is, then okay, you want to play, nigga, let's take out the bat and I'm gonna play baseball with your motherfucking head. It can only be done so many times until, as far as I'm concerned, you learn your lesson. For me, I can only speak for me. I learned my lesson. I learned it early, and it took a couple of times. And then that couple of times taught me a lesson. And I said, oh, these men want to play. So, hey, game on. But I'm not saying you got to beat a man in the head. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying you might have to let him know that you will beat him in his goddamn head, though. Let him know. Warn him. Let the nigga know. Like, I'm not going to be played. You're not going to play with my soul. You're not going to play with my feelings. You're not going to play with my heart. You're not going to do this. Okay? Some women are submissive. They passive also. They want to be, oh, yeah. Even they play that role, or that might be who they are, and those women usually get shitted on. They're not the only ones that get shitted on, though. Okay, so but they mainly usually get shitted on. They usually get shitted on. My mom was too nice until when she broke that cast iron skillet on my dad's foot. That might be why I'm a thrower too. That might be why I pick up some shit, heavy shit, and bash a motherfucker. Probably because I witnessed that. But listen, my dad deserved that motherfucker shit. And my mom was far from violent until she was. And then these men will say, oh, these women violent. Yes, motherfucker, I'm violent if I have to be. Fuck, I look like I don't need you to come protect me. You might need me. You know what I'm saying? To get off your ass. You might need somebody to come and protect you from me. Listen, stop playing like you are a weakling around these men, because they see it, and some of them gonna take that information and use it and use you and abuse you. Some will come to your rescue, but they notate that you are weak, and then they will, when they feel like it, if they want to, decide to play with you as well. The same person who come to protect you could be the same person who abuse you. This came from my grandmother and my great grandmother and my mother. So if they've known it, so I'm passing it on. I'm not one of them women. Like, I do have some aunts who believe in the church. And so, like, every time they get on the phone with me, I got one aunt and I love her to death, right? I'm thinking about doing an interview with her. Maybe get her on YouTube and see if she'll interview and, answer some questions about her time, right? But the only reason I don't do that, because I know people are nasty on this bitch. And I'm protected by my fucking family. I don't want to go and blow somebody's head off, fuck around with my family. You see what I'm saying? That's the only reason I haven't done it already, because they've already agreed. And I second thought, I had to think about that shit and think, well, I might be putting my aunt, who's in her 70s, in the line of fire. And a bitch like me would like blow up. Okay, I don't want to do that. But anyway, my aunt, she's in the church, but like, I know her life. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I know her life. I knew her life when she was a child, because, like, I remember my mother telling me that they were surprised when she got pregnant, because she too was a tomboy, right? Some of the things I picked up off of her, right? The way I think and things like that don't just come from my mom and dad. I got bits and pieces come from different people in my family, right? I know exactly who I got what from. I do, right? But anyway, she was a tomboy. My mom said everybody was shocked. when she come up pregnant because she was the tomboy. She was out there playing football and baseball with the boys, and then boom, bam, she ended up pregnant. Okay, cool. So I got that from my mom. But then she was my aunt, and I would be at her house certain weekends and certain summers and shit like that. And I'm watching how she move, right? I'm seeing I'm seeing how she dressed, I'm seeing how she move, I'm watching her smoke weed. You know what I mean? I'm seeing this as I'm growing up. And so she's always been in the church. But you know what trips me about her is that when she give me advice, it's advice that she herself did not take and live. It amazes me because she would get on there and the first thing she started talking about God and how you shouldn't do this and shouldn't do that. And I'm at an age where I be wanting to say, but I remember you smoking weed. I remember this. I remember that. You know what I mean? I was with you when this happened. I was with you when that happened. Like, why should I be any different than you? Why should you direct me differently than the direction you took? Why do I need to go on this different path that you don't even know? And like, what is going on? I'd be one, I'd be one to ask, but you know, I love my aunt and I and I don't tell the truth. I lie. And I act like I'm interested and like I'm listening. Can y'all imagine me? I am very respectful to elders, which if you ever listen to me, you could tell, right? I call the people my age and older, I call them Mr. and Mrs. Some of them got offended when I was like, I'm from the South. That's just what we do. I call Mr. Leonard, Mr. Leonard. I call Mrs. O, Mrs. O. Like if you know what I mean? Now the ones who I can tell are older than me, and if you don't hear me say Mr. or Mrs. in front, that's because I am actively disrespecting them knowingly, willingly, wanting me to disrespect them. If I ever call them motherfuckers by their first name or their name without putting Mr. and Mrs., that's me shitting on them. And they usually know it. And they usually know it. And I don't be giving no fucks. Okay, but I'm very respectful to people. Elders, I still treat them like elders. And they, even though I'm an elder, they are elders as well. They are my elders, right? And so I don't disrespect them. Even if I disagree with them, it's okay. And the air goes, right? Ergo, if y'all know what that means, I'm jumping back into something I was into before. The lies. The lies. My aunt started talking that shit about the church, and I shut my ears, or should I shut my brain and I just listen and let it go through one ear and not the other. And the things that go through my brain sometimes, you know, I'll be like, yeah, I understand. Uh-huh. Boy, but in my brain, sometimes I be thinking, what is my auntie talking about? What is JT? What you be want to say, JT, what you talking about right now? You know you ain't live your life like that. I mean. Anyway, let's get back to the shit right here.
So basically, he went into the relation. So basically, he went into the relationship with a band-aid on before he healed.
You
I'm not
probably.
talking about being healed.
I
I'm not
was.
talking about being
because
healed. He was no. I'm not talking about being healed. I'm
okay,
talking
go
about
ahead.
being honest about who you are and your identity as a man, and presenting yourself as such fully. No, don't lie. Don't try to fake the funk. Don't try to be somebody that she wants you to know. You be the man that you know who you are. That is.
I call bullshit. I know that most of y'all gonna be like, no, Bomb, that's what I want. Y'all lying. Listen, y'all. Listen, wait, let me find it. Let me find it. Hold up. Give me a second. I know it's bad. I don't know why. But y'all lying. Y'all just don't know you're lying. Okay. You just don't know you're lying.
Hey, bedtime soon.
You're lying. You won't even admit you're lying. You're lying, baby. Mm-mm-mm.
so good. From you, I can't wait for you to meet this girl. This is the best week I've ever had. Best week of summer. I wonder if you know that I know he's lying right now. Oh, you got the new Margellas?
Oh,
What's up? That's what's up. I see.
woo, I'm
That's your
dancing right
BMW?
now.
That's nice. That's your girl?
You really want
Okay, I see you.
to be telling
I
you
just
the
want to know
truth?
one thing.
Hey,
Why the fuck you lying?
Woo.
Why you always lying? Oh my God. Stop fucking lying. Always lying to me. You lying so much. You making it hard for me.
Y'all making it hard for me, baby. I be feeling like, oh, they gonna hate me, man. They gonna hate me. Not that I really care about it, but I don't know why y'all lying, baby. Did you hear what Jay said? We just want you to be real. Don't fake the funk. Don't do this. Don't just be you. Don't make me go find the streams with y'all people on panels, you ladies, and you telling these men or other women what you want. Now you're gonna have me sounding like goddamn Kevin Samuels. Bob, please don't make me sound like, yeah, Livy, it's for you ladies. Don't make me do it. Please don't make me do it, please.
Every time you tell me something, I figure that you're lying. Ooh, it's almost like you faking.
Faking. I got it, yeah. Listen, reason number one that I think y'all lying. Number one, y'all say y'all want a man who stands on his square, right? Which means he believes what he believes, and as long as he believes what he believes, then you going. Bullshit. Because he got to be able to, pipe it down a little bit and also be very careful, a very careful listener. So you don't want a man who stands on his square. You want a man to be a little more feminine than what a man in the past have been. So you want these new age men. You want to know what his love language is, or you at most definitely want him to know what your love language is. New age shit. You want these men? Look, don't make me go pop the balloon. And I'm listening to these men who sound. Listen, these men sound feminine as fuck, and that's what y'all like. And unfortunately, that's not a man who stands on his square. The way y'all, not the way I think standing on a square is the way y'all think standing on a square. Because Sharon say a man who stands on a square, he believes what he believes, and he go and there's no movement on what he believes. But we women, we want to be able to. He can have his belief, but we should be able to come in with our beliefs, and maybe we can negotiate. That means that's a man who's not standing firm on his square. That's a man who he is how should I say, amendable to your feelings and able to adapt if need be. I know that I'm a woman. What do I know, right? We hear these men say he got to be stoic and he got to be firm. But women, you know you don't want that. So at least be honest. You are confusing these men. Because we hear what the men are saying to the men, and we over there clapping it up, but we know damn well that's not what we want. It's unfortunate that the men know what women want. Isn't that crazy? Isn't it? Isn't it crazy that the men think they know what women want, so they speak to men about what women want, and when we women get up there and say, "Well, no," then they tell us we're not making no sense. Because the men know everything, girl. You know damn well they're going to stand on that square and they're not listening to shit until they get about 40. They get about 40. They get a little more, you know, they now they looking at the world for what it is. Because before they turn 40, baby, they looking at the world like it's their oyster, like they could go in and and they could go in and grab it and milk it for everything they want. They think they could really get what they want. They really truly believe in that, you know, if you work hard enough, you can get it. But they learn at a certain age that, yeah, that's just a dream that society has put out there so people can continue to work. Otherwise, if you realize you can work as hard as you want and still not get the shit that you want, would you work or would you be like Jay Prince? Right? You would sit your ass down and I'm not saying that's what you should do, but there's a lot of motherfuckers who figured out early enough that this shit is a lie. But anyway, that's another topic for another day. What else do women say? The women say they want men who make a certain amount of money. And that's the part where I said don't make me become Kevin Samuels, because there was some things that he was right about, right? What was wrong about him was the narrative that he kept trying to push. But if only a certain percentage of men make a certain amount of money, then how do every woman think they're gonna get that man that makes that money when only a certain percentage of the population makes it? And right now, let me see if I can find one. Give me a sec. Right now, everybody, including the women, is talking about money. Right? Talking about money. Now, when I listen to the songs, I'm hearing the women say they make their own money, although they got men, and those men give them and provide them too. But they also said, I go and get my own money. And we got women sitting on the internet and not making no money for real like that. They are saying, no, the man gotta have the money. Okay. I don't want to have to go to Glorilla or Lotto or any of them and prove my motherfucking point. But we know that's what the women are saying, right? The women are saying they make their own money, right? Making their own money. But then, yes, they got men who gonna give them based on who they are. But these women are famous. These women do have something to offer, even if it's only like being with her just for the sake of being with her for photo to get out there. That's what she has to offer, right? And she has some talent. So, but we got a whole shitload of women who have none of that, and they sitting and saying that man need to go and make that amount of money just to even get a date with me. Oh, but not only that, when you go on a date, he got to be able to afford this restaurant that your ass can't afford yourself. He got to be able to take that out of his pocket and be able to provide that to you like it ain't shit, even though he still got his rent or mortgage, his car note, car insurance. He got all of that shit like you do. He got to be able to provide for you and him just to go on a date. If I was a man, I would be a bad nigga. If I was a man, I'd be a bad motherfucker, and I wouldn't give nothing but motherfucking dick to the women who are out here gold digging. See, some women are in the situations they're in because they put themselves there. And how do you put yourself there? You run your motherfucking mouth. You let these men, what type of game they can run on you, and then they run it on you, and then you get ran on like that. And then you in a bad situation. You talking too much. You doing too much. Okay, you really telling men how to play you. And most of these women in this space, a lot of them, not all of them, I wouldn't even say most, but a lot of these women, right? You go in these areas where they listening to a particular woman over there right now. If I want to go and fuck over what her name, the cream maker, I can go over there and have that woman want to lick my kitty cat and play her. But remember, she played another young lady on this bitch. So what I'm saying is You can see it. You have seen it happen. You found out that women could be just as vicious as fucking men. Right? Just as vicious as fucking men. And why are they able to do that? Because people talk too much. You show your weaknesses. You start talking about what it is you want. And all they got to do is play like they got what it is you want. Especially since you're mostly only talking about materialistic shit. And I never talking about I want a good man, somebody who gonna treat me well, somebody who gonna respect me, somebody who wanna be a husband, somebody who wanna be a father if you want kids. You never talking about that. You always talking about how much money he gotta make and what kind of car he have to have and what type of neighborhood he need to live in. And what you always talk about that. You're playing yourself. Because the smart men gonna come around and they gonna play that part. And they gonna lie. And even the ones who have what you want. You think these men are, I mean, a lot of them are stupid, but a lot of them are fucking stupid, but I'm talking about in this space. When we talk about the majority of men, there's a lot of them who not stupid, right? They run in there, they holding down their families, they're doing what they need to do, even if it's two families, right? And the reason they was able to even get them fucking families, because they was able to, like they were smart enough to get those women. Everybody didn't go to the clinic to find a woman. Everybody didn't go look for a crackhead to be with and have babies with. Everybody didn't do that. I noticed how men was running game early on. First, I wasn't asking the right questions, if any questions at all. Secondly, right? Yeah, that's the main part right there. Wasn't asking enough questions. Didn't know, like, was he trying to be in a relationship or is he trying to do a one night stand? Like, didn't know if, like, because if you ask him, some may be truthful. And even if they lie, you could tell they lie. They be stuttering. What you mean? We don't. I'm not looking to get into. I'm not really trying to get into nothing. But yeah. But if you don't open your mouth and ask, that's what I mean by you want to be lied to, right? If you're not gonna ask the question, how is it that you assuming this gonna be your man, but you ain't even asking, do he want to be your man? Is he even available to be your man? And they got a lot of women who say they don't care because they're not looking for a man. And those women, they like honest with it. They like, I don't give a shit about if he looking for a woman or not, because I'm not trying to be his woman. I'm not trying to be his woman. I think there's a confusion when we talk about women, because there are different types of women. Just like the men, there's different types of men, there's different type of women. But I don't think the women, especially in this space, I don't think y'all understand that, or y'all want to believe that. I think y'all think we all are in, even though we claim we're not in a sisterhood, some women are in a sisterhood. They believe they are anyway, right? But you just don't know that we women we are very willing to compete with each other. If I was single, not married, then y'all motherfuckers, I would be competing. We would be the competition. We would be competing for the same men. And I'm talking me being younger, right? Y'all know me being younger. But even not me just being younger. We gonna act like these older women, right? Who getting their shit together, got their shit together, they able to get these younger men. Because we younger women like to believe that ain't so. Like, what the fuck y'all been looking at? Like, I remember the older women and coming around and still getting the younger men. He going. She even got more to offer. She ain't even look. She don't even want much from his ass, cause she got her shit together. And I'm not talking about no motherfucking kid neither. Because I know these men are switching up. Oh, see, I'm admitting they want to give a kid. No, a 30-year-old is a grown ass man, but he is very young to me. That's 20 years younger. I wouldn't dare be with a 30-year-old man. My children are 30-year-old. Feel like that. I feel like that's some sick shit. But in reality, is though, uh, uh, a woman dealing with a grown ass man, there ain't nothing wrong with that. And I feel the same way with the men. If a man in his 50s messing with a 30-year-old, she grown. She grown, baby. She grown. Okay. She old enough to know what the fuck she doing. She's not a child. We gotta stop trying to make it seem like even 30 and 40-year-olds could be children. Just because the man is very much older. And the thing is, the women who do that, they'd be like, oh, she's a baby. She's only 30. And he's 50. He should be ashamed. I bet you when she was 30, she would hate anybody calling her a baby. She would hate somebody, you know, questioning the fact that she can make her own decisions. And yet women like to play that game on these men. Okay. If her ass want to be with a 50-year-old man, some of these 50-year-old men look good. And just like some of these, a lot of these 50-year-old women look hella good. The men look hella good too. And so it's a game. It is a game that's being played here on YouTube with the women. And then they got the games, of course, with the men. Y'all know I'm very much against that, but I cannot ignore the fact that women are uh you have fallen for Kevin Samuels. It's something that I mentioned Kevin Samuels. I don't feel bad about mentioning that he was right. But the fact is, y'all mention that he's right every time y'all start saying, I do deserve a man who makes six figures. He brought that shit up. He the one who put that out there. He convinced women that's what they need. And then you fell for it, which means you believe that Kevin was right. I believe that if you are able-bodied woman with and you want to work, and I don't even want to say want to work, like we in 2025, you might have to work. If you get with a man who uh, is okay with you not working and he gonna do the heavy lifting, then that's a great thing. I'm not even lying. That's a great motherfucking thing. People like to overlook the men who will allow his wife to sit and be a mother and a wife. We won't even give them the credit they deserve, right? Because they don't have to do that. And then they got women who like to work. Like I like to work. But I ain't gonna lie, my husband spoiled the shit out of me. I would get a job because I wanted to work. And if I got mad, if I just was in a bad mood, or even if I just wanted to show the fuck off, I would quit a motherfucking job. And I would be able to go home and say, I ain't had to say shit. When it was time for me to get up to go to work the next day, I just didn't get up. And hubby never questioned me. Was life better when I was working? Yes, more money. But he made it work if I wasn't working. Hubby spoiled me. And I didn't give him the credit that he deserved at the time. You know what I mean? I didn't a lot of credit my husband deserved. That's why I have no bad words for him, y'all, because who you see me being, I am. He dealt with the strong woman that I am. Now, of course, I was respectful to him until I wasn't. Like, if I felt I had to raise my voice, which I don't remember hearing. Like, usually if I raised my voice, it was me crying, cuss. Like, I didn't cuss him. I was crying, that ugly cry. Oh, you making me this. It was that ugly cry shit. I can remember maybe in the 36 years that may have happened. 5 times, and one of them was recent. One of them was, I think y'all may have heard me. That was recent. Wasn't that like just last month when y'all heard me go off on him? Like, oh, that's that ugly cry, baby. That's that anger. It's like anger, and my mind says I'm about to kill you. And so I've learned to tell him, hey, you better leave. And he now knows, okay, let me just get out of her sight. I don't never tell him to leave the house, right? And even back then, I wasn't telling him to leave the house. I would be like, leave. And I guess he assumed that I was telling him to get out the house. Or if I think I told him to get out one time, but I didn't tell him like to get out forever. I was like, you gotta get out the house. Like this house is too small, and I may pick up something and bash you in your head. But at first he'd be like, Lavanya, calm down. He tries to calm me down. He now know he overstepped the bounds. And he tried to calm me down. He tried to talk, but I'm so angry there is no talking. So you just gotta go. You ain't gotta go forever. You just gotta get out of my sight so I could calm the fuck down. Um, if it's just downstairs, cool. Now I know not to go downstairs. But when I was younger, I would get heated, and the more I hear him down there, then I want to go down there and confront him. And then when I confront him, I know it's just gonna be bad. Because you know what I mean? Like he's not gonna hit me, I'm not gonna hit him, but I may hit him. If I hit him, he gonna stop me. My husband is 6 something tall, y'all. I'm only 4'11". The truth is, he's not gonna let me hit him. He's not gonna let me hurt him. But he definitely don't want me to want to hurt him either. That's when you love each other. These men be talking about, she better not touch me, I'll fuck her up. She better not hit me. These niggas is pussy. Because I can see if I picked up a knife and I went to stab him, but I talk a big game. I have never, well, I used to throw shit at him. I think I told y'all that. My little whatnots. And I used to throw them where I wasn't attempting to hit him. It wasn't about me hitting him. It was about him knowing I am pissed. I start checking. Boom, boom, shit would be hitting. It would be over his head or forward to the right. Like I played sports. You know what I'm saying? Good at basketball, all that shit. Softball, not so much. That ball is fucking heavy. I don't even understand why they give girls the softball and the boys the hardball when it's easy to hit that goddamn hardball. I never understood it. But what I'm saying is, I'm good at sports. If I was aiming to hit him, I could aim and I would hit it. Okay. I promise you the shit was going above his head against the wall. And he's just standing there. Plus, he's a big, tall dude, which would be easy for me to hit if I was trying to. But it wasn't about me hitting him, it was about me making a statement. Now, that was when I was younger, though. When I got older, of course I stopped that shit. I even regret doing it. Not only because I never hit him, so I don't regret that part. I regret my little whatnots are gone. My Miss Martha's are gone. They would have been collector's items today. They're gone. All of them. Them bitches used to be like, I think the most expensive one I paid for, like this little figurine, y'all, was like $58. And this was in 90s. I didn't even have children. This was this was the first year of marriage, to be honest. I think by the second year of marriage, we got to know each other a little more. And yeah, and I didn't want to break my shit no more. Okay, I didn't want to break my shit anymore. But I never hit my husband. And he's never hit me, like on some punching type of shit like that. One time he was holding me down and shit. Okay. Yeah, one time he was holding me down and shit. But that was many, many years ago. You could get past all of these things. You could even get past cheating. right? You could get past cheating. You could get past when you're younger, you're doing stupid shit. As long as everybody understand, hey, like we need to stop doing this. We both got something to do with what's going on right now. And we this is not a good way to go. You know what I mean? Like I never saw my dad hit my mom. My mom never hit my dad, except that one time with that cast iron skillet. She she threw, and then she didn't even attempt to really hit my dad, but it ended up the cast iron skillet hit his foot and broke. It's something because the cast iron skillet is heavy. But the one thing on the cast iron skillet, the weakest point on the cast iron skillet is the handle. The handle ended up breaking. Okay. We didn't know what to do. Me and my brother, we like, cause we love our dad, but we love our mom. And baby, like, I think I ran in the room and shut the door. I think that's what I did. Cause I knew my dad deserved everything he may have gotten. And my mom would have took out a gun and shot his ass, that's just what it would have been. Motherfuckers like to play with people's hearts and shit. Okay? Anyway, y'all got to stop all this goddamn line. Now I'm done. Okay. No, did I get to when Jay said, because it was crazy. Let me see.
You.
He's got damn zennials, baby. I know we got some zennials in the room. I'm not saying all of y'all, but I don't know. I kind of am saying the whole generation, right? But and it's not y'all fault. It's not y'all fault. It's the internet and the people y'all listen to. They're not
He
being
said he
truthful.
was chaotic. He needs to be that up front always.
And
That's
let me
you.
say this. Let me say this, because remember, he now saying that he had a rotation of women before her, which means he dropped that facade, right? Just so he can get in this woman with this nice body but bad attitude, as he's now saying.
I did drop the facade to be with her. Is what it was. I got tired of the rotation.
And then you you married a woman just so you can start up a rotation again.
No, I didn't marry her to start up in a rotation
But
again.
that's what you did, though. And you didn't have that to do because you sound like you might be a nice looking dude. You say you make, you work.
That go bottom line again. That go by how can do somebody sound like they nice looking? That's me lying. That's me trying to, hey, make sure everything don't go off the rails, because that means I'm about to say some shit that I know about to pop off. Now I'm not. I think most of y'all notice that I do that. In fact, y'all say that I do that, right? When by the time I give a compliment that wasn't even requested, like what I just did, that's me knowing that I'm about to say some shit that he not gonna like. And so I don't want it to go into insults. You know what I'm saying? Because as soon as he go into insult, I'm ready to battle. Okay. But that's me lying, babe. Bomb is a liar. Y'all already knew that though. Right? Y'all already knew. Why you sound like you might be attractive? I don't mean that his voice sounds attractive. I'm giving him that compliment because of the things he said. Remember, he like, I had a rotation. I was able to get there. I'm able to run through all these women. That's him kind of posturing himself by saying that he is something about him where he could get all these motherfuckers with. And so I kind of threw that in, like, well, you sound like you could be a nice looking guy. Let's see what came out of my mouth after that, because baby.
And all that. But see, ladies, remember he said something. He said that she was putting him down. Like she was like, nah, I don't want to be a part of that. So he saw that as a challenge. And then he started to play the game, baby. Okay.
I just thought,
and now
that sound good, but that's not what happened.
Make it seem like the woman was the issue. See, you should have saw the red flag.
It sounded good, but when she told me she didn't want to be part of my rotation, I sat there and told myself, I said, all I gotta do is stop talking to females, I can get them. And I didn't stop. It took me a whole year. It took me a whole year before I got her.
And there you have it. Why did he say he didn't do what I just said? Just for him to say, exactly, she don't want to be with me because of this, so I stopped my rotation. only to start back up his so-called. I don't even know if any of his story is true now. I just gotta be clear on that. Once, it could be all of it could be a lie. No marriage, no this, no run through, no rotation. No, listen, this is the internet. Motherfuckers lie, baby.
And that's the problem. If you're not monogamous to your core before you get, how you think you're gonna be monogamous and stay monogamous in a marriage if you've never been fucking monogamous before? How do you think your brain is just gonna automatically switch to, yeah, I could be with one pussy for the rest of my life. That yeah, and you ain't never did that.
I don't know, because I never, because the truth be told, I didn't even.
Let me because half the people done dropped. I don't know what happened. But shout out to the Cash App. It says the remologist.
Remologist.
Shout out to he said the remologist. That's what they call them. Shout out to everybody that got a membership. Please maintain your membership. I would appreciate it. Thank you. Shout out to Brownsville, New York with the $4.99. This is a dope conversation. Peace and love to Big Dog for being honest and transparent about the degeneracy of his past. Did you recalibrate, Big Dog?
Dear Brownsville.
About to be a situation.
I honestly think that when I was a childhood made me not be monogamous because my mother was dealing with my stepdad, and my stepdad would do her the same way. And so in my head, watching that, it was like, okay, she can be a nice girl, she can be a good girl, she can do everything I want to, and I can still go do what I want to do, and she's gonna take me back.
Oh my God.
Now listen, y'all heard what he just said. He said his was it his stepfather and his mother, and the mother stayed, and so it made him feel like he can do whatever he want to do, and she'll take him back. Now, mind you, the stepfather was a cheater. The mother just, she, whatever her situation is, she there just having to deal with it. But the blame is placed on the mother. The blame is never placed on the cheating ass man. He's the cheater, not because his mother accepted it. He's a cheater because that man, he saw a man cheating. But he is crazy.
But hold on, you got to answer the question. Did you recalibrate your values?
Oh yeah. His lust is not at the top of my value system right now.
Jesus fucking Christ.
That's because we get older, y'all, and certain parts don't work like they used to.
It's still working. It's still working. It's still working.
No, but I do want to congratulate you. Nothing wrong with change. You know what I'm saying? And that you did better. And even though you're getting a lot of questions coming at you,
that's cool. Because the one thing I realized is that when before I started doing content, me and my wife had this conversation, and she was like, "Tell the truth and get whatever you get out of it. Don't be up here lying." You know what I'm saying? Even though it might affect her in some type of way, it's the truth. So when I be hearing these conversations with these red pill guys, I be like, "Nigga, you lying." And I know you lying because
you know they lying because you lying. Here you go again. This goes to him.
Oh yeah, yeah, I know you're lying, but you sound excited, and you know that I know that you lying. Oh
yeah.
Cue the rain. I got you. The rain, yeah. Turn on. A little bit more. Yeah. I'ma keep on lying to you. Yeah. Until you think it's the.
Look, yeah, that motherfucker have some fake ass rain, right? He have them queuing up the rain, right? That's his lie, right? And acting like he crying, which is a lie. Listen, why are you always lying? That's all. Why you always lying?
I did this shit. The little bullshit lines y'all be running, I run them in elementary school. The way y'all be talking when y'all want to use religion and shit. My great grandmama went to church every Sunday. She told me women were good for nothing but making babies.
Wow.
Y'all heard it, right? My grandmother went to church, and I don't even know, like, that came out the blue. He talking about church and his grandmother and women being only good for babies. You see, it's always a woman who's the problem, right? But watch, because I've heard what he said, but it wasn't in the context of which he said it. And because I know that, watch how I ask him questions and how he changes it up.
So
Who
this
told
was
you
me, my great grandmama.
She said women is what?
Women was good for nothing but making babies.
Shit.
But listen, I've heard some like that a saying, but it doesn't go like what he's saying. In his mind, that's what he heard. But she probably was informing you that women, right? If you be with these women in a certain way, that they may bring you babies that you're not ready for.
Now, really what it was, she sat there and taught me and my brother how to cook, how to clean, how to wash our clothes. She taught us like,
Now y'all hear him, right? His grandmother was teaching him how to be self-sufficient. Same way I taught my sons, right? If you think I haven't told my sons where babies come from, right? How if you go out here and be slinging your shit everywhere with no protection, no regard for other human beings, then you may end up being a dad. But you see what I'm saying? Because yeah, I should. Watch how he. So before he said they ain't nothing but good for pussy and making babies. That's what he said. She said. But now he's saying, "Oh, she taught me some things so I can take care of myself. So if I'm gonna get with a woman, I won't have to get with her just to make her my maid, and and baby carrying definitely is what she gonna have to do if I want a baby, but he could do other things himself. He can help her. But watch.
teaching y'all everything to do just in case you don't never get a woman in your life, because women only good for having sex. And
You heard? So wait, listen to this one part when he says this part. Watch.
how to cook, how to clean, how to wash our clothes. She's also like, I'm teaching y'all everything to do just in case you don't never get a woman in.
And in case you never get a woman. He said, hey, in case you never get a woman, right? I'm teaching you how to be self-sufficient. And then he gonna say that other shit again, though.
In your life, because women only good for having sex and making babies. This is an old lady telling me this as a little boy.
Wait a minute, say that story again, because even what you just said didn't make sense. They teaching you, she teaching you something.
She teaching me how to fend. She was teaching me and my brother how to fend for ourselves, just in case we never got wives.
And I want y'all to be clear on this, like how his story makes no sense. I don't know why Jay gonna agree, right? Because we know, I need y'all to think about this. We know that in the past, they ain't never had no fucking anybody to say women are only good for having sex and fucking babies. Remember? They believe we belong in the kitchen. We should be the homemaker. We should be the parent, the mother, the nurturer. We should be all of that is what has come out the past. This not making sense what this man is saying. And it's weird to me when women start taking what he said and trying to make it seem like that's what been going around forever. Older women was always trying to put me in a fucking kitchen. They wasn't telling me I'm only good for sex and babies. They was always trying to make me a mother, and they took pride in that. It wasn't like, oh, all she could be good for is babies, as if babies aren't important. The nigga is lying. And okay, I can deal with his lies because that's what the fuck he been doing the whole time. I'm just not sure why Jay gonna say, yeah, that's what she heard too. The fuck is where y'all hear that from? Where in the hell in history have we heard that women are only good for sex and babies. Like, what happened to us being in the kitchen? What happened to us being the helpmate? What happened to us being the person, the nurturer? What happened to all of those things? They just disappeared with his information, huh? Okay.
Because she was like, y'all don't need a woman for nothing but make babies.
Okay. So who gonna clean and wash his dirty drawers? Who's supposed to do the laundry? Who's supposed to wash the dishes? Who's supposed to do the cooking? Who's supposed to do all that? I'm talking about in the past. Like, his granny must have was just a special granny, and it wasn't even his granny, it was his great granny, right? And so when I start breaking this shit down, I don't know what happened with Sharon. What the fuck? Because they willing to blame the woman. And Jay just right along with him. Here we go.
Okay, so that's what she was saying, but that's not the. You see how you worded it before. She's teaching you how to be self-sufficient,
right?
So you can do.
The nigga said right.
That yourself, and then she's saying, "Hey, now you just need a woman." You know,
yeah, because she
you know how to do these other things to have your children, but she wasn't saying it the way you.
Nah, because like how we took it was like you could depend on yourself. You don't need no woman to come in and clean your ass.
Yeah, and that's not a bad thing, right? You don't need. So wait, so he just said way we took it is that you could be self-sufficient and do things for yourself. You don't need no woman to come and clean your ass. But that's not what he said. Not into at first. At first he said, my granny said women ain't good for nothing but babies and sex.
Yes, and that's what I taught my sons. I taught them to cook, clean, and take care of themselves, be self-sufficient. And then I'm letting them know if you're gonna get with a woman, at least you don't need her to do these things. But
right.
If,
but see, but then when she wished, but then
but you didn't say it like that before. You made it seem like
that's really what it was. But then the part about women were known for making babies and having sex, like that old lady, I seen her cuss out every woman in my family. Called.
Nah, that go to secondary. I've seen her. You notice? Wait a minute. This man now he's seen his great grandmother. I need y'all to think. How old are y'all great grandmother right now? Now y'all great grandmother will be possibly younger than our great grandmother, right? Remember, he's a Gen Xer. He's a younger Gen Xer, but he is a Gen Xer, which makes him, where our parents may have had children like in their late teens, early 20s, but our grandparents, and depending on what range like if his parent is child number 8, 2, or 15, it depends, right? They had lots of children. And so our grandparents may be older than y'all grandparents. Okay? Except some of y'all, because some of y'all had mothers who had y'all when, like, they claimed that women can't have babies after 25 or 30, and these women was having babies all in their 40s and 50s. Yeah, isn't that weird? Something that not done was always happening, and still happening today. By the way, 63-year-old just had a baby, I think, like last month. But is that the norm? Well, no. Most 63-year-olds don't want to get pregnant, and she didn't want to get pregnant either. It just happened. Okay, here we go.
She called my grandmother.
She was just bitter.
I don't know if she was just bitter.
Jay says she just bitter. He says, I don't know if she's just bitter. This is the beginning, right? Jay says she's just bitter.
She was from the Jim Crow South, Mississippi.
Yeah, she sounds bitter.
So
sounds like one of the women that y'all should be warning us about. But anyway,
yeah.
The fuck we warning you about? If anybody need to be warned about women, it would be your generation. Because y'all stupid. Okay? And let me tell you something. And I ain't gonna lie, right? I don't know why young women want to battle with older women, just based on some niggas that aren't telling the truth. It's so easy for even the women to go at the older women. Am I saying there's no older women who dislike women to a degree? No, I'm not saying that. we got younger women who just like women, right? So that's all. But this narrative that they spin it from what he said, and then I even had him walk it down, and still he walked it down and said, "Nah." But you got to understand, his narrative started when he said, "Yeah, I seen her talk down to the women." This nigga is talking about his grandmother out the blue. And he not even saying nothing positive, like my grandmother was a great woman, and you know, she bore 10 kids and raised them all with my grandfather, or by herself. Nah, he brings up his great grandmother in order to say that she hate women. I've been in this space long enough to know that is a red pill narrative. And like I said, some of these women, y'all red pill until somebody start choking you the fuck out, right? And saying that you sound like them. Fuck is going on?
This is crazy though, y'all. Even I don't even know what Jay like. Okay, she could be a bitter woman, but we gotta listen to what he's saying, right?
Yeah,
How he switched it up. Because even
cussed
now
out.
we're willing to, which we as women do, right? We will put the, we'll say if a woman's wrong, she's wrong. Most of the men won't do that. We will do that. So I know that's what Jay is doing, but the problem is, grandma made him self-sufficient. I bet you most of us women who have boys, we taught them how, but they don't need a woman to come in and do his goddamn, like he said, wipe his ass. He is grown and should know how to wipe his own ass. And if he get a woman, she should come in and be respected by him. Not, he shouldn't be just getting with no woman just because he needs somebody to come and cook and clean his motherfucking house.
Yeah, cause like
and I'm from the Jim Crow South.
Yeah, she like when Sinners first came out, when I saw Mississippi.
This nigga said Sinners. When Sinners first came out. Like that was a long time ago. Okay. When Sinners first came out and I saw Mississippi.
I was like, that was my great grandmama from. She was from Greenville, Mississippi. I said, everything I was seeing in Sinners, I was like, my great grandmama, you tell me about this shit too. So yeah, but she had no love for women. She called my grandmama a great baby. She talked crazy to my cousins and aunties and my mom.
Wait. Okay, I thought I've heard that during the stream, but then I let it go because nobody else said something. But did he say he called his grandmother a great baby? A great. Wait, let me see.
Too. So yeah, but she had no love for women. She called my grandmama a great baby. She talked crazy to my cousins and aunties and my mom.
So yeah, so Bomb knows. So his mom, yeah, she was talking down on women.
The fuck is he talking about? Like, okay, y'all. Okay, if she said what I think he said, if he said she called my grandmother, which is her daughter, a great baby. I don't know. Do anybody else know what that means except for me? Wait a minute. Because I'm older than him by 10 years. I think he said he was born in 79. But we the same generation, right? And I have a grandmother, and my grandmother, if I'm hearing him right, when he said that his great grandmother called her daughter a great baby. And if I tell y'all that my grandmother was great, and therefore my father is a great baby, right? So now let's peel that back a little bit, right? Imagine, ladies, having a baby where you was assaulted. Like you was assaulted and you had a baby because you had no choice anyway, right? You had no choice. You had this baby. And now you have this baby and you have to take care of this baby. Or you know, and you may feel some sort of way about this baby that, because it could be even harder depending on who is the father. Just imagine if it's your father who's the father. Like your father is the father of your child, or one of your uncles, or you know what I mean, your sister's husband, and so these men, like this man said something, and maybe I'm wrong. Let me come and see what y'all saying. Did he say that she's a great baby? Did y'all hear that? That is hateful stuff to say to a child. That is hateful stuff to say to a child. But there's also understanding, right? There's understanding. See, today y'all young ladies don't have to worry about that. Because if you get assaulted, you have options not to have that baby. Not only that, but the person who assaults you will get punished. Like you will be able to get some things to at least remedy as far as you could the situation that's viable to you, something that you can handle, something that you can deal with. And then we had a time where women didn't have that, right? And I don't even have to tell you no movies, but I can mention The Color Purple, right? Where her daddy impregnated her. But see, she was so young, she didn't even know that. She didn't even understand when the babies came out of her. That's how young she was, right? This nigga said that she said that she's a great baby. And that could have been a discussion that was had. Like I found out that my dad was my grandmother was assaulted and my dad was born. It wasn't like they was going around and my grandmother was talking about it, but it's something that happened and I heard the adults talking about it. I heard the adults talking about it when I was a kid. You know, you would think some people say, well, why are they talking about it? I mean, y'all do know women suffer from wait a minute. I'm because I know we could think about the baby and how that might feel to the baby. We still have a grown ass woman, or even if she was grown when it happened. What if she was a child when she had babies? You know, they was having children when they was children through incest and rape. And a lot of the women who are forced to have babies through that way, I mean, a lot of them do not want to have anything to do with the child. And I can understand that. Now we can feel sorry for the child as well, but I also have a sense of uh, sympathy for the woman who may have been a child when she had a child, and she had a child due to force. And I think people not we always like, because you know we like to bring up women when we want some pity, and we like to bring up children when we want some pity, and sometimes we refuse to give both of them at the same time, sympathy or pity, if you want to call it. I don't know, like my grandmother, like she and hey, and she was raped by a group of white men. Yeah. And I don't know how my father's childhood was, but when I listen to the family is all crazy as far as how everything went. The family is all crazy on how things went. We can all look back and see what they did and didn't do and deem it good, wrong, or bad now, and we'll be looking at it with a different lens now. But um, we should have more pity now than they had back then, because they have no choices back then. Okay, this is crazy. Here we go. So this woman taught him how to be away. Now he mentioned she called my grandmother a great baby, which she may have mentioned that, yeah, like she was born out of great. And people, oh, that's so terrible. That's crazy.
She didn't like women.
And now she ain't like women. But watch this. I'm gonna ask other questions. See, I didn't come to this conclusion right away. Remember, I'm listening to this man who's lying through this stream, right? He's changing his story. I realize he like to exaggerate. I realize he knows how to say something that'll catch your attention. That's kind of red pillish in a way, and then he switches it up because he was the cheater, but it was the women's fault, right? So wait a minute. A man who I'm sitting on a panel with, who's been blaming all the women for his actions, now he brings up his grandmother or his great grandmother and blame her for some shit. And I'm supposed to just believe it? Like, and that's what I mean by people not having the ability to think for themselves. You take snapshots of shit and you want to think. This is a whole narrative this man has been pushing. He didn't just say this one thing and then I just drilled on him. He been saying this same exact messaging from the fucking beginning. And then people are willing to just eat it up because, yeah, y'all heard of the amount of women, right? The small amount of women who dislike girls. Because they do exist. I'm not saying they don't exist. They still exist today. Like right now, we're on a panel with Jay, who apparently don't like women. And the reason I know when you don't like women, when you're willing to blame it on them without getting to the bottom line to figure out, wait a minute, what was said? When was it said? Did she treat all the family the same way? Because if she treated all the family that same way, then guess what? Then she wasn't against women. That's just the way she was. Oh, she wasn't your grandmother, but she was your great grandmother. So you mean to tell me who raised you? Was your mother that way? Oh, you mean your great grandmother who raised your grandmother? Your grandmother wasn't that way, and your mother wasn't that way, but you learned this from your great grandmother? Like everybody gonna skip over the mother and the grandmother? We gonna just go straight to the great grandmother who taught him some shit, huh? I can assure you my great grandmother didn't teach me nothing. I've seen my great grandmother a few times in my life. She passed away when I was really young. No. Well, it depends on which one. I had two, right? At one time I had like 4 grandmothers living at the same time. But my 2 great grandmothers, they passed away when I was I think I was a young adult. My grandmother didn't pass away until I was, I had children and everything when she passed away. But my great grandparents, right? I remember going and seeing them when I was young. That's when my mother was young. My grandmother was still like in her 40s. And we would go, and every once in a while I would be over there by my great grandmother. One of my great grandmothers moved to California, and then my grandmother went with her, like moved there after my grandfather died. On the other side of the family, my great grandmother, I seen her a few times when I was really young, and she passed away. And I can assure you that these women have never taught me anything because I was never really there. It was a visit. Now, that don't mean everybody, but I can assure you that that's most of us. Now, we talk about grandparent, that's different. If we talk about great grandparent, yeah, great grandparent and grandparent are not the same thing. In fact, they're different generations from each other. Okay? So he is not talking about his grandparent. He is talking about his great-grandparent. And so he learned, did he live with the great-grandparent instead of the grandparent or the mother, to where the great-grandparent taught him? See, I'm not saying that the grandparent couldn't have been mean to the women. I'm asking, how does it reflect him if he wasn't raised with her? It's too much in this shit. And people stupid.
If they didn't do what she wanted them to do, they'd be everything but the child of God.
Said to the boy, she lifted him up.
It wasn't nobody. It wasn't nobody but me and my brother and my uncle. And my uncle, he would come over, and if he needed something, he would never ask my grandmama straight out. My mama brother, he would never ask my grandmama straight out. He would get his wife to ask my grandmama for shit they need. He would never do it.
Y'all, so even right now I'm listening. Y'all notice first he was talking about his great grandmother. Now he talking about his grandmother. I asked him about the great grandmother. He's talking about, well, it's just me and my uncle, and he wouldn't ask my grandmother for nothing. I'm asking about the great grandmother who he's talking about.
Y'all hearing, right?
There are women from that time period that are like, my grandma was the same. Like, she treated my mother horribly, but treated my uncles the best. And that's because she, had, a SA experience when she was younger. So she never wanted to have a daughter. So there are women that exist that are like that. That's why I say, like, she just sounds bitter. Maybe it's, before.
Yeah, I don't know why she would bitter.
That's that male-centered situation that a lot of young women are going through now by decentering men around their life. They're not looking for that Prince Charming at the end. Like the end of women's story now is not a man like I was.
I'm confused by what y'all saying, because y'all apparently not listening to him.
Yeah, we all listen to him. You just want to get.
How can he be? How could his grandmother be?
You giving Granny an excuse?
No, I'm not giving the Granny an excuse. What I'm saying is, I asked him a valid question. How do he treat the boys?
You saying that he misinterpreted what?
Even that, yes. But I'm also, and then he proved it, right? He proved it by saying, yeah, this is what she was saying. And then I asked him the valuable question: how did she treat the boys? And he just admitted that her own son wouldn't even.
That was my great grandma. That was my great grandma.
Okay, whoever the men wouldn't even was scared to ask her for shit too, which means that just might be who she was across the board. But you see what I'm saying? Why would the man that she centered?
The reason why we don't see what you're saying, Bob, because the way how his relationships turned out,
that don't make no fucking sense. We don't understand what you're saying, Bob, because his relationship turned out. What? And there we have it. Because we have people who claims that everything that we do as adults have something to do with our parents. And I admit that I've learned some things from my dad, my mom, my aunts, my uncles, cousins. So my dress style comes from a couple of aunts, as a matter of fact. Me liking to go to the club, wanting to going to the club with my husband comes from my aunts and uncles, the ones on my father's side, who would go to the club every weekend as couples, not just a couple, but it would be uncles and aunts, brothers and sisters getting together with their spouses and going to the club together. That didn't come from my mom and dad. That came from, so the idea that they're not going to blame any of this on the dad being there or not being there, but they will blame it on the women who had to suffer through even the great and all this situation and still had to try to raise children to the best of their ability, even if they were young or not. And mind you, he was talking about his great-grandmother, but when I asked him the question, he referred to only his grandmother. And nobody on this panel but me heard what the fuck he said. And I asked him a valid question. Did she treat everybody that way? And the nigga went to start talking about his grandmother instead of the great grandmother.
Turned out that he don't really value women.
Yeah, but you blaming it on the woman, and
yes.
so
Yes.
And there you have it. And that's Sharon right there. And so, listen, we got to be clear. We got to be clear. Most men, right, is willing to blame a woman. That's all you got to do is give them an opportunity. All you got to do is mention there was a woman in your life. Oh, you had a mother? It must be her fault. And I'm like, where the dad? Oh, the dad wasn't there. Or my dad was working a lot. It don't fucking matter. They gonna always bring it to a woman. This is a grown-ass motherfucking man. They was willing to blame it on his ex, who is the same age as him at the time. Then they was able to blame it on his wife when she wasn't the one cheating, because she was angry that he was cheating. And I'll be goddamn if I'm gonna be willing to take anything this nigga say and as face value. We're gonna question him, and we're gonna question him, and I would expect some fucking answers. I'm not gonna brush it over. And Sharon was so willing to say, yes, it's the woman's fault. And that is disappointing. And that's when I was like, oh, here come reality. Is this Sharon right here? Because this sounds like the manosphere. This right here is what they do. They blame women for every fucking thing. He didn't even try to ask this man to stand on his principle, take responsibility for his actions. It was like, oh, those women, yeah, it's their fault. Now, I didn't do this to him. He did this to himself. But the problem is, it would have been best if I wasn't on the panel, but then I wouldn't have to answer to it because I was actively on this panel. And I feel like, wait a minute, that I'm either being suckered right now, I'm being punked right now, or something, because I can't just let this shit slide like this. I can't act like this shit didn't happen. I like him. I'm cool with him, but I cannot act like this shit didn't happen. Like, you know what I mean? I started to wish that I wasn't up there because I feel like you cannot, I can't, I'm not going. That's what I'm saying. I'm not going. I'm not going. And it's so simple how you could tell the women who don't like women. See, I like women. Even if I'm telling you if I hear you saying something that I disagree with, I'm okay with that. But I have a right to voice it, just like you have a right to voice that you disagree with me. I'm good with all of that, right? And I also don't just blame women for shit. Ain't that something? You know what I mean? Like, I'm not gonna go back and start blaming your grandma. I might blame you for some shit that you tell me you did. And even then, I'm trying to see the situation, like what happened. Like, first of all, none of my business but if you tell us, like, I share things. I share my life. I don't have no problem with that. Nobody, if you want to share, cool. If you don't want to share, cool too. But I do share, right? So I'm not against that. But what you're not gonna do is try to get me to be up there blaming women. But the mammies are going, baby. The mammies are always gonna go. And I think some of y'all don't know when y'all doing it. And it's easy to do it because somebody you like is on the panel, and the person you like on the panel, you want to agree with them. Like, I wanted to be able to agree with Sharon. I couldn't. It would be against my every belief. And then I'm gonna tell you something. You think you young ladies gonna blame my generation and put everything on me? I am willing to say, yes, our generation did some shit, right? That maybe I think where we failed, we wasn't explaining enough. We wasn't talking enough. Now, I explain and talk to my kids. I even, but I can't explain and talk to everybody's kids. Some of my fuckers was, I would have went to jail. They would have been accusing me of doing things with kids just because I'm talking to them. So of course, a bitch like me not doing that. You got to parent your own children. Now, when your children became adults, though, I was on this internet explaining shit about sex, sexuality, sensuality. I did that for years. Okay, I did that for years. They got people. My website had people from all over this world hitting my page, and I'm talking about daily. I had millions of views every month on my content. My content was just sex, sexuality, sensuality, like that kind of stuff, right? So I can't come to you and teach you shit your parents didn't teach you, and now you out here running rampant and don't know what's going on. That's not my fault, right? But what I am saying though, this idea that we're gonna reach back into the generations and blame them motherfucking women. You got to be out of your motherfucking mind. We can all say, hey, there's some women who didn't like women. There's some women who went through their traumas, all that. We could do that, but stop letting these men reach back and blaming them motherfuckers for their asses. Fuck out of here. They refuse to even blame their absent daddies. And they will go back, though, 3 generations and blame that fucking woman. That woman need to come out the grave and smack this motherfucker right in his motherfucking mouth. If my children and great-grandchildren do that shit, I'm going to put a spell on their ass. I'm coming out, baby. In their motherfucking dreams, I'm going to haunt them. The fuck is going on? When Sharon going to blame these niggas' absentee fathers? Why in the fuck is they going back to the great granny? And why is Jay up here on with that shit? You know, yeah, I started getting pissed off, and you're gonna be able to tell it in.
No, and I need y'all ladies to hear what's going on right now. Even Sharon is willing to blame the woman.
Bomb, because that's how he interpreted.
That's how I came up.
Yes.
This nigga came up with his great granny.
Yes, my great grandmama told me one thing, and my mama was the one to tell me and my brother to be charming, be charismatic, be all this and all
so
this.
He had a mother teaching him something different. I bet you was.
But she also was like, go outside and go get some money, go get.
Wait, I want to hear what I wanted Sharon to break in and say, wait, what? So his great-grandmother taught him some shit. Now remember, his great-grandmother, who he was with the least, his mama and grandmother didn't taught him to be charismatic, to be respectful and shit. And yet he instead of learning that from the direct educators who was more prevalent in his life, he went to doing what he saw his great granny do. Why Sharon didn't say, wait a minute, what? Because it's not the narrative he pushing at the time. And apparently it must have was beat up on the Women's Day. Even though the title is Red Pill, Blue Pill, and why are you still single?
Get some pussy.
Okay. Where was your daddy?
He wasn't around.
Okay, so that's what see. This is what I'm saying. Right
and my
now,
stepdad,
even in the moment,
was
we
there,
are willing to blame a woman, even when she's an elderly woman, because he misinterpreted things. But even then, when I asked him, how did she treat the men, and we find out that she treated the men the same. I know.
Now she didn't treat us. No. What I'm saying is my great grandmama, not the grandmama, my uncle's mama he couldn't ask her for shit. He had to send his wife to my grandmother. My great grandmother was the one telling me and my brother how to fend for ourselves, and women wasn't nothing but a box. That was my great grandmother.
So I think, Bomb, what you miss is that he's talking about his great grandmother and his grandmother.
I didn't miss shit. And see, that's what the gaslighting is. What started to piss me off. I always knew he was talking about his great grandmother. And then I also understood when he started talking about his grandmother. Now, Sharon just caught on to this shit because he's not listening. I didn't miss the shit. I have great fucking ears. And you know, when I'm not listening and somebody asks me something, I will be honest and say, I ain't gonna lie, I wasn't listening. I ain't got no answers for you just so we could push a narrative, right? I always knew who the fuck he said, because I kept saying, well, your great granny? What about your granny and your mama? I'm the one who asked those questions. I don't know. I hope Sharon, like, maybe he was sleepy or some shit.
Regardless, the thing that you're missing,
Mm-hmm.
that he interpreted whatever that it is, that women was just box and children babies making.
Yeah, he can interpret it.
And no, but that's what they taught him. This is
No,
you cannot
that's
get
not
around
what he's
that.
saying.
That's what they taught him. You can't get around that.
Are not. I don't know you now. So tell me.
It's like, so when men interpret the Bible and then they use that interpretation as to oppress women, it doesn't matter how good the Bible was intended to be. This is how they are using it. And
but that's how the Bible intended to be, exactly what they said.
Exactly. I didn't understand his point, but I don't think he's religious. Like, I think it's his cousin. You know, Brownsville is the religious one. I don't think Sharon really into the religion like that, which is shocking. But it's not shocking because based on what he just said, the Bible is intended to do exactly what it's doing with women. Okay. And I mean, a righteous man, I guess, you know, who love his daughter and his wife and shit, he can interpret something a little different, and try to, you know, and uplift his wife and daughters and shit like that. But for the most part, most of these men are using that Bible just the way it's intended. Okay. The one that we're talking about, because from my understanding, there's many Bibles, lots of stories that's not in it, and all kinds of shit, right? But I'm not here for that. You know, if somebody tried to argue me about the Bible, it's crazy, but I do know the motherfucking Bible, right? I do. I just don't like talking about it. Oh shit! Was that me? Oh damn! He scared me. You okay, man? Oh. Okay.
And he used what great grandma said as a way to not look at women as humans.
Yeah,
as
because
him.
he want to
They
blame a
are just
woman.
baby makers. This is the same exact thing. So you cannot go and say great grandma try to teach him something else. It don't matter what she tried to do.
Yeah, but what about, so grandmother taught him things. He said his mother and his grandmother.
My grandmama never taught me shit. Just my grandmama would just sit back, smoke her cigarettes. It was my great grandmama and my mom. My mama told me to be nice.
Oh, your mother, the most influential.
Yeah, my mama told me to be nice, but she also told me to go out there and get your dick wet.
Okay,
by being
that
nice.
was a belief back then. Yes, and still, that's yeah, right. We want to make sure our sons not gay. I guess I'm not saying it's bad, good, or whatever, but the idea that we now want to make it seem like his great grandmother is influential to why he has issues. We're not gonna mention the lack of his dad. He got uncles. What about them?
If I see the matriarch of my family talk bad to all the women in my family in my face, or from birth to when she died, I was 20. So for 20 years, I'm seeing her talk crazy to my mama, my grandmama, my cousins, and my aunties, and then turn around and put the Bible in my face too and say women ain't nothing but baby makers. I'm like, okay.
No, that's what the fucking Bible kind of says. The fuck is going on, yo? That's what these men are saying. The ones who use the Bible, they saying, hey, you know, like my aunt, she's not against women. She just, you know, when she get into her biblical things, which is always on the phone with me, I think she's trying to save my soul, but my soul is saved, okay? I'm not concerned about my soul. I think most of these religious people need to be worried about their soul, because I'm telling you, I hear the most tragic, disgusting shit come from these motherfucking religious people. Like, I was on a panel where they started to talk about the LGBT community and talk about how they should die and how they going. And I'm thinking, you got religion in you, and this is what religion is. And they say the most disgusting shit. But I've had the dream, and I don't wanna, I don't know if I should tell her. I really don't know if I should tell her. She gonna regret them LGBT comments. Cause one of her children is gonna be right there in that community, baby. I foreseen it. It's bad. Listen, is one of the children gonna be in the LGBT community. By then, the LGBT community is gonna be called something else, right? Because the children are young, and she gonna have a whole big decision to make, and then that's when they go and start destroying their own fucking children. Oh, you can't be a part of this family. Oh, I'm not accepting of you. You dirty. Listen, I'm gonna leave it alone. That's
And
another
that's it, the Bible, right? But do we
Bob,
read from the Bible?
you cannot negate. So what I'm saying, Bob, you cannot negate his experience to say no.
Yes, not only can I negate his motherfucking story, but because we caught him in lies, I don't believe his fucking story. And this is the gaslighting that I'm talking about, right? The deceit that I'm talking about. The wannabe deceit, right? And Sharon is willing to listen to anybody's fucking story and believe it, even when they get caught up in their story. So, and that's where I go back to, yes, people like to be fucking lied to. You can't tell me Sharon is not being lied to. And you can't tell me that he's not accepting of being lied to. Do he want to? Is he saying, please come over here and lie to me? No, but the men are doing it. Some of the women are doing it. And yet, a couple of questions prove that they're lying, and still he's willing to accept it. Fuck out of here, motherfucking people like to be lied to. This is my example right here. I just was waiting to get here. Yes, all the other shit, people like to be lied to. Not only do they like it, they want it. Because if you don't want it, when you could tell they lying to you, instead of you asking questions to clear it up, because maybe there's a misunderstanding. Like, there's so much Sharon didn't even try to clear up. And I had to take the initiative to clear it up. I cleared it up, and still he not listening because he don't care to. Because the lie is better. And I don't know what it's better for, because this man on this panel is not proving Sharon's point. He's only proven that men can be fucking disgusting, and yet everybody will allow him to blame it on fucking women. He could blame it on his ex, who he cheated with, on his wife, who he cheated on, and he can also reach back in his great granny's grave and lie on her. And this shit is fucking disgusting. This shit, like, I've seen the manosphere stoop this low a few times, but not this shit right here is fucking disgusting.
Oh, his great grandmother wasn't.
This shit is so fucking disgusting, I can't believe it. Not a man
If
to
you
be
missed the
blamed.
Android show, XR.
We're not gonna blame the uncles.
Just wrong. No.
We're not gonna blame the uncles who was there to teach him or not teach him. We're not gonna blame the dad who was there or not there to teach him, right? We're not gonna blame none of them. We're not even gonna go to the mother, because he said the mother was there and teaching him correct. We're not even gonna say, well, maybe she messed up. We're reaching all the way to the great granny, baby. The great granny from the dirty, baby. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like, depending on where she from, she might reach out to this nigga. I need to get. I gotta send this package off so I can get my package because some of these niggas need to be taught a lesson, baby. I might have to contact Granny, her motherfucking self, and say, "Hey, I need to reach Big Dog's granny. Yeah, his great granny. Okay, hey, great granny. Yeah, I'm not sure if you know what your great grandson is out here doing, but you might want to pay him a visit tonight." Or some night this week, you got to get on it because he out here disparaging your name. Oh, yeah, really? You wait, really? Is what? You mean can I share that? Granny, can I put that out that he was a low life and ain't shit like the rest of your family? Oh, so you really was saying that about the whole family. You wasn't just saying that about the women. You were just, and it's okay, Granny. I I had a great granny similar to you. You know what I mean? I ain't gonna lie, I ain't really like her. You know what I mean? I was actually even a little scared of her. But I ain't gonna lie on her. I ain't gonna lie on her and say that she only was mean, or we call it mean, but she wasn't mean. She was just direct. But in society, these direct people was known to be mean, right? Yeah, so I got a granny just like you. So I'm gonna let you go before you cuss me out. I apologize for waking you up, okay? But I just wanted you to know that your grandson is out here just saying that you was evil just to the women. Is that true? Nah, fuck them all. Oh shit. I'm sorry. Okay, granny, thank you. I apologize for calling you. Please don't do no pop-ups on me. Please. Don't make yeah. Okay, thank you. I'm sorry. I'm so yeah. If you come across Viola, could you tell her I love her? Yeah. And if you pop up on me at night, I'ma call Viola on your ass, okay? Okay. Thank you. I'm sorry again. Okay, I apologize. Thank you. Granny say fuck that shit. Granny say fuck all them motherfuckers in that family. Granny say the whole family ain't shit. Let me stop, y'all. Granny said that little motherfucker need to stop lying on me. She said they all ain't shit. Oh Lord. Oh man. And I enjoy y'all being over here, y'all. Y'all know I'm just tripping. I didn't know it was this late. I've been came home from the workplace. I've been sitting in this chair at my sewing machine and I never put the sewing machine on. I did not know. Y'all, I could run my goddamn mouth, y'all. Granny, Granny, Granny said all of them and shit. She gonna get on him. She said she gonna handle it. These niggas be playing. Anyway, here we go.
No, I'm not saying that she wasn't wrong. I'm just saying that this grown man, right, who been switching his story up, that some of y'all willing, soon as he put it on a woman, that you're willing to say, okay. And I'm saying, ask more questions, and you'll find out that it doesn't make sense that his mother, who didn't throw the Bible in front of him and didn't speak on women that way, or his grandmother, but he went all the way to his great grandmother, which means you know how old she was back then. You got to understand. He said his great grandmother. He didn't say his grandmother's mom.
She was 90
So
something when she
if I tell you about my great grandmother, she was older, set in her ways, and yeah, and she would cuss out and everybody. Sometimes.
See, I told that story even then. I ain't lying on my peoples, y'all. I had a great grandmother, man, Francis. Look, my family, even still today, I still don't understand how everything go. But recently, and when I say recently, I mean this year, I found like through the passing of people and me trying to figure out, wait a minute, I know that's my aunt, but how is that my aunt? Remember, and I told people this years ago. Some of y'all, most of us, I don't even want to say y'all, I'm gonna say us. Most, not all. But most people in the Black community, especially today, right? We don't understand. We know we got uncles and cousins and shit, but you might not understand how exactly. And you may understand, okay, that's my uncle on my dad's side, and that's my uncle on my mom's side, but you may realize and find that grandma had kids with not just one man. Now, it's always, you got to understand, these are proud church going folk back in the day. They wasn't telling all their business, but yet their business was still business. So some people knew about it. They didn't just speak on it, and they kept children in their place, right? And you'll find out that your granddaddy had children outside of your grandmother, and you may also. How is that so acceptable? People, okay, oh, Papa was a Rolling Stone because they made a motherfucker song about it, so it's acceptable. But when I say that most of us also had grandmothers who had children by multiple men, then that's unacceptable. Not mine, Bob. Not maybe yours, but not mine. And I'm not even, and it's sad because I'm not saying that that was a bad thing or a good thing. But marriages and divorces have always been going on. People think that divorce is a new phenomenon. I don't know why. I don't know why. I guess the same way when I was younger, I thought we was the creators of shit that really already existed way before I was born. And so I understand younger people thinking that they invented some shit that was here even before their great grandparents was here, right? I'm just saying, it's called arrogance. That's what it's called. And I was arrogant when I was young too, right? What knocked me off of that shit? Well, I ain't all the way, all my arrogance hasn't gone away, as y'all know already, right? Bomb could be a little arrogant. Okay, so I'm not gonna even lie and make it seem like it's all gone, but life has gotten a lot of that arrogance out of my goddamn ass. Life, that's what it's called. Life experiences. Yes, when I thought I was doing this because and maybe be the first or the best, and then I find out, wait a minute, people before even I was born was doing this shit. That's the arrogance of being young, and it's okay. It's called not knowing, and not knowing is okay, right? And then when you learn, you know better, you do better, you act differently because now you know you ain't the first, okay, and you ain't gonna be the last. Okay, and so yeah, nothing wrong with it. And I may say that the younger generation is arrogant, but please don't take that as an insult. My generation was arrogant when we was younger. The millennials was arrogant when they was younger. And now the Gen Z's are arrogant. And I don't even know what's gonna happen with these alphas. Because if they anything like my grandson and some of the babies I see on the internet, they're gonna be more arrogant than all of us. They're gonna have even more knowledge than all of us. They're gonna have more access to different things that we've never had access to. And they're gonna grow up with it. Like my children grew up with certain things and they thought it always existed. They thought and my kids think the internet always existed. Some of you, your ass is old as I am, or maybe upwards 10 years less. And for some reason, you think the internet popped up in the 2000s. Like, no, the internet was here way before that. The internet was here even before I was here, and I've been here 30 something years. I've been here on the internet, and I'm actually talking about this internet right now. I've been on this motherfucking internet for 30 plus years. I was pregnant with both my sons while I was sitting my ass on AOL. By the time I had my second son, I was sitting on Yahoo. Okay. Was I on Yahoo with my second son? No, I still was on AOL with my second son. But by the time he got a little older, when he was real young, I was over there on Yahoo and a few other places in between. My kids, all they know is the internet. It was always in the house. They had never not had an internet in their house since the day they was born. Okay. So anyway, don't get mad at me when I say that the younger generation is arrogant. It's like a compliment, it's like a compliment. And I'm saying that you're young, you just don't know, have all the information yet. Have fun, nothing wrong with that. But as you get the knowledge, you'll realize that you are not reinventing anything. You cannot reinvent some shit that already exists. Okay? There's no such thing. Okay? Especially the basic shit. It's like trying to reinvent the wheel. What you gonna make it square? Triangles? You gonna make it rectangle? What you gonna do to better the wheel? Okay, cool. Nothing. Here we go.
She wasn't in her right mind. So you telling me she the one that taught it?
Okay, so we could just ask. So so your grandmother, was she negative towards women as well?
My grandmama didn't have nothing much to say. She just smoked her cigarettes and drank her Coke. She didn't do too much. The only thing she really did for me and my brother was like if we wanted certain meals, she'll make the meals.
Why the nigga just don't answer the question? And then we got to think about his answer. Well, my grandmother, she didn't do too much nothing. She just smoked cigarette and sucked on some Pepsi. Or beer, whatever he said. I don't even know. So do we take him literal, or are we saying that, hey, from his perspective, his grandmother didn't do too much or nothing? But the question was, did she also mistreat? Not his grandmother didn't mistreat women and men, and his mother didn't mistreat women and men. And so he had two generations right there who didn't do that, but he reached all the way back to the third generation to get his lessons. We know damn well he mistreated those women because he wanted to. He saw what he saw. He saw people treating people good. He saw people treating people bad. And he decided to go with the bad. And we're going to forget the story that he said about his mama, huh? Well, Sharon did, but I didn't. Like, we forgot that he said that his mama, the reason he thought he could do what he wanted with his wife, it wasn't because of his grandmother, remember? It was because his mama, remember? Because his stepdad was cheating on his mama, and stepdad was cheating on mama, and mama stayed. And so, because of mama staying, I just figured I can do the same. So because mama stayed, it's not because the stepdad cheated, it's because the mama stayed. Sharon got to be fucking with me. Is he live? Because I right now I'm a little peeved off. Okay, I'm gonna have to catch up with him and find out what the fuck is going on. Okay, here we go.
But other than that, she didn't really have too much conversation for me and him.
So she didn't go against what great grandmother said. So what about your?
They were.
Look, Sharon made a narrative. Oh, she didn't go against what great grandmother said. Okay, so she promoted it too. She promoted it by not saying something about it.
Argue because, like I said, if my grandmother and great grandmama would get into it.
Right. But what about mama? So what did mama say?
Wait a minute, you didn't want him to hear that he was saying that even his grandmother would argue with the great grandmother about what she was saying?
No, they would argue. They would have their own arguments.
Yeah, he said their own arguments about they just disagree with whatever they talk
about. About what? Would they disagree?
Hey, you drunk all the goddamn Kool-Aid? He talking about that.
Did they ever disagree about her?
Talking about the ideology. He's not talking about the ideology.
Nah, no, that's what I'm saying. But you didn't ask him. Did they ever argue on how great grandmother? Huh?
I'm listening to the man.
When he
no, you're listening, but you're.
He said, "I'm listening, Bob." No, he's not. Never mind. I'm gonna just say Sharon must be. He gonna jump out the clouds and he gonna say, "Psych, I was just playing." Like, got to be, because what the fuck? What the fudge is going on? Look, I'm gonna have to change my whole ideology, right? So, but I'm gonna stop cussing because this is make-believe land that we in doing this stream. You know what I'm saying? I'm a man, okay? I'm a male at this moment, and and something. The world is upside down right now.
Listen, I don't know what's going on right now. When he
When
said
it
they
came,
argued, you tried to switch it. Did they ever
no,
argue about the great grandmother dissing the women,
no,
including her? Did you
no,
say that
no.
she dissed her?
No, yeah, she cussed my grandmama out plenty of times, but it was never about my great grandmama cussing out the women. It'll be again,
Okay,
my
that's
great
fine.
grandmama was
Now
like,
we can move forward because
yeah,
that's what I got from what you said the first time.
yeah.
So now Bomb got the clarity
Yo,
that he
man,
needed.
I don't know what's
What you
going
think he
on
lying,
here,
Bomb?
man.
What you think he
Huh?
lying or something? What you think he lying about that?
Well, we know he lying.
So you're watching YouTube, but did you know there's a YouTube music app where you can listen to podcasts about popcorns, dark?
I know what I heard him say, and then you stopped him, and then right to keep it pushing. I heard what he said.
Mom, you can ask the question.
I know. Listen.
Can I ask a quick
So,
one?
Sharon,
Did you
how
ask?
much influence did your great grandmother have over you when you had a grandmother and a mother? Go ahead.
Bomb, it's not good to use me, Bomb. I was a hard headed kid. I ain't listening to nobody.
No, but I'm not talking about that. No, I'm not asking about you.
Hey, Mom, I was outside.
No, but I'm not asking you per se. I'm saying how much connection over that you had your great grandmother when you had your grandmother and your mother there.
That's what I was gonna say. None of that mean nothing to me personally.
Okay, so
it means a
but
lot
to
to me.
him it meant everything. So I'm even saying that my great grandmother.
But that's but he's saying that the grandmother didn't say much. She just smoked the cigarettes, and the great grandmother we know she argued.
Y'all hit this shit. Listen, if nothing wrong with you. Look, when I say if I say something like, "Hey," like even my great grandmother, when I say I didn't have much, there wasn't not much connection there. But that's not the end of the actual story. He's taking this man for face value. If I say, yeah, I didn't really have a connection with my great grandmother. But if you start asking me, well, Bomb, have you ever had any connection with her or anything? I would be like, yeah, like with my grandmother, my great grandmother when she lived in California and we went to visit California. I remember that's why I don't eat chitlins today because I remember her cooking chitlins and wondering what the hell is that smell. Now, I can say she didn't have much influence in my life, but that's not to say that all she did was, cook chitlins. Just because I remember her cooking chitlins that day, that doesn't mean that's all she did. But that could be my memory. But Sharon is taking him literal. And that is the fucking problem, right? Because he said, well, my grandmother, all she did. And as if we should believe that that's all that woman did. Because if that's all she was doing throughout her life, then she wouldn't have he wouldn't be born. She wouldn't have no children. Maybe possibly be married. You know what I mean? And he wouldn't have the uncle that he got, and shit like he wouldn't have that. And so Sharon is really, I don't even know, I don't know what's going on. I truly just don't. I'm not even being facetious. I don't know what's going on in this stream. And I'm thinking, what the fuck? I still don't know. That's the only reason I'm reviewing it, because I figured maybe I must have missed something somewhere. Because I'm thinking I got to be wrong, because like I listened to Sharon, and whether I agree with him or disagree, I think it depends on the topic if I agree with him more. But I think most people, if y'all watch, I probably disagree with him more than I agree with him. Okay. Now, when he talking to the men about men shit, I'm not really getting involved too much in that. Okay. When my husband is teaching the boys how to be men, I'm not getting involved in that. But if we talking about teaching people to coexist in the world with women and men and other people of different races and genders and shit, then that's when I feel like I can offer my opinion, right? It's from my experience, and people could disagree with it. But this shit right here, though, this day, I I don't understand it. It's not even okay that seemed like he's not even okay that we disagree, because I made my point from my point of view earlier about women being cheated on, right? And he kept pressing me to kind of like change it or to, and so I'm okay with the conversation. I don't have a problem with that. But like I'm not I know from experience. That's all. It don't even have to be my experience, but even from my own experience. Okay. Uh,
and screamed at all of the women in his family. That's how he's interpreted from him as a kid, whether it is right, wrong, and different. That's how he interpreted. That's
Yeah,
all I'm
listen, I get interpreting things as a kid. When we grow up though, and we look at things and we see them differently, and then we speaking about them as we are an adult.
So how you gonna figure out that he's lying and he already said it?
First of all, because he's lied and retracted a few times up here.
Which
You're the
part
only
of lie
person you
about?
want to take it at his, huh?
What part of lie about?
Yeah, because I want the conversation to move forward. I don't.
Oh,
look, now Sharon, look, he asked me what he lied about. About move forward, I was about to give it to him. Sharon said, "Oh no, I just wanted to move forward." All this time we had a chance to move forward. Now I'm about to tell him what he lied about. Like I'm ready. I'm ready to talk about like the wife, the girlfriend. I'm ready to go through all of it. And Sharon said, "Well, I want to move forward," and it's his channel. So
we can move it forward, but we're not gonna act like he ain't lied or misspoke and backtrack. So I'm not saying he purposely lying, but when we start asking questions, then we realize that he backtracked. And it's calling him a liar.
I think we just listen. I think we just listen to different, Bomb. That's all.
Yes, exactly. One of us is listening to what he said, and the other is not. And I don't know. Maybe it could be a male female thing, right? I do know that men and women think differently. We even use different parts of our brains to, and this is why, ladies, we need to be the leaders. Come on, come together, ladies. All of us, all generations, get close to your screen. Bomb got something to say. Come on, ladies, all ages, all of you, including all the females. And I only say females because I'm talking even to the little girls, right? Our little daughters and granddaughters and great granddaughters, great granddaughters, the Gen Zers, the alphas, the millennials, the Xers. We got to go all the way. All the women, even the fish, the female fish, please come forward. And I'm not leaving you men out completely, but out of this one, I need y'all to stand back. This is just for the women. Touch the screen, ladies. We got to connect. Listen, you should be the leaders, okay? You are the leader. You got to understand that we think with a different lobe of our brain. Now, I don't want to say the frontal lobe because I got to go and do the research and look it up real quick. Now, I could do that right now. But I'm not going to do that, right? It's not that important. What I'm saying to we are the leaders. Why? Because even doing this simple ass conversation, listening to this man, the men, and I don't even want to blame all the men, right? Because there's men in this chat who are agreeing with me. They're saying, we know he's lying because his lips are moving. They got some men agreeing. We got a lot of women agreeing. Like we listening to his story and we listening to it. Like and Sharon was up in the man for shit like, oh, and you since changed. But how many times have we heard him say that he's recalibrated his value system while he's still blaming the women in his life? This motherfucker that went back to the great granny, baby. He gonna regret that one. That one coming back on him. Okay. I don't know why you mess with them older people. Them motherfuckers knew magic. Okay. Listen, I wish I could get my great grandmother, even the one who I didn't really have a lot of conversation for, mainly because y'all, well, that's a whole thing where my grandmother had two sets of kids. Okay. And the first set of kids, my grandmother, not my grandmother, my great grandmother claimed, right? Because their dad wasn't there. My grandmother was married to a military man before she married my grandfather. So I have cousins who are my cousins, but they're my cousin through my grandmother, but they're not my cousins through my grandfather, right? So I always knew that. I knew they were, but I have other cousins through what I didn't know. I thought that was my grandmother's child, but that was actually my grandfather's child. So in fact, my grandfather was married before he married my grandmother as well. So because this is my grandfather, right? My mother's father, that means all his children, even if they're not for my grandmother, are also my aunts and uncles, right? Yes. And even the ones he had out of wedlock cheating on my grandmother. Them motherfuckers is my aunts and uncles as well. Okay? I'm about to, one of my uncles about to be mad because I'm about to reach out to one of his kids. One of my uncles had a kid out of wedlock. And he's an adult now. You know, I want my fucking kids to know all their family. So I'm hoping he don't get mad because I'm gonna try to get his permission first, right? Hey, can I get permission? I know you got a kid out there. Now I hope it's not gonna be like with my grandmother. You know, I didn't find out about my my cousins and my aunt, which is a child of my grandfather. They didn't announce that shit until my grandmother passed away. My mother and all her brothers and sisters found out they had a sister after, and only after my grandmother passed away. And I think that's ridiculous. Because I have cousins I could have been growing up with knowing that I didn't. My grandfather been fucking dead. Like, you know what I'm saying? My grandfather died when I was 7. But they waited till my grandmother to pass away. And I don't think that's right. I think that's unfair all over the place. That's unfair for them, that part of the family who was away from the family simply because they had some shit they had nothing to do with. The daughter, my aunt, had nothing to do with being born, and her children had nothing to do with how she was born out of wedlock. But that shit is crazy. So imagine my mom calling me up when I'm about 50 years old to tell me she just found out she got a sister. You got a what? And they want to meet. Wait, what? No, I don't think, was I 50 when that happened? No, I wasn't 50. I'm sorry. I was 40 something. I about 40 something. Okay. That's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, there's a lot of things that they did that I think is wrong. They did it for whatever reason they thought they should do it out of respect for my grandmother. But children, like, why should children pay due to what their parents did? Now, my uncle, one of my uncles, and several of my fucking uncles, to be honest, you know, they got children out of wedlock. And not even out of wedlock, like through, it's not called wedlock, because they're married and they had children outside of their marriage. Is that called out of wedlock? I don't think so. I think out of wedlock is when you have children without getting married. But he is married, but who he had the child with, I don't know. Anyway, that's fucked up. Especially our family. Like, we have a big family banding together. Birthdays, everybody get together. The only person who don't really get together like that is me, right? When there's a birthday, everybody in the family come from all over and go. And my ass stuck here in Delaware. I'm not even the one the farthest away. I have cousins who come from, they'll be in Hawaii and Germany, and they, if for the elders' birthdays, everybody show up except for me. I didn't even show up at my mother's birthday, her last birthday party. I was here in Delaware. I regret that shit. Okay, that's some shit that I gotta live with that I regret. Okay, but anyway, let's get back to this shit here. Let me get back to this shit. Right
Talking to my mother, and this just was part of the house from my knowledge. Because anytime I would see it, I just sit back and watch. And my mother and my cousin, they would sit there like they just her being granny.
Have you heard anything
Okay, I do not want to make this
interesting?
about like
Well, I just want I have
not
one
really
more. I just have one more because he's.
You had the whole day planned. A quick Sapporo stop for a little treat, then lunch with your mother-in-law, who...
It's not really about his life. It's really more about the overarching point that
Now, you know what pisses me off about this situation over here? We've been on this conversation for hours. Like, I'm not talking about over here, I'm talking about over there by Sharon. It definitely was definitely over an hour, right? Um, the same topic, same thing. You know, we going back and forth about the same thing, this man's story and shit like that. I participated in it, Sharon participated in it, everybody participated in it. And this nigga come over here unlikely, and he says the whole show has become this 2 hours of this, and then Sharon sees everybody else is complimenting, they commenting on what everybody is saying, you know what I'm saying, and people disagreeing and some people agreeing, and it's going on and on and on. It's a good conversation, you know. I'm giving pushback, Sharon pushing back to me, whatever, we disagreeing, but it's still a conversation. And some of these men could come over and they influence him. And there are a couple of men who I realize does that, right? Unlikely with his raggedy ass, okay, backstabbing ass motherfucker. Like, I watch him backstab people, right? And that shit crazy. And then that dude Sway could come over and say, "What y'all talking about? Aren't y'all gonna do this?" And then Sharon like, he take heed to these motherfuckers. And let's talk about the ones who disrespect him, but he give them so much grace, right? And I you know, sometimes I be feeling like I'm disrespected, you know, but I let it go. I like, this is channel. I like him. I'm good with it. But this is the thing, though. This is the thing. Bomb is bomb is bomb is bomb, and bomb allow people she like to push her and nudge her here and there. But bomb, I'm not a pussy. And I think sometimes people who I never had a fight with and I don't get on, I think they think that they can just treat me any kind of way. And just sometimes be like, I don't want to really fuck them up, but I'm gonna review this. I'm gonna give my honest opinion about it, and I hope that be it. But if we got to fight, then there'll be a fight, and it's not gonna be cool. It's not gonna be nice, right? And the thing is, there's so many people who don't like Sharon, like it will benefit my channel. And yet y'all know I'm not that type of person, right? I'm not that type of person who do a stream just to benefit my channel, because I don't get paid from this shit, so it ain't no benefit to me anyway. And but I just wanted to know, and everybody to know, that you're gonna have to stop playing with me, baby. You know what I mean? He been playing with me for a long time, to be honest. When some of them men come up, they can be just as disrespectful as they want to be, right? They can absolutely tell them, I don't want to talk to her, right? That shit has happened, and I just let that shit go. I let that shit go. But I don't give no fucks about some of these niggas. Some of these niggas know they could get that work. Understand why that little chocolate nigga who was crying behind Drip and his crew a few months ago. I understand why the nigga don't like me, because I done dragged his ass to filth. When the nigga started admitting that he was on Section 8, living with a motherfucking woman. Bum ass motherfucking bum ass niggas, right? And the men pulled away from his ass because he was a disres. He was like, men were saying only women on Section 8, and here come this punk ass bitch letting everybody know that the women were right, that there are many men who are on Section 8. Section 8 isn't just for women, right? I'm not gonna mention his name, but y'all know who I'm talking about, right? Crying ass motherfucking nigga, slow ass motherfucker. Okay, that's one. Now I'm going through these other names of niggas to let Sharon know that he gonna have to do better with me, baby. You gonna have to stop playing with me, honey. Just because I like you don't mean, in fact, the more I like you, the worse the spanking gonna be. I'm emotional, nigga. Yes, I'm emotional. Remember, I'm just a little old lady who lives in the tree. I'm so emotional, and when I like you, that means my emotions runs rampant. And if I feel like you piss me off, it's going bad. But if I don't like you, then I don't give a fuck, and it might come quick. It might be a quick 24 hours. But if I like you, nigga, it might run weak. So please stop testing my gangster, nigga. So be nice as I can be. Please don't test my gangster. Don't make bomb come out the motherfucking closet. I'm in the closet, ho. I'm in the whole closet. I've been in the closet for quite a few years now. I've been quiet, tucked in my little quiet area, trying to figure out how to be a grandma and sew some shit, right? Trying to see if that's the route I really want to take, because I don't want to start no shit and not finish it. I I keep going back and forth with it. But I want to cuss motherfuckers out. So I can't have a cussing granny sewing channel. I don't think that's gonna work. What y'all think? Y'all think that gonna work? The cussing granny sewing channel. Sharon, I do love you, baby, but I'm gonna have to. You gonna have to do better. Okay, you gonna have to do better.
Men are taught to lie.
Yeah.
That's what the overarching conversation really is supposed to be about, not his going back all the way to when he was 10 years old.
And I think sometimes you guys kind of, because when I'm listening to this, I'm like, you're doing exactly what I can't stand that husbands do. Oh, I can't stand it. Is that you almost force the women to lie. Because when she's explaining that some women may actually sit through it and they may accept it, it's like the focus is you're trying to, it sounds like you want something for the young men to inspire to, as opposed to hearing what she's trying to explain that she sees as a woman that women be doing. There's like this don't say that, but it's like, let her, like, I don't get that part. I really don't get that part.
I'm confused about.
I'm confused right now.
Yeah.
Okay, so if we're asking about, because I came in late on the grandmom conversation, and I was listening to it. It was like Bomb was trying to. It sounded like you're trying to explain that, yeah, he may tell her the truth in a nice way, but that doesn't mean that she's not going to stay or something like that. I don't. Is when
Okay, so with the truth part. So what the conversation is that I believe that men should tell women the truth. The problem is men only tell women the truth in a mean and hateful way, in a way that she is going to run away from that man. And then they use that as an excuse that women want to be lied to because they are being nasty.
Do men only tell women the truth in a nasty, mean way? Because I've actually had men, mention that they just want to have sex. Like my first time hearing the term, what was it? Netflix and chill. This guy asked me come over and Netflix and chill, and I was like, "Hey, I'm a grown woman. What are you talking about? The fuck?" Now he said it so sweet and straightforward. And apparently, though, I don't know where Sharon is, but yes, these men, there's a lot of men being straightforward. And some of the women are going, and some of the women aren't going. And I don't know the percentages. So I cannot give y'all percentages on who's going and not. But go over there to those dating sites where they swiping left and right. They rarely having any conversation. They understand that they're meeting up for sex. They're not always saying the truth mean. I've had men say it in a nice way, but to me, ain't nothing nice about a man telling me he want me to just come to his house as a grown ass adult so we can look at some motherfucking TV. I have a TV at my own home, sir. And so there is a difference in the generations. And this shit started with, like, my sons were younger when the swiping left. I forget what the name of that app was. It may still exist. I don't even know, right? Because I've never been on no motherfucking apps like that, no dating apps. I used to be on dating sites though, because I used to advertise my events and shit. But other than that, that's all you'll see. And they still might even be up, on them sites, if you know which sites I'm talking about, which can't remember all of them. But anyway, Sharon thinks that when men, there are lots of men who are telling the truth. This is a generation of people being open. So I do understand the women saying, no, I'd rather the truth. And yet they're not going. And so if you tell men you rather the truth, and then they give you the truth and you turning it down, that's only going to last for so long. So I don't like, if the man, because if we know that men want us for sex, especially on site. I'm not talking about you work with him, he got to know a little bit about you, your vibe. He understands your personality. He understands, and he like it. He like the way you laugh and so. That's because he's been around you and he's seen a little bit of that, and maybe he might genuinely like you and be interested. But if we're talking about when a man approach you on the street, he only sees what he sees. He sees the package. And we know that he wants you due to your packaging, right? The package, not what's inside, just the packaging, right? The gift wrap, the body, the clothes, that shit. And so we know that men want us for sex. I don't think they have to tell us that. And so when women say they want men to be honest, you don't. You already know the truth. You want to act like you don't know the truth. You want the fantasy. You want the man who, for some reason, who never met you, and he comes to you and he says, "Oh, you are so beautiful. I love the way you laugh. And I love your personality. You are just gorgeous, and I love everything about you." And you want him to walk you to his carriage, open the door for you, and y'all gonna ride away into the sunset and live happily ever after. That's what y'all want. Because you can't be expecting something that's not true unless you like to be lied to. Every man who approached me, when I know when he approached me, what he's thinking about sex. There is no if, maybe, or fucking doubts about that. If you confused and you think it's something else, I'm gonna have to inform you that there's no way it could be something else. If he don't know you, he's never had a conversation with you. He never seen you laugh or cry or be angry or be happy. So therefore, all he sees is the packaging, and I can assure you, what he wants to do with the package is rip it off. Now you know the truth, and now what else is there to say? No, you don't want the truth. You don't want the truth. Because you know the truth. You don't want these men to come to you with the truth. You already know the truth. In fact, you don't need them to come to you with the truth. You know the truth. Every single, my husband, when he approached me, you don't think I knew what he wanted? Any man who ever approached me, I can assure you, unless he was a fucking family member, and then I don't even put it past them. I don't even put it past even the family members. Oh, you my cousin. Oh, can I get your number? We need to go. Oh, my dumb ass thinking, oh, this is my cousin. We could go out together. Or this is my uncle, right? We could go out like a family. I'm gonna have a good time. He gonna make sure I'm good, right? He gonna make sure nobody bother me. We gonna have a good time. I can sit and talk to him and get, and right before we get in, this nigga tell me, hey, act like you my mind. What kind of shit is that? I'm already out at the club with him. I'm thinking I'm going to the club and I'm gonna get my dance on, and I don't even have no problem dancing with my cousin, uncle, the women, the men, whomever dancing, we just gonna be dancing. But I have a motherfucking problem with my cousin, yeah, this is my dad first cousin, my second cousin, telling me to walk in there like I'm his woman. Baby, listen, if you don't know this by now, if you don't know this by now, you will never, never, never know this. You dumb ass bitch. If you don't know this by now, you will never, ever, ever know this. Let me go and get my switch. Listen, I don't know what's going on. Ladies, y'all got to stop playing, okay? And y'all got to definitely stop.
Now, girl, I know you fibbing. Ooh, you know you can't help it. You know what I wanna know. Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my God. Stop fucking lying. Always lying to me.
Why?
Lying so much, you making it hard for me.
So
Baby, you don't stop. Why the fuck you lying?
Why you always lying? 'Cause you always know the truth and always lying. You know the truth. You know the difference between the truth and the lie. Okay? Y'all have to stop. Stop. So, but listen, I'm not your mom. I can't tell you what to do. But I would suggest you stop acting like you dumb.
In an honest way. But men can absolutely be honest in a productive, positive, and loving way, and women will stay. The truth do not have to be something nasty.
Now, when she was describing, I think she said her grandmother. We're talking about the topic. She's talking about her grandmother let his grandfather go out every weekend, and for the most part, she knew what was going on. And I would assume they both knew what was going on. Is he supposed to just say it out loud, or is it enough that they both know what's going on?
We're not talking about those dynamics. We're talking about the dynamics where he has not told her the truth.
But
And
he
she
didn't tell
doesn't
her
know
the
what's
truth.
going on.
He didn't voice it. Exactly what Ambassador is saying. A lot of these women know what's going on. As long as it don't get put directly in their face or some other person come with it, then a lot of women are okay with it. And we got to stop acting like every woman want the truth and okay with these truths. This shit is not true.
All right, so fine. So therefore, it is no way we could fix the relationship if men are going to keep being told that they need to lie to their woman.
But see, like that's a false narrative he just put up there. Because instead of talking about lying, you could talk about stop cheating, be monogamous, right? You can absolutely talk about the actual problem when lying is not the actual problem, right? If I come in and lie about how much money I spent today, that's not the actual problem in the marriage. The actual problem is the fact that somebody is going and cheating, right? The problem isn't, hey, that we believe in Santa Claus and we spread lies to our children. The problem isn't the fact that maybe I went and bought some fabric when I told hubby that I didn't. You know, because I said I wasn't gonna buy no more fabric for the year. I'm gonna use what I got. That's not the problem. That's not what destroying marriages. Infidelity is. So instead of him trying to make it like, oh, well, instead of you saying what you saying, well, I guess we gonna let these men lie. Nah, change it up and talk about the actual issue. You could be direct. And then if you ask me if women want to be cheated on, then I would say women don't want to be cheated on. Even if they know they're being cheated on, they don't want to be cheated on, right? It would be closely to what he's trying to share to these men. But I think maybe he's talking about lying because of the maybe that stream that he was sharing that I didn't see any of. Maybe that's why his topic was the mind. But no, it's and my husband lied. Look, I showed y'all my husband's knife collection. Knives are always showing up. And then when I see a new one, he'll say, "Oh, I've been had that." I'm not the only one to do it, right? We do it too. He'll be like, "Oh no, I've been had that," and I'll be like, "I ain't never seen this before. Been had that." I said, "Been since when?" And hubby's not a liar, so he'll say, "I bought that a couple of months ago." How is a couple of months equates to been? Like, been a couple of months. So I laugh it off, and that shit ain't gonna destroy our marriage. Me lying about getting some fabric, that's not gonna destroy our marriage. Me lying and saying that I'm gonna cook dinner and then but I really have no intentions of cooking dinner, that's not gonna destroy our marriage. But infidelity, now that's a whole nother motherfucking thing, right? Yeah.
I don't understand how
I don't like
I don't understand that we are telling men right now, when we keep saying, going back to that women need to be lied to stay in a relationship. We are not promoting or producing men as willing to be honest and truthful in a relationship.
Okay. Wait, Jay said something that I want to ask. She said she don't like lies. Do you like all truths? Are you accepting of all truths and you willing to deal with the truth as it is, or do you walk away from it sometimes?
Yep, even if it hurts me, even in that moment, I'm feeling big feelings and it hurts. I always prefer the truth.
Okay, so Jay is saying it's okay to hurt me. You could give me the truth. It could hurt me. I prefer to be hurt than what? Like, why you even have to be hurt? Like, what? She and for some reason, some people think that makes sense. That this man could come along and just say something to you and you don't really like it, and you might even feel offended by it, but it's okay because it's his truth. It's okay for him to throw it at you. And yeah, you get to turn it down and shit. But I think your day may have even been better if he didn't bring his ass over to tell you his truth. I think you're gonna have a lot more men doing exactly what they're doing online, coming in your face to tell you the truth. You ain't all that anyway. Because we now telling them that it's okay. You can tell me anything, just tell me the truth, as long as it's the truth. I'm like, what the? And if we talking about relationships, which I thought we were, right? If we're talking about relationships, then you teach him how to treat you, and vice versa. He teaches her how to treat. The reason I never use cuss words to my husband is because I know he not going for that shit. And I too am not going for that, right? And so we don't do that to each other. Never. Not even in my worst anger. I'm like, you gotta go. Because look, I'm at an age where anything might fly out of my mouth. You know what I mean? Like, I ain't even gonna hold you. Like, anything could come out my mouth when I'm angry. And therefore, asking him to leave is me being very loving. In the moment, okay? I was so heated last month. Was that last month? It was just last week, wasn't it? Like 2 weeks ago? Ooh, y'all.
Okay, but
Because
I asked
to me, that's a person of integrity. Yes, the answer to your question is yes.
Okay. A man of integrity. So this man, when he told his wife, nah, now remember they already married. He didn't spring this on her before marriage. He sprung it up on her after marriage, all the cheating. And when he said, well, look, I'm gonna take these phone calls. I'm gonna be on the phone with these other women. Ain't nothing you can do about it. I guess that's a man of integrity. Basically what she's saying. I think that a man who tell me the truth is a man of integrity. It's too broad. Can there be men who tell the truth who have integrity? Yes. Are all the men who gonna tell you the truth gonna have integrity? No.
Y'all know this ain't true, y'all. I'm not saying you per se.
So I don't understand. So are you?
I'm not saying
Hold
for
on. So
all
I need
women.
to
I'm
understand. Are
saying
you
that
comparing that the fact that women will walk away from the truth as to say that women don't want the truth?
I'm saying if
That is crazy.
Wait, if we in the conversation that we having, right? Remember, we having a conversation about men and women getting together, right? I thought, is that true? So if a man walks up to a woman and says, "Hey, you looking sexy," right? And I would like to take you home and screw your brains out. You saying that because he gave the truth, a lot of these women going? Or would they rather him come up and say, smooth talker and take her out to dinner and shit? That's right. We got to remember, we always say that there's a group of men who know how to speak to a woman. He know, they used to call it smooth talking, or I forget what the term is today, but he knows how to talk. He talks her up, chat her up, make her feel good. She don't feel harmed in no way. In fact, like, she's smiling. She's having a good old time being chatted up by this man. And she feel good about that. And I hope y'all don't think he chatting her up because he just in a chatty moment. He just feel chatty, right? He all chatty and shit. Nah, he trying to, smooth talk you straight out your panties. And we give those men credence. Those men get lots of women because of that. That in itself proves that women like to be lied to. That in itself, right? Then the women, right? He ain't give you no promise ring, no promises, no nothing. And you still continue to mess with him, even though you know he messing with other women. They'll take their turn. This is not every woman doing that, but it's a whole lot of them doing it. It's a lot. It's a lot to be ignored. Is it, even if it's not the majority, even if it's just 46% doing it, which, if in Sharon's case, I guess that's the minority, because they gotta be a 50, they gotta be a 54% that isn't doing it. But are you telling me that this minority is large and that we should ignore it? Like, some of the things he said really doesn't make sense, especially when we start talking about percentages. The way he speak about them as if 51% and more is the majority, right? And I think I spoke on that before, and I want to speak on that again, because the majority could be 30%. It depends on how many different options we talking about, right? Majority don't always have to be in the 50%. Okay. And so, like, see, I see something completely different because I have been in a non-vanilla world for a very long time. And I see what people are doing even without being in these spaces. We know that they're the cheaters. We know that there are women who cheat with married men. We know that. And then there's another whole side, right, where people are swinging and having orgies and swapping and all kinds of shit. And for some reason, when we have these conversations, we want to ignore that. And then we'll rather say that's the minority. And the only reason he's saying it's the minority because he don't see it. And I say that it's the majority because I see it, and I see it everywhere. Not only do I see it, but the person who claimed they don't see it sees it. And I already mentioned that earlier, because you could go to Pornhub and see there's groups of people getting together, making their films and putting it up. You could go to OnlyFans and see person
people, hundreds of thousands of people. That's how many people is over there. But everybody not doing porn, but there's some type of something going on over there, and it's a lot. But we want to ignore that. And so what do we do in a society where it's not the way certain people claim it and want to frame it? Are we saying that we should lie to them so they could do better? Or I think we should like be honest, like he say, we should tell the truth. And me telling the truth doesn't sound good because he says it's a bad thing. And I'm saying I'm just telling it like it is. And I guess the only way for it to get better is for people to change it. Where women aren't so accepting of being with married men, being with cheaters, being with men who, even if they married or not, they got a whole rotation, right? These men can't have a rotation if there's nobody accepting of that. And all the women, they may have been lied to when they got into it, and some of them will fall back when they realize it, and then there's others who will accept it. This is a different day and time. Women are more, how should I say it? Independent, and I mean independent in every way these days. She can make her own money. She can provide her own shelter and food, and she can also go out and get anything she needs or desire and be able to come back to her own place in peace. And I don't think the men like that. I wouldn't like it if I was a man, because I'd be like, damn, like I might become obsolete. But it's the men's fault if you become obsolete. We got women who saying they're not going to deal with men, period. It don't matter if you tell them the fucking truth or not. Right? And so like that, these are the realities of what's going on in society today. And I'm not judging it because I'm not saying it's good, bad, or indifferent. I'm just saying what it is. I'm saying what it is. And this idea what Sharon said, well, if you're saying this, then you must be saying it's okay. And I'm like, no, I'm not saying it's okay. I don't have a dog in that fight. Not personally, but societal wise, if men and women stop getting together, then I may not have more grandkids. And I'm gonna be honest, I would like some grandkids, but I'm not gonna force them on my children. If my children say they're not, if my one grandson be the only grandson I ever have, okay, that's their choice. I never push that. I would never do that to them. They're the ones who gotta live and raise their children and make sure they, taken care of and provide for them. So I would never, ever, but as soon as somebody say they're pregnant, I'm excited and I'm all in. Okay, I'm all in. I'm all in. But if I don't have any more grandkids, Lee could be my only grandson. Okay, and I'm okay with that too. It's my children's decision. By the way, I'm about to my oldest son, I'm about to put him, I'm about to marry him off. Okay, we got 1 year. Anybody willing to be with a man who gonna take care of you, right? I think since these men they came up with the idea where they gotta get vetted. I think we women gonna do the better vetting, right? And I think a woman can speak to a woman better and let her know, hey, this is the type of family we got. And I think that's important for you to know what type of family you're getting into. So I'm going to be selling myself, and what I mean by selling, I'm not talking about money or anything. I'm talking about I'm going to advertise with my family, and my son is going to be providing, and I'm going to choose the woman, right? But then I'm not going to choose her as to say, hey, he going to marry you. I'm saying I'm going to choose, and then from there they get together, meet up each other, do some dating. If you looking to get married, with a man who will take care of you, and his family got his back and your back because you're going to be my family too, okay? Then send your email submission to bombcherryjuice. No. bombcherrylive@gmail.com and put submission in the goddamn title. Now, what I'm not going to choose you based on, like, you can talk to him and y'all talk via phone. You'll get to know him. I'm not going to tell you much about him, but you can get to know him over the phone and everything like that, right? And then if you interested, we'll move forward from there. Now, let me tell you, I am expecting some grandkids, okay? So if you don't want no grandkids, don't submit your submission, okay? I think he wanted some children too. So I can't go just on me, but look, I'm about to pimp out my sons. But for marriage though, for marriage, okay? We ain't gonna do no booty calls. That's on y'all. I ain't got nothing to do with none of that. Okay, I ain't got nothing to do with that. But if you're looking for a family to join into, your kids gonna have a a good grandmother and grandfather. We all in like a whole family and shit. And you know, and this is my oldest son. Okay, My oldest son have no children, y'all. He has no children. He's 30 or 31. I think he's 31. 31 years old. Okay. If you need, he got dreads. If you need pictures, y'all gonna have to share that to each other. Okay. And that's it. And that's all. Okay. Let's keep on with this shit right here.
And then get in the panties. And then, which one are you saying is these women going for?
Women would rather a man to tell her the truth, so this way she won't be fooled and have to break up with him later when the truth comes out.
Mm-hmm.
Men lying do not consist of long-lasting relationship. Lying consists of getting women to have sex with them until the truth comes out. So if men are telling the truth, and then they would change what is honestly coming out of them and stop having lust and degeneracy on the top of their value system, and then maybe we can have better, fruitful relationships. But the problem is these men have lust and degeneracy at the top of their value system.
Now, see, if he was talking about that, then yes, we can say, okay, yeah. You know what I mean? I can agree what he's saying right now, which I do every time he said it, but that's not the topic that he's having when we mention lies. But there's just a little part. I'm waiting for Jay to say something. But I think, did she already say it? Yeah, I think she did. Yeah, I think she did. Let me see.
And then they go lie about it and say, no, I want to.
Issues with every man they get with?
No, not every.
Okay. I'm not talking about all. So I get where, like, we talking about younger people. I think I agree with your message when we talk about people.
Can I also say that when I say every man she gets with, every and all are not the same thing? Can we admit that? Because women are not getting with all men, but a particular woman, like every man she get with, which could be a very small amount, or it could be even a large amount. Y'all, the more I listen to this, like the things that he say, the more confused I get. Because when I say if this woman da da da, and every man she gets with, and then he says not all, and I'm like, I'm not saying all. What woman that we all know have gotten with all men? But I could count on how many men I've been with in a sexual way on one hand. Okay. Or even if I had 1,000 men, that's still not all men. But every man, I'm speaking about every man that I may have been with, or this individual has been with. So I don't know what's going on.
People who are in relationships, I agree with you 100%. If we're in the relationship, the truth is thing. But are we talking about in relationships? Or are we talking about before, in order to get to a relationship?
I think the problem that we have, you think because a woman, when she hears the truth, she don't want that means that she wants to be lied to.
No, I'm not saying that necessarily.
Okay, so this is what you are giving.
I said necessarily, you know what I mean? Like he jumping. I'm not saying that necessarily, but yes, I am saying that to a degree, yes. And maybe it's hard, maybe, and I do know there's a lot of women who don't like to hear the truth. And maybe the truth isn't your truth, like you per se. I know there's a lot of women who not doing a lot of things that most women are doing, right? Or a very large amount of women are doing. Like there's a lot of shit I ain't never do that I know. Like I'm shit. I saw something this morning. Was that this morning? No, that wasn't this morning. Yesterday, that I can't fucking believe. Right? That happened. But what I am saying, and I don't even like. Maybe I'm skating on it because I thought I was being upfront with it. There's always scenarios and different people who gonna do different things. We can agree to that. I am saying most women enjoy being lied to. That's it. That's all. Fuck it. I thought I said that a few times. Fuck it. That's the facts. They may not want to be lied about everything. They may not. There's a lot of things they don't want to be lied about. Yes, the fantasy, the belief of this, and the thing that trips me out is just the day before this shit right here, there was a conversation about the fantasy, about women living in fantasy land, growing up, society pushing these fantasies on us. All of this shit. That is the lie. And now, just the day after, we are now saying women don't be lied to. Oh my God, what is going on? Women want to be lied to. Do all women want to be lied to about every scenario in life? No. Women are okay with being lied to. They're not saying, hey, bro, come over here and lie to me, but they recognize when men come up and lie to them. And if it's a good lie, not a bad lie, it's nothing that's hurtful or harmful, then she's okay with it. And then when she gets to know him, right, even though he lied to get in, she can overlook that shit depending on what that lie was. Like if he was married and shit like that, she probably not overlooking that shit. Some women will though. Some women will overlook that. And I don't know the percentage, and neither do anybody, right? Because it's not like women are going, every woman is going announcing that she messing with a married man and also admitting that she okay with it. But there's a shitload of women who only deal with married men. And it's shocking that you women act like y'all don't know that. You hear it. Women feel more comfortable being with a married man. Why? Because she says she don't have to deal with his bullshit. He's just gonna come, give her a good time, treat her good, and he gonna go back to his motherfucking wife who gonna wash his dirty drawers and shit. There's a shitload of women who actively are okay with being with married men. They don't even want to deal with a single man because they don't want that. They don't want that. They don't want none of them that job. They don't want none of that. Nothing to do with none of that. Just come and please me and take your ass home. Kind of women. So I don't know the percentage. Please don't ask me if it's the majority or the minority. Because y'all don't know neither. Okay?
So this is what I'm trying to get you to understand.
Okay, go ahead.
When you say a man comes up to her and says, hey, I just want to have sex with you, come to my crib, she's gonna say no. Correct? That's what you're saying.
Yeah, a lot of women gonna say no.
Okay, a lot of women
even though
say
she
no.
would.
So now that same man that want that woman, the only way he's going to get to have sex with her is if he lie and say, I want to be with you. I want to do all these things that he lied. That's what you are saying, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
The same man.
Okay, so now, bam, we good with that part. So now, women, do she want to be in a real relationship with that man when he lies to her and says, I want to be with you? Do that woman want to be in a relationship with him?
she may want to be in a relationship with him at that moment. So I guess what I'm saying.
So now that we established that,
I don't even now. I'm trying to listen. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. I'm gonna leave this alone, y'all, because I've talked about it for too long already. I was supposed to only talk about it until 9:00 a.m. I was supposed to talk about it from 8 to 9, and it's damn near 5. So I do want to do a funner stream maybe later. I'm gonna leave this alone. I don't know what happened on this stream. I don't know what happened, but what I will say is, yes, women like to be lied to. Do all women like to be lied to? No, right? I shouldn't have to say that. But a lot do. And we can't, and I know some people want to act like it's not true. Yes, it might not be true for you, but just go look around the internet. Go and look and see these women fighting over a man. Go and look. Go search it up. See how many videos pop up. They fighting over a man who's married to a whole nother woman. These two women fighting over a man who married to a whole nother woman. And they all know it. Right? And when they first got with him, they didn't even know he was married. They since found out. And they willing to scrapple and fight and argue and get his little seconds and thirds and, and have to deal with his shit and other people's shit too. The fuck is we talking about? And men, well, I've already said men will get on top of a woman right after another woman. I'm sorry, men will get on top of a woman right after another man just got off of her. And they'd be like, no, Bomb, that wouldn't happen. Who would do that? That was a woman, I think, she just pulled a record in the last 2 years or so. Corn Star. These men had to apply just to be a part of her video, which she was trying to sleep with 1,000 men. Now, I don't know, and 1,000 men in a short period of time, like in a 24-hour period or some shit like that. So imagine those 1,000 men who applied, drove there, flew in, if they got approved and all of that, to participate in that. And if you think that they're in a private room and each man goes in one at a time, then you are crazy. You've seen the video. They got like 4 or 5 men on her at once. And the men are there, they the ones naked. There's more men, one woman and all these niggas. They in line, in the room, out the room, round the corner. They're calling them from hotels. Hey, call the next 10, come down. And they got to pay for this. They pay to do this video, to be a part of it. They have to pay their own way, getting there and everything. They're not getting no money from that. She getting paid from them, and she get to do the video that gonna make her some money. So this idea that no man is doing that, it's more men than you. We heard of trains, right? That came about because there are several men with one woman. And that's been around since the motherfucking 80s and possibly even longer than that. Okay? It probably was called something else before that. Yeah. Humanity, baby, is a funny thing. If y'all need some proof of what the hell I'm saying, though, y'all let me know. Okay, I have some groups that I belong to. Now, before I go, though, because what time is it? It's still a little early, but it's still a little early. I saw a video. It grosses me out. I can't get it out. I don't know why would a woman do this. But the name of the video, let me see. I'm not gonna show it because I cannot show it. But if anybody doubting what I'm saying, like if y'all ever think I'm lying about some shit, y'all let me know. I could send you shit, right? Or direct you where to go, right? Add you to some of these places where the shit is. I think the name of this, let me stop the share because I don't want to accident. I'm gonna go because I was like, is what are we doing? What is humanity doing? Like, and why? And for what? Okay, let me go. When I go to Facebook, it should pop up automatically. It's called, I'm not gonna tell you the name, but I'm just I'm gonna tell you what the name of the video is. What it's called. What is this? I'll open it. Oh, okay. I don't I was looking to see who sent this shit and thinking, what a disgusting motherfucker. I can't even. I see many things and I don't know what's going on with people. I'm gonna tell you what the name of it called. They've been posting. Did somebody delete it? Oh yeah, somebody deleted it, which is could be a good thing. Let me see. How do you never go here? It was called early morning, something like early morning uh tea or some shit like that. It was something like that, right? Early morning, um it was it was so disgusting. And it was a man. Is this it? My God. Yeah, I found it. It's called Morning Piss. He called it that. The person who posted Morning Piss. And all I could see, like I could see a little thumbnail of a woman with her mouth open. So I'm thinking, the fuck is this? And I click on it. And her mouth is wide open on her knees. And all of a sudden this man started peeing in her mouth. Black, both of them black. Why? For what? Like for what? I can't even look like as soon as I clicked on it and realized what's going on, I hurry up click. Like for what though? And so listen, I'm not judging. Okay. Oh, that's my little cousin. What am I doing? I will show you. Let me show you my little cousin. My little cousin, no, is not over there. But anyway, wait, I gotta make sure that other shit don't pop up because Facebook be on some bullshit. Oh, it's the holidays. My little cousin do. If I click on this, here it goes. Get it, little cousin. Let's see what he doing. Let's see. Hold up, come on, rewind. How you rewind this shit? So cute. Wait, I don't want to play no more. I don't know what the hell this is. What's I was playing? I don't know what that is. Anyway, that's my little cousin. Y'all, I have so many cousins. Look, that's my little cousin, but he the age of my grandson. So that is my cousin's, my first cousin's. That's her grandson. So that makes him my third cousin, right? Yeah, That's my third cousin. His mom is my first cousin, and her son is my second cousin. But some people say they don't count it that way. I saw a little where they were saying that's not how it goes. So I don't know. That's how I grew up thinking that it went. But I saw a post where they say that's not how it goes. I don't know. Okay. And it does it really matter? No, that's my cousin. That's all I know. Anyway, what was I saying? I things strange shit is happening. Shit I would never participate in. I would never do. I've been around things that would happen that I wouldn't participate in, but I was the facilitator, right? It's good money if you know how to organize and get people together to do things. Like it's almost similar to going to these dressing up as uh Dragon Ball Z or Spider-Man and going to these something cons, whatever these cons are. That is along the lines of fun for a lot of people who love those things. But before there was that, there was adult cons, okay? People come together with like minds, people in the BDSM, the people different, different things. Where they could go to a safe environment and be safe and just have fun. And it's a lot of people. You just don't know them, right? It's a lot. It's more than you can imagine. And so having them, you know, I understand you have your beliefs based on your outlook on life, what you see, what you do and don't do. You figured people doing it the way you do it. I want you to know people are doing it all sorts of ways. They live in their life all sorts of ways. And therefore, you can't base what people are doing or not doing based on what you are doing or not doing. Okay? And so when you come across somebody, which it sometimes it pisses me off because I'm up there giving a point of view. And if anybody doubt what I'm saying, if you doubt, I have fucking pictures. you know, I have pictures. But not only that, I've been on the internet long enough that if I was lying, there would be somebody who would come and say, I never heard of her and she is lying. But you could go on my Instagram and go through some of the pictures and you will see where people say, I remember you from a party. I've been to your party. Like you could say that type of shit. So I don't have no reason to lie about that. And so now you have somebody who absolutely on the panel who knows, like I even know celebrities who into shit. Yeah, I've always like I've been saying things for all these years over here. I mentioned people. I'm like this person, that person, this couple, that couple, and I could go on and on. Now, when I may hit and say, well, yeah, they are swingers. Like, nah. I'm like, nah, they swingers. Like I ain't got to lie. I ain't making it up because I heard it. I'm telling you because I know. Okay, I'm telling you because I know. And but other people could come up there and say that ain't fucking thing, and they basing it on just guesstimates. So they saw some shit, right? Like with the Diddy thing, I haven't even seen the Diddy take. Apparently, they dropped something about Diddy, which y'all need to tell me where to go to see it because I would like to go and see it. But if it's anything about parties and shit like that, well, I ain't got to see it to know what was happening, right? People was like that. No, Diddy wouldn't have never done that. I'm like, shit, what are y'all talking about? Like, it shocked me that you had to hear it from some police and still you didn't believe that shit. It's something because like Diddy was obvious with his shit. Diddy would be there talking to a man and calling him daddy and shit. Diddy had a nigga dressed like him to go to an award to embarrass him. The niggas on the come up. Diddy, it was obvious with Diddy, but Black, I don't know what's going on with people not when you hear something or you see something and you just disregard it. And that is what I'm saying. People like to be lied to. It's not just about in relationships. It's about everything we do. If I give you a great line ass story right now, which I'm thinking about doing a story every Friday or maybe Saturday, and making, like I said, I was a writer, right? I used to write erotica. I'm thinking about doing that again, but in audio form. And I want to include different people, who in the bomb squad and shit like that, and make it almost like well, I won't give up my idea because motherfuckers will steal your idea, baby, and then act like they invented this shit. So I'm not gonna say everything, but um yeah, I'm thinking about doing that. I think, and if I'm doing, I, YouTube is my place, but the truth is, if I go over there by TikTok, it'll get big real quick. But if I go by OnlyFans, it's gonna get big real quick too. Okay. I'm good with my storytelling, and maybe I'm good. Okay. I think I might want to get back into that. I was thinking, like, my son bought me an iPad and a pen for my birthday, and I'm thinking about learning how to use the pen, um, and actually using my iPad to its fullest now, right? I've had iPads and shit since they created. I got like 3 or 4 of them right here. Okay, but I don't know. I don't know. The sewing thing is starting to like sewing, but it's starting to mess up my room. My room has been overcrowded by fabric. I think my husband might want to change. Okay, he might want me to put all this shit back downstairs, and I don't know. Anyway, y'all, I'm gone. I'm gonna go. Listen, if I don't come back tonight, I'll be on somebody's panel, whoever have a panel tonight. And if they don't have one tonight, that's cool. I may go live tomorrow. Um, because I really do have some book. Uh, I was supposed to be sewing all day. I ain't touched the sewing machine that's on side of me. I didn't touch it, and I didn't know 5 hours that went by. Actually, it's more. It's 5 o'clock. That means how long I've been up here? 9. Oh my God. Mom can talk, and she been up here all by herself the whole. Did anybody come up here with me today? Um, not one person. Not one person. And look, and I could keep talking and talking. I got a lot more to say, right? But I'm just gonna let it go. I just wanted to get through that because I was wondering what Sharon was doing. You know what I mean? And I think I looked like they had a long conversation because I ended up popping off because I had to go and talk to the lawyer, not the lawyer, the sheriff with my brother, but they still haven't contacted me, them lying motherfuckers, right? Lying motherfuckers. Marion text her. And I told her they ain't called me. Let me see if she texts me back. I missed the whole doctor's appointment yesterday. That's crazy. Wait. Bobby sent me something. Let's see what he say. Oh yeah, we could do that. You want to do that this weekend, back? I think we could do that. Okay. Probably want to do a stream. We've been always saying we're gonna do a stream. I keep asking him to do a stream, and then when I want to do it, he don't want to do it, or when he want to do it, I'm tired, and we just can't come together. Because it's hot. Okay, I ain't gonna lie, it's hot. I- I'm hot over here. I need to get me some goddamn. Anybody got some hormones? What they call them? Hormones. These doctors won't give me no hormones, y'all. They won't give me no hormones. Okay. I need some goddamn hormones. I think that's what it's called, hormones. But yeah, I need hormones, and then maybe I'll become nicer. Okay. Until then, though, watch yourself. Show me what you're working with. Watch yourself. What's the name of that song? Do, 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 do. Show Watch yourself. Wait, something, watch yourself. Wait. It's in my mind. It's on my mind. I can't get it out. Do, do, do. What his name is? Wasn't he from New Orleans? Is it C Murder? Is that C Murder? Watch yourself. So, I don't think so. I think it is C Murder. What's the name? Watch you. Show me what you're working with. What's the name of the song? Anybody know? I don't even know if it was C Murder, but who show me what you're working with. It's an old song. It got to be like the 90s. Maybe it could have been the 2000s. I get confused, but who is that? Show me what you're working with. Watch. But I'm missing a part. I'm missing the very first part. I don't know what he's saying. But anyway, no good for.